being honest, it felt like that. And Bruno with the best chance for Brentford, which was deflected onto the bar, and Jimenez with a glorious chance in the second half for Fulham, blazing it over from close range. Frankly, he should have buried it. But the full-time score at the G-Tech, it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
Now Newcastle won 4-1 here at Burnley. We'll round this one up at Turf Moor very shortly. I can tell you that Falkirk got a late penalty, and they've gone the season unbeaten. They've drawn with Alloa 2-2 today. The Scottish League One champions have gone the whole season unbeaten. Invincibles, Falkirk, this afternoon. Let's get full time in the Premier League in a big game at Bramall Lane for Neil Redfern and Alan Beeks.
Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 3. To compound the misery for Sheffield United, Anel Ahmedhodzic was sent off seconds from full time for a second yellow card. But the story really is not about the relegated team, even though there is a statistic that I'll come to in a moment that will make headlines. It's more about Nottingham Forest, whose players are still on the field here, saluting their strong travelling support and being saluted back. I think it's fair to say Forest deserved this win in the end. A big result for their survival hopes, not to say an essential one with Chelsea to come next. And for Sheffield United, yes, it's rinse and repeat. Such a familiar story. Good between the two boxes, certainly very creative, but can't take chances and can't stop goals. They've now conceded 100 in the Premier League this season. There are still 2 games to go. So Swindon's unwanted record of exactly 100 looks sure to be beaten. Great game to watch, though. I'll just briefly take you through it. Sheffield United, excellent in the first half. Should have scored 3 or 4 goals at the very least. The one they did score was from a penalty forced by Ben Brereton Diaz, who also took that penalty very decisively. Great equaliser from Callum Hudson-Odoi, bending in a shot from the corner of the area. That was a wonderful finish from one of very few threats. Chris Wood might have had one more for them in that first half. Had a chance missed, also hit the bar. The chances too numerous to mention that Sheffield United missed. Similar pattern after the break. There were loads of them, but finally Callum Hudson-Odoi again at the double, cut in, following a second goal hammered in by Ryan Yates. That was from a cleverly taken free kick from probably the outstanding player on the field here. Morgan gives way. Yates got that goal. Hudson-Odoi got another terrific one, and there was a sending off at the end. Neil Redfern, I think Forest did deserve it in the end. My goodness, they lived dangerously though.
Yeah, they did. Far more clinical in the final third. You know, I think Elanga, Gibbs White, Hudson-Odoi, Chris Wood played his part as well. They did more of a threat going forward. Sheffield United missed some glorious chances at 1-0. I could have put the game to bed. They could have been out of sight before Forest had a sniff at goal. And I just think that, you know, from the Blades' point of view, clean sheets have got to be a priority from now on in, you know, because they've proved they can score goals, they can open teams up. The general play by and large has been good, but you just cannot defend like that. Not against you know, not one of the better teams in the division, Forest if you like, and that's no disrespect for them. They're trying to stay in the division. You can't concede for the game. It's far too many goals, and I think it's been a massive problem for Sheffield United all season.
Full time at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 3.
And full time here at Turf Moor as well. Chris Suleiman, Matt Jones.
And that news of a Forest win doesn't go down well at Turf Moor, because it's finished Burnley 1, Newcastle United 4. All the damage done in the first half really by Newcastle. They were put ahead by Callum Wilson, who poked home after Isak's initial shot had been saved in the 19th minute. By the 35th, they were 2-0 up. Longstaff trucking home after good play down the right by Wilson and Jacob Murphy. And then just before half-time, they made it 3. Gordon offloading to Bruno, who slid a low shot into the bottom corner. After the break, Newcastle, they came out quickly. They had a penalty save. Isak, poor kick really, but Muric guessed the right way and diverted it away. Only 3 minutes later though, Newcastle on their next attack made it 4. Isak this time getting his goal from Murphy's pass. It could have all been very different, it has to be said. There was a huge shout for a penalty in the 8th minute for Burnley when a Signon went down under a challenge from Bruno, but the referee and VAR decided that no action was needed, and that did prove to be a bit of a turning point in the game. Burnley did rescue something though, only a consolation with 4 minutes to go. O'Shea heading home from Goodmanson's corner. It's a result that leaves them 5 points from safety. It's a result that leaves Newcastle in 6th place in the table as they jump above Manchester United. So big results in terms of both ends of the table, Chris.
Yeah, massive. You know, I think Nottingham Forest, it's an excellent result. Burnley have to maximise, win 2 wins out of 2. Obviously Forest here last game of the season. I think Newcastle 3 games to go. Can they maximise, put pressure on the teams above and get themselves into those European positions? But yes, it's all to play for. This is the business end. Today, Vincent Kompany, you could see there was nowhere near good enough. Started off very, very well, but small margins in the game. Have to put the ball in the back of the net when they're on top, and never reacted well at all to conceding, and just kind of the whole game plan went out the window. They have to be able to switch it up. They can't just be one style all the time. Newcastle were comfortable. I thought they were very good. There was individual performances that really blew me away. Anthony Gordon, I think Stephen Murphy on the right hand side was excellent. You know what you're going to get with Callum Wilson, but Oliver Gimenez as well. I mean, some really, really good players, and they're getting players back as well, so it's all looking good.
How disappointing will Vincent Kompany be, though, because they started so well. For 15 minutes, they were the better team in this game by quite some distance. Newcastle couldn't stick with them, and then, as you say, 1 goal and they fold.
Well, that's it. They fold, you know, they have to react. The goal came against the run of play. But like you say, they have to go again. They have to keep doing the right things with the ball, and if it's not working, then they have to switch it up. But yeah, we've never seen any drive from them at all. Second half, they had a little bit of a push, but still no real quality in that attacking third. Very good for us.
By the time that came, the damage had already been done. So full time at Turf Moor, it finishes Burnley 1, Newcastle 4.
Yeah, we got more reflections from Chris William and Neil Redfern, Ray Parler as well. Can I just mention that the charity bet for the Bobby Moore Fund came in again, a Newcastle win, Nottingham Forest win, and Brentford Fulham to be a draw. So today that added £478 and a penny to the Bobby Moore funds, and in the last 2 weeks we've been on fire. £1,215 in the pot over the last couple of weeks, thanks to Betfair for that. It is talkSPORT, it is Game Day Live. We're the only place for a full classified check. The results are in, so let's get all the full times.
This is Game Day.
Full-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Fulham 0, Burnley 1, Newcastle 4, Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 3, Man City Wolves is at 5:30. They'll keep you in touch during the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT. Championship, Birmingham 1, Norwich City 0, Norwich in the playoffs, Birmingham relegated. Coventry 1, QPR 2, Ipswich 2, Huddersfield 0, Huddersfield relegated, Ipswich Town promoted to the Premier League. Leeds 1, Southampton 2, both Leeds and Saints are in the playoffs. Leicester 0, Blackburn 2, Leicester already champions. Middlesbrough 3, Watford 1, Plymouth 1, Hull City 0, Rotherham 5, Cardiff 2, Rotherham already relegated. Stoke 4, Bristol City 0, Sunderland 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2, Swansea 0, Millwall 1, West Brom 3, Preston 0, West Brom in the playoffs. League 1 playoff semi-final first leg, Oxford United against Peterborough United is at 7:45 and it's live on talkSPORT 2. National League North promotion playoff final is currently Brackley 1, Boston 2. They're still playing in the second half of that. In the Women's Super League, Everton 2, Spurs 2, Brighton 0, Aston Villa 1. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic 3, Hearts 0, Dundee 1, St Mirren 3, Aberdeen 1, St Johnstone 0, Motherwell 4, Livingston 1, Livingston relegated, Ross County 2, Hibs 1. In Scottish League 1, Cove Rangers 3, Edinburgh City 1, Falkirk 2, Alloa Athletic 2, Falkirk champions and unbeaten for the whole season, Hamilton 4, Kelty Hearts 1, Montrose 3, Queen of the South 2, Stirling 1, Annan Athletic 1. Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 4, Forfar 0, East Fife 1, the Spartans 2, Elgin 0, Clyde 3, Peterhead 2, Dumbarton 1, Stranraer 2, Stenhousemuir 0, and Stranraer will be in the relegation playoff despite that victory, where they'll face East Kilbride. And in the Northern Ireland Cup final, they're still playing in extra time, they're in their injury time of extra time, and Cliftonville have just gone 3-1 in front. So it's Cliftonville 3, Linfield 1, with just a few moments of that cup final left.
Game Day. The greatness, the goals, and the glory.
Game Day Live
On talkSPORT.
Hutchinson skips away from Kazuma, up to the edge of the area. Shot! Goal! Amari Hutchinson, Premier League
achievement this is.
After 22 years of hard, Ipswich are back in the Premier League.
Birmingham are down. Their relegation to League One is confirmed.
Takes it down well, gets it into the box, arrows it into the corner. Declan Rice finishes off Bournemouth. City will have to win, will have to respond, because Arsenal aren't being pushed around this year. Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0. Brereton Diaz steps up, right footed, makes no mistake. Well, Sheffield United, they've made a fast start here at Bramall Lane.
This is turning into a very bleak day for Burnley Football Club. They conceded again.
The fans are streaming out. Forced to Isak at the back post, and he just lifts it over the keeper and into the back of the net. I mean, this Burnley defending is dreadful. Burnley 1, Newcastle 4. Game played out by two sides who don't have much to play for, and if we're being honest, it felt like that. It's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
Right foot corner from Callum Hudson-Odoi wins the game for Nottingham Forest, and it's 100 goals conceded for Sheffield United in the Premier League this season.
Special day of football. We had it covered on the talkSPORT network. In the Premier League, Arsenal 4 points clear, 3-0 against Bournemouth. Sounds easy. They had some help from VAR with a Havertz dive producing the penalty that broke the deadlock. Burnley are looking doomed. 5 points off safety with 2 games to go. Thrashed 4-1 here by Newcastle, who also had a penalty saved. Newcastle up to 6th, 4 points behind Spurs. Forest went to Sheffield United and won 3-1. Big win for them. They're 3 points above Luton with 2 games to play, but Forest do have a goal difference 11 better than the Hatters. On the final day of the regular championship season, Ipswich were promoted with Leicester City, who were already champions. Ipswich beating Huddersfield 2-0. They're still celebrating at Portman Road, I think. Playoffs will see Norwich face Leeds and West Brom take on Southampton. Huddersfield's relegation was confirmed, and Birmingham City were also relegated. They won their game, but the other 3 above them, Plymouth, Sheffield Wednesday and Blackburn, also won on an extraordinary final day at the foot of the table. And in Scotland, Livingston relegated from the Premiership, and Falkirk scored a late penalty to go the whole season unbeaten, promoted as invincible champions from League One. If you want to talk about any of that and plenty of more stuff as well, the game day phone-in is coming up in around about 15-20 minutes time with Jamie O'Hara and Gabby Agbonlahor. 03717 223344, and Gabby is with us now. And I wonder, Gabby, I follow you on social media. I've seen your League One calling messages to Birmingham City fans. You really want to talk about the Blues, don't you?
Adrian. There's champagne in the studio, Adrian. I thought we've got the Ray jars through. Another record. We've got champagne. Everyone's celebrating, but honestly, Birmingham City, mate. This is the problem, Adrian. When you leave it out of your hands, last game of the season, they got their job done today. Beat Norwich 1-0, but Plymouth showed determination. So did Blackburn, and 6th in the table under John Eustace. Beat West Brom 3-1, and you sack him for a name, Wayne Rooney, and they'll live to regret that until they get back to the Championship.
And what I was saying earlier, it's extraordinary how it all works out, Gabby, because yes, they got their job done, and I didn't expect them to beat Norwich, but they beat Norwich 1-0. It's a fantastic victory, but meaningless because the 3 above them all won. John Eustace's Blackburn went to the champions Leicester and won 2-0. And that, as if Birmingham fans need their noses rubbing in it even more.
Yeah, but it just shows, doesn't it, Adrian, that just because you're a top player in the Premier League doesn't mean you're going to be a top manager. Eustace was doing a fantastic job. New owners at Birmingham City, Tom Brady involved, wanted a big name. Wayne Rooney, wow, imagine the Netflix documentary you could have. But it's backfired on them. League One football next season, and instead of Aston Villa, for instance, could have Vinicius Jr. at Villa Park. Birmingham City going to be playing Cheltenham away. Do you know what I mean, Adrian? funny how things work out, my friend.
You're going to be brutal. You're going to be brutal.
You know what else, Adrian? I'm going to be brutal about the defending in the Premier League. Burnley, disastrous. Sheffield United, Hudson-Odoi's right-footed. Force him on his left foot, basic defending. So that's going to be a topic of defending in the Premier League as well, mate.
Are you going to shy away from VAR because of that? Oh, no, not from VAR, but from diving. Havertz diving earlier.
I thought it was a dive, definitely, because, you know, look, the angle was against him. He wouldn't be able to score from there. But, you know, the referees will keep getting it wrong, don't they, Adrian? And VAR should come in and say,
okay, that's not a penalty. You know, he's left his left foot, I think it was his right foot, so he got the contact. But they're all going to be given now. So if you're a manager, you're probably saying, you know what, any contact's a foul. Players will keep going over even more and more now.
Gabby, just be gentle and just be gentle.
I'll try, Adrian. It's bank holiday weekend. Come on.
You're going to have some fun, I know. Gabby O'Gonnell will be gentle, I'm sure, with some of the Birmingham fans who might want to call in and talk about their relegation today. 03717 222344. You won't be playing Cheltenham, they went down to League Two, but they will be playing Mansfield, they'll be playing Wrexham as well. There's some sides I don't think Birmingham fans thought they would be facing next season in the third tier in League One. That's all to come in around about 15 minutes time. 03717 222344. And I'll keep you in touch with Man City Wolves. And let's get the latest from Betfair on that, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Oh, Sam Rosbottom, charity bet. I mean, come on. Come on.
I'm going to start calling you Adrian the Oracle from now on, to be honest with you. You, in the past 2 weeks alone, right, you have raised over £1,200 for an absolutely amazing cause. The charity pot now stands at £3,259. After that treble win today, you picked Brentford and Fulham to be a draw, Newcastle to beat Burnley, and Forest to beat Sheffield United. What are you going for this one, Adrian?
Oh, the Man City win?
As are a lot of people, they're as short as 1 to 16 Man City to get the 3 points. Obviously, Arsenal putting the pressure on them early kick-off. City have won 7 of their last 8 home league games against Wolves, who are a massive 22 to 1 to get all 3 points at the Etihad today. They are going for the double over Guardiola's side, though. They won 2-1, didn't they, earlier on in the season at Molineux. The draw in this one is 9 to 1. Looking at some other popular shouts, again, putting my head on the block with this one. Erling Haaland starts. He's 100 to 30 on to score any time, as short as 2 to 1 to score first. But a selection that I quite fancy, Kevin De Bruyne. He's got 5 goals and 5 assists in 6 Premier League starts for Wolves. Again, a very popular selection with Betfair punters. For him to score, City to win, and over 2.5 goals in the match. That's coming out at around 21 to 10 when you combine all 3 in a bet builder.
Sam, great stuff. Thank you very much. Just call me genius. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, let's head straight to Bramall Lane. Neil Redfern's waiting for us there. Appreciate you waiting, Neil. Forest winning 3-1 at Sheffield United today. I mean, some of the reports are sounding like Sheffield United played really well. Gabby O'Gonnell and Jamie O'Hara are going to talk about defending in the Premier League. Just describe what they're talking about with relation to Callum Hudson-Odoi's goals.
Yeah, well, they're spot on with that topic, to be honest with you, because the defending from Sheffield United was absolutely, schoolboy stuff. Like Gabby says, he's all right foot. Hudson-Odoi picked up some great positions, and he's always going to come inside on his favoured foot. He's coming on to the likes of Trusty and Ahmed Hodic, and they just didn't see the warning signs. He clipped the far post before he scored his second goal, and his second goal was just a carbon copy of that finish. He just curled it into the far corner, and I just think from Sheffield United's point of view, they've been far too naive all season defending. What it's done is it's undone their season.
It has. Sheffield United, no hope, of course. They were relegated already. The table all of a sudden looks much better for Nottingham Forest. 3 points ahead of Luton, but it's basically 4 points with their far superior goal difference. So, another win sorts it out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just going to keep doing what they're doing. I mean, this is what a big game for them today. They knew they had to win this game. They couldn't afford to even draw it, perhaps, because this is one of the realistic chances of getting 3 points. And it was a thoroughly professional performance today. They came and did a job on Sheffield United. The 3 in behind Wood were excellent. Elanga, Gibbs-White, in particular Gibbs-White and Hudson-Odoi. They gave real quality at times when they broke. They raided brilliantly at times, and it cost Sheffield United the game and the points.
Indeed, Sheffield United 1, Forest 3 here at Turf Moor. Chris Alamo's still with me. Burnley started really well, didn't they? And what was remarkable about the Burnley situation was they should have had a penalty. I think we all agreed on that. And then Newcastle scored, and it was all over, really.
Yeah, well, they have to carry on. You know, I think they started really well. I think Vincent Kompany would have been delighted with that. The quality was there. There was chance after chance. Just that clinical finish that was needed never materialised. Assignon goes down. Gimenez, it's a little clip. Both hands on the back as well. For me, it was a blatant penalty. I think Anthony Taylor, the referee, was in an excellent position. Okay, I think the referees use it as a safety net. VAR, that's so disappointing. Be strong in your decision, and if it's an error, then VAR comes in and corrects it. They don't. I do not understand how. I think it's Brooks, wasn't it, at the VAR can look at that on the monitor and say, you know what, I think we've got a decision to make. Go to the screen.
It's as obvious as the Kai Havertz dive earlier in the Arsenal game. I can't believe VAR. I can understand a referee on the pitch thinking, yeah, it's a penalty. I get that. But then when the VAR looks at it, he's got to realise what has happened and not give the penalty. Same here, to a lesser extent really, because Anthony Taylor's looking right at it, and for me it seems obvious. But I'll forgive him in running because there are players in between him and the ball, possibly. You know, he might be looking at something else, possibly. But the VAR has to see it, surely.
Well, yeah, it does. Anthony Taylor was probably consistent, actually, because Callum Wilson goes down in the half from a challenge from the step. There was no contact with the ball. Now, it was very minimal, but there's contact in the box, and he goes down and he's asking for it. If VAR look at that, they have to give it as a penalty. If that's outside the box, that's given.
Well, we want consistency, but don't want them to be consistently bad.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Vincent Kompany, as Burnley side, were nowhere near today. I think disappointing. I think only 10 points collected at home this season, and 7 of those in this calendar year. So you're sitting thinking, okay, they're actually kind of generating more points here, but nowhere near. Newcastle were a different class.
I'm a bit gutted for Burnley actually, because I think the last few weeks they played some good stuff in patches. I thought, well, Man United last week, they should have won the game. They played that well. They created 7 shots on target.
Yeah.
So they're actually doing some positive things. But I was here for the first game of the season when they got beaten by Manchester City. No shame in that. And it wasn't a hammering. It was 3-0. It was routine stuff for City. And I think after that, I thought, okay, Vincent Kompany's got a plan. They will get better. Halfway through the season, it's kind of not working, and he's still saying we're going to get better. He's right. They've got better, but they've just left it too late.
Yeah, and like you said, there's little small things. That Luton game, because the stadium wasn't right, that game got put back.
Yeah.
You know, that getting a win, which they did go and get that win eventually, that could just kind of galvanise the group, get that winning feeling and go on. So there's little things that can go against them, but it's a long season and they've been nowhere near. I think Vincent Kompany against Eagle plays a massive part. The way that he plays, you know, they played themselves out of the Championship, playing expansive, exciting football, and he thought he could just go and carry that one into the Premier League. Premier League's a different beast altogether. You have to tweak it slightly. I think Steve Cooper came out and said, I remember when they got promoted with Nottingham Forest, he went away and had to have a good look at himself because they were going to experience more defeats than they were winning. How is he going to control himself and handle himself and project himself in front of the players? Because it's a massive responsibility for the manager to kind of protect the players from that pressure. Yeah, we all know they have to go out there and win games and put the points on the board, but the manager is the fall guy. He's the guy that goes out there and he's the extension of the players as well as they are to him. So I think Vincent Kompany's learned the hard way that the arrogance and the ego, he should have tweaked it a little bit earlier, because they have improved as the season went on, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, he should have learned really, because he knew a lot of those players that got them in promotion couldn't stay. Somebody like Nathan Teller, for example, just won the title in Germany. He was never going to stay, come back to Burnley on loan. He was either going to stay at Southampton or go somewhere bigger. And that's exactly what happened. There were a number of players as well. He also had that the thing in goal where he's put James Trafford in goal. Now Muric has come. Muric has made mistakes as well, but that's been a highly questionable move all season, isn't it?
Well, Muric was the Championship goalkeeper of the season. You know, I'm looking at it now. I think we've had a discussion on here before. I'm hearing little rumours that Trafford had to play 75% of the games, or there was financial. That's mad. That, for me, that's a disgrace. For one, you don't need to spend 20 million plus on a goalkeeper when you've got Muric there anyway. Over 100 million Burnley have spent this season. Now that surely can't go under the radar. That's more than quite a few clubs that have been more competitive than Burnley have.
You have to question Kompany after that stat. You've got to question.
No, you have to. You have to. You know, I think it's So, you know, you learn the hard way, and they've been nowhere near good enough. I think now they have to resign to the fact that they are going down unless they maximise points and other things go their way. And that for me, it's got, you know, I've got a lot of love for the club as well. So it's disappointing, but they know themselves. Today they fell short, as they have done many times this season.
5 points off safety, Burnley, with 2 games to go. They are going down. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Get a quick one from Ray Parlour. We're going to hear from John Eustace in just a second, actually. Blackburn survived today, winning at Leicester. We'll hear from him in a moment. But a quick one from Ray Parlour. I mean, you didn't have the greatest game. Every game has the right to be ugly. Yours seemed to just abuse that privilege, I think. Brentford 0, Fulham 0. Ivan Toney I want to talk about, because he hasn't scored in a long time. And you were talking about how indifferent his game was today. Is he playing his way out of the Euro squad?
Well, certainly it was poor today, Aid. It really was. Now, Gareth's got to, obviously, he'll have people watching every single game and seeing getting reports back. But the report will be very good today, because I thought Bassi and Diop had him in his pocket, really. He didn't really get behind them, or the movement wasn't great. You know, we all look at him and say, look, where's he going to be next season? Be interested to see. But today, you know, he just didn't put no effort. He didn't look like he put any effort in, really. And he could have done a lot better. And you know, I think it was very poor. And if Gareth was watching this game today, he certainly would be probably down a pecking order, if I'm being honest. But we know Gareth has been very loyal with a lot of players, and if he sees enough in training and what he's seen so far when he's turned up at England, then maybe he can get in it. But with performances-wise, he wasn't very good today. And it was a poor game in general, don't get me wrong. It wasn't just him. There's quite a few players who were on the beach, if you like, because both teams are playing for nothing. But yeah, if Gareth would be a little bit concerned with the way he plays today.
So I think all those little bits play a part. If I'm being honest, you know, Ivan Toney's missed a lot of football. You know, match sharpness takes a lot of time. That adrenaline, those first couple of weeks when he came back and straight away, you could see the player. Yeah. Then all of a sudden the body's a little bit tired. You know, that's why pre-season is so important for players. You know, Brighton writers coming out and saying about Neil Warnock, it plays a massive part of the business end. And then all of a sudden it doesn't make you help when your teammates are on the beach as well. You're not playing for anything when you're trying to get yourself into the squad. And I'm sure Gareth Southgate will know exactly the qualities that Ivan Toney will bring, but it's all about fitness. Is he going to be at the levels to go to an international tournament and be away and train relentlessly and be available for selection when needed? Yeah, it's right. Listen, thanks very much for that. Let's go to the Championship just to round off Game Day Live today, because Birmingham City relegated. We've heard from Gary Rowett, and the former Birmingham manager, now at Blackburn, John Eustace, took his side to the champions Leicester, and as it turned out they needed to win, and they did by 2-0. Who else? Sammy Smodics, the Championship's Golden Boot winner with both the goals. What an incredible season he's had. And John Eustace spoke after the game with talkSPORT's Dave Ryan.
Well, the irony of you going into Blackburn and keeping them up has been that today Birmingham have been relegated. I know there have been other teams, other results involved, but do you have any thoughts on that? Because clearly when someone writes the story of this Championship season, that decision in October is going to have quite some players.
Yeah, listen, my job was to come in and make sure Blackburn won't mistake in the league. You know, that's all I was worried about. You know, and listen, I didn't want Birmingham to go down. They're a club very close to my heart, and you know, I've got some fantastic friends and some fantastic players there as well. So it's a shame they've gone down, but all I was focused on is keeping Blackburn in the league. It was a huge effort from everyone. You know, the squad of players that we've got here to perform like they have done and get to 53 points, I think is a sensational achievement. You know, and the only way you do that is if you stay together and you stay connected. And I said from the day one that I need the players and the staff and the fans to stay connected, and there was never any doubt, you know, from my side, working with the players every day that we've got here, the top players to work with, you know, and their level of commitment has been there, and in the end you get what you deserve, and we deserve to stay in the league on 53 points.
John Eustace, the Blackburn manager, they will be in the Championship next season. You know John Eustace well, Chris, don't you?
Yeah, fantastic man. You know, I think you always knew he was captain at Watford, played with him at Stoke City as well. You always knew that he was going to go on and be a manager. The way that he could govern the dressing room, and he was militant. He was his authority, you know, but he went and led by example, and no surprise that he's had the success that he's had.
Well, listen, Chris, thank you very much. Neil Redfern at Sheffield United, thank you very much. Henry Winter and Sean Custis, they've got a great show Sunday mornings at 9 AM on talkSPORT. A properly good look at the weekend sports stories. League One playoff tonight, Oxford against Peterborough. I'll be listening live on talkSPORT 2 coverage from 7:30. And if it's playoffs and it's Peterborough, you know it's not going to be boring. Jamie O'Hara, Gabby Agbonlahor, Next up with the game day phone in 03717 223344.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? Yes, it's the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus begambleaware.org.
Game day phone-in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Tottenham live tomorrow, contract-free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Get set for a sizzling summer of sensational soccer.
They're off and running.
UEFA Euro 2024 is coming.
I don't need to tell you what comes next.
It's Destination Deutschland as talkSPORT embarks on a totally teutonic travelogue of European football. From the matches in Munich to the clashes in Cologne. This June, talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 bring you full, uninterrupted commentary of every game of UEFA Euro 2024 live from Germany.
They are back in the big time.
Euro 2024 live aus Deutschland. Starts June 14th.
It is game on
talkSPORT. What on football debates? Game day. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. The Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT.
Yeah, good evening and welcome to the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT. I'm your host, Jamie O'Hara, and I'm joined, as ever, by Aston Villa's all-time Premier League goal scorer, Gabby Agbonlahor. Gabby, give me your hot takes from today. So the big one is Ipswich are promoted to the Premier League. Another big one, Jamie. Birmingham City relegated to the third tier. Third tier sounds worse than League One. Relegated to the third tier. 1, 2, 3. Also in the Premier League, a massive win for Nottingham Forest, but Burnley capitulate at home again. Yeah, shambles. This show is by the fans, for the fans. We want to hear from you, whether you've been to a game in the Premier League, the EFL, watch TV, or listen to the radio. Give us a call on 03 717 22 3344. It is all about the Championship today. Plymouth Argyle stay up, Sheffield Wednesday stay up, Blackburn stay up. We want to hear from you. Birmingham City fans, you must be absolutely distraught. How are you playing in League One next season? And Kieran McKenna, what a job he's done. Unbelievable. We want to hear from Ipswich Town fans. You are back in the Premier League. Unbelievable. 03 717 22 3344. Alright, Gabby!
Oh, very right, mate.
Yeah. How are you?
I just thought my Birmingham accent a bit more today, mate. It's a great day, Jamie.
I couldn't believe, right? I saw the full-time whistle, and within seconds, I see Gabby Agbonlahor come up on my social media with you popping a bottle of champagne. That's bang out of order, mate.
You know what's funny, mate, that makes it worse? Because I thought to myself, you know what? Norwich can't really be caught. I don't think Norwich are going to be at it. Birmingham City are going to win today. So I backed them in my bet with Arsenal and Manchester City. Won a lump off it, Jamie. So we went perfect. They won, but still didn't get safe and still got relegated. So I get paid and they go down. But we're laughing aside and, you know, roguery aside, I didn't look at it, Jamie. I looked at, like, you know, could it be the biggest blunder by an owner ever, sacking John Eustace? 9th of October they sacked him. The team was in 6th place in the league, 6th. They'd just beaten West Brom 3-1. Yeah, and he was sacked because they'd got into Rooney, they'd spoken to Rooney, and they wanted a big name because they're thinking about sponsorships and, you know, they've looked at other clubs that have done it. But it's backfired on them. They didn't even give Rooney a transfer window to make any changes. 3 days into the transfer window. Of course, but 3 days into the transfer window, you sack Wayne Rooney. Then, unfortunately, about Tony Mowbray, you know, he had medical reasons. Gary Rowett come in, but it's too late. And it's just, I think it's 1995, the last time they were in League One. Birmingham City.
They've been in the Championship for a long time.
They've
always been. But look, I know you're an Aston Villa fan,
Yeah.
Gabs, but for the city of Birmingham, it's a bit of a disaster, isn't it?
They don't really have much to the city though. The majority of the city is Villa. That's the problem. No, I'm joking. Listen. Banter aside,
It's true,
you look at the Manchester clubs, 2 Manchester clubs, City, United in Manchester, lively. You want Birmingham City to be in the Premier League, even though I dislike them, they dislike me, but it's good for the city.
Yeah.
You know, it's good to have local teams. Even West Brom, you want them to get promoted at the playoffs. Wolves to stay up season after season. You want these teams in the Premier League, good for the area. But when you're making silly decisions and you're not thinking about the football on the field, you're thinking about other things off the field, and you make a silly change like they did with Eustace. And what's funny enough, he kept Blackburn up. Blackburn today, he put out a team to go and beat Leicester 2-0, and he's kept them up. I bet he's laughing with his coaching staff. Look at them jokers who sacked me. Look at them now.
No, absolutely. I want to hear from Birmingham City fans. Bad day for you.
Give us a call. Get out of the mailbox. Get out of New Street Station. Get out of the bull ring. Go on, give us a call. Get out of Touchwood Shopping Centre in Solihull. Give us a call, man. Tell us how you feel.
Yeah,
come on. This is what I'm in.
And let's go to a team who have absolutely done unbelievable this season, an Ipswich Town fan. Let's go to Simon. Right, Si? Good evening, Simon.
talkSPORT 2, please.
talkSPORT 2 for news broadcasting.
America and the North American Soccer League as a kid, going to San Diego, going to Portland, Seattle,
brilliant?
all over. I went everywhere. Dallas,
Alexa,
the Mayo.
BBC Radio 5 Live, please.
Playing BBC Radio 5 Live. BBC Sounds.
Little trophy, you know what an accolade it is.
Yeah, I mean, Phil Foden Rodri deserves it as well. I mean, for me, the two from another declaration, yes, done very well for Arsenal. But it was between Foden and Rodri for me.
Yes. I didn't actually tell you last week, did I, who I voted for? I did vote for Rodri.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Here is Kovacic on the halfway line, taps it to his right to Akanji, and Akanji will begin to bring it forward. And then Walker now with a touch and City. This is patient stuff for them in the middle of the field. Rodri, for those who don't know, has now played in 70 consecutive matches for Manchester City, and the only 2 defeats in that time were in penalty shootouts. He's absolutely pivotal to this team. As it's played forward now to the right-hand side to Bernardo Silva, who gets the ball down. Bernardo Silva running at Hugo Bueno, and then left foot ball curling in, headed away by Kilman, Claudio, then Rodri with a volley on the edge of the penalty area. It bounced up very nicely for him on his right foot, but he hit it maybe 2.5 feet over the top of the box.
Turn it up, please.
It was a difficult bouncing ball, comes towards him, doesn't he? He lashes at it, and outside the foot, always never going to trouble the goalkeeper. That always going high. But City have got to keep the tempo high. They've got to get after Wolves. They've got to get the ball back, and they will definitely start. I can't see Wolves keeping a clean sheet today. So Manchester City have got to up the pressure on them, I think, higher up the field.
Yeah, it's tough to see that, particularly when they're on a run where they've not kept a clean sheet in their last 10 matches in all competitions. And really that FA Cup defeat in the quarter-finals, that amazing game against Coventry City, the other Sky Blues, really seemed to knock a lot of the stuffing out of them. And it is 0-0, Manchester City 0, Wolves 0. We've got a choice of listening right now because the Champions Cup Rugby Union semi-final is over on Sports Extra, but there is actually a delayed start there because they're still trying to get all of those 82,000 people inside Croke Park. But they're on Sports Extra right now, and also we're keeping it across the sprint at the Miami Grand Prix, which is underway, and you can listen to that via the BBC Sport website. But Manchester City continuing with the possession. Ball played to Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side. Then back to Bernardo Silva from Kyle Walker. It's all Manchester City here on their home ground where they are so impressive and difficult to beat. Foden back towards Kovacic. Now Akanji shapes a pass to Kevin De Bruyne towards the right. Now here's Foden. Foden slips it through. Bernardo Silva with a cross to the back post. Just took a touch off a Wolves' head. And then a challenge on Claudio. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. Claudio was arriving inside the box and the defender just turned. It was Ait Nouri who collided with Guardiola as he arrived in the box, and it's a penalty.
Brilliant football by Man City, I've got to say. The way they were knocking the ball around in the final third there, the tempo they were playing at, Wolves were chasing them, they couldn't get it off them. I mean, it's a silly challenge for Anthony Newman. I mean, he's not even, he doesn't see it coming, and he's a big fielder. He's
Russia.
His eyes on the ball. It's late, it's simple as that.
Guardiola's arriving on it, looking to shoot as the ball bounced up, and as Chris Waddle says, I know he just sort of turns into it, trying to clear it.
He just thought he's on his own, he's looking for his foot through it.
Missed the ball,
completely.
kicked the man, and it's a and Gary O'Neill, who is up in the stands, he's got a one-match ban after those comments that he made at the end of the recent match against West Ham, the controversial decision to disallow the Kilman goal. That's why he's in the stands today for the one match. Well, he can communicate with the touchline, but I mean, no one can do anything about that. Straightforward decision for Craig Pawson. And actually the concern now is both players were injured in the incident. Guardiola is okay, I think. He's back on his feet.
They both are alright.
And I knew he took a bang in the face as well, I think, but he's okay. So we're just waiting now for, of course, it is Erling Haaland who will take this penalty.
He's good.
Yeah, and VAR, I think, have backed that up, as we knew that they would. So thanks to Manchester City for a settler here. In their position, you've been in teams, Chris, vying and chasing and battling for titles in circumstances such as this. This is, as Guardiola just comes up and takes on the halfway line. He is okay, but Guardiola comes across to Guardiola to check he's all right, which he is. So he'll be coming back onto the field, and now Erling Haaland from 12 yards scored 6 penalties this season out of the 32 goals that he scored for Manchester City. He places the ball ever so carefully on the spot. Still leaning over, just pulling up his socks, and then places his right foot to the right of the ball, and then steps away, back and to the right. Just 4 or 5 steps, feet wide apart. Haaland comes up and dispatches it in for the net. With Jose Sarr driving the wrong way down to his left, and Manchester City have the early goal that they will want. And Pep Guardiola turns away, hands in his pockets, but he'll be relieved, of course he will, that his team has a lead in the 13th minute now.
Brilliant, just puts it down, calm, isn't he? Never panics, never seems to be in a rush or doesn't look edgy, just puts it down, takes his time, inside the foot, sends the keeper the wrong way, he goes to the goalkeeper's right, goal down to left. It's the worst thing in the world for Wolves, this, John, because Wolves now, I've just looked at the body language of the Wolves players when they're walking back the halfway line here to kick off, all their heads have dropped. You know, there's no sort of, come on, let's roll the sleeves up, get on with it, let's come on. Everybody was basically on a slow walk back to the halfway line. I just can't see Wolves, and I know it's so early to get, I just can't see Wolves coming into this game.
No, that's not a great sign. Wolves, their supporters, they have beaten Manchester City in the league 3 times since they were promoted, and this is their 6th season back in the Premier League. And only a couple of teams have had a better record than that, Tottenham and Manchester United. But to go 1-0 down here, particularly here, where Manchester City have been unbeaten in 28 home Premier League matches now. That's since the November of 2022. All through 2023 without losing in the Premier League. Here we are in May now, in 2024, and Wolves have got to come from a goal down. So 1-0 Manchester City lead, and Erling Haaland has scored what is his 14th goal in his last 17 appearances for City, 33 in all competitions, and top of the tree in the Premier League goal-scoring charts again this season with 22 Premier League goals. The news from Miami is that Max Verstappen has won the sprint, Charles Leclerc in second, Sergio Perez third, and Red Bull are celebrating in the garage, I'm told, as Daniel Ricciardo stays in 4th place. So that is the news from Miami. The race is tomorrow night, by the way, and you'll be able to hear it on 5 Live. Tomorrow night, the Miami Grand Prix at 8:30. So 1-0 Manchester City lead with a quarter of an hour on the clock. Wolves have barely been out of their own half. Manchester City have won a stonewall penalty, scored it. Here's Kovacic now into the area, and just as the challenge came in from Kilman, thought he was going to make contact with him, but it was touched behind by Kovacic for a goal kick.
Kovacic was actually expecting the challenge, wasn't he? He was ready to go down. He could see his body language. He thinks that touch should go down. Kilman just pulls out at the last second, does the right thing, gets a goal kick. But I'm looking at Wolves and there's I just don't see any plan. I don't see any energy about them. It looks as if they're just trying to contain City, and it looks like damage limitation.
It does. But we very often see that, don't we, when teams come here. To be honest, they looked a little bit like that with Real Madrid on that night in the second leg of the quarter-finals. And that didn't go City's way. But here's Haaland now. Haaland powerful against Aït-Nouri down in the Wolves' right-back area. Wolves do win it back, and Aït-Nouri clears, but gives it to Rodri. And then Rodri, there's the confidence again that we see from Manchester City. No worries about the pitch today like there was at Nottingham Forest last weekend. No, Manchester City look very much at home as De Bruyne plays one into the area, comes back to him and he snatches at a shot. Bounced up to sort of thigh height, went for it with his right foot, but sliced it well.
Doesn't look a sharp Kevin De Bruyne, as we've seen obviously over the course of the season. He's had a couple of occasions when he's been around that penalty area and he's not controlled the first touch, has let him down, which is very surprising for him.
Well, there's a glimmer for Wolves.
Well, it is, yeah, well, we're not meant to do that today.
1-0 Manchester City lead, and already on course to close back to within 1 point of leaders Arsenal. Arsenal, after their win against Bournemouth, and there were periods of that game, certainly, listening to our coverage earlier today, where it was absolutely not certain, as De Bruyne brings it forward, as bounces off Semedo. City are all over Wolves again. Kovacic couldn't find the pass through, it was cut out by Semedo on the edge of the box. The semi-final is underway now at Croke Park, so they've got everyone in, and the match is underway. So Leinster against Northampton. We will give you regular updates on that. You can hear it right now. Chris Jones and Paul Grayson are in the stadium at Croke Park with the commentary, and as City come forward on the edge of the area with Rodri. Rodri back to Bernardo Silva. Lovely tight control from Bernardo Silva. Clips it into the back post. Haaland with a header saved by Sarr. Diving down to his left. 6 yards out on target. Sarr, left-handed save. City no let up. They come again. Then I thought that might have been a foul on De Bruyne by João Gomez. It's not given by referee Pawson. And Manchester City back in possession on the halfway line. So let's just round things up. From Miami, Rosanna Tennant is there with the news on the sprint.
Max Verstappen has just won the sprint race ahead of Ferrari's Charles Leclerc, and Sergio Perez in the second Red Bull made up the podium places. There was chaos at the start. We had a safety car, Lando Norris and the McLaren spinning out, ending his race prematurely. And we've just heard that Lewis Hamilton picked up a speeding ticket in the pit lane, so he has dropped through the order out of the points-paying positions. So it's all going to sprint, but we've still got qualifying for the Grand Prix later here in Miami.
Lovely, thank you very much, Rosanna. Checkered Flag podcast with all of the news from our team on the track, or next to the track, not on it, in Miami. Do you actually get a speeding ticket? Lewis Hamilton,
yeah, that's right. 85 quid.
On one of those courses there. Foden into the area on the left-hand side, tries to cross it. That's blocked by Kilman. Comes back to the corner of the area. Guardiola now into the box. Lays it back out to the left-hand side. De Bruyne's ball in. It's over Haaland, and it's headed away at the back post by Hugo Bueno. I mean, it just feels like the second goal is inevitable.
I just think Wolves have come here and listen, they haven't really given anything going forward. They just camped on the 18-yard box, in the 18-yard box, and to be honest, they're just letting City have the ball, and it's just a matter of time before they get 2, 3, and 4.
Manchester City absolutely all over Wolverhampton Wanderers. They're in red, and if this carries on, they'll all have red faces, I think, by half-time, because they're being run ragged by Manchester City, who look very much in the groove, leading through the early penalty from Erling Haaland. Super League match is underway as well at 5:30. Bernardo Silva now into the penalty area, but he just couldn't control it, and actually it just ran away from him, but actually was offside. Who's supposed to pass through there to Bernardo Silva? What a pass that was.
He's a talented footballer as well, isn't he? Sees the passes, and him and Rodri together, what a pair of they are.
Kovacic, I think, is an example of, very, very good player. He's been at Real Madrid, obviously had those very good years with Chelsea, but to me, he's really clicking now. He looks as though he's now very much in the environment of Manchester City.
Yeah, it suits him, doesn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, playing alongside Rodri as well, Rodri likes to do that defensive side as well, so it allows coaches to... The only thing you'd probably say with coaches with all his career is with his ability he's got, he doesn't score enough goals.
Exactly that. He's got 3 this season, and okay, this is only the 27 matches he's started, but in the whole time he was at Chelsea, he only scored 6 goals in 221 appearances. But if you ever want to be in a position as a midfielder where you'll get the opportunity to score goals, it is for a team that has just rolled in their 135th goal of this season. Here's Rodri now, deep in Wolves territory in the full-back position. He's nudged over, goes crashing to the ground, wins a free kick.
I just don't see what Wolves' plan is. I don't, honestly. They're trying to play out. They're trying to play from the back. It's slow. It's sluggish. Not a lot of movement. Not a lot of options. When you look forward, there's nothing up front. Everybody's coming into the midfield. They've got to be brave. If you want to play football against City, you've got to be brave.
Free kick then for City on the right-hand side. It's Lee 0, Castleford 10 in the 5:30 kick-off in the Super League. So it's free kick in the Wolves left-back area. De Bruyne just mopping his brow with his left arm. Phil Foden there, significantly shorter than him. Still got that right hand wrapped up as he has done all season. Foden it is, curls it into the far post, beyond the far post, and the dive of Salah, and all the way through for a goal kick.
Was that a shot?
Might have
He
been
tapped his foot round that.
in a Chris Waddle style. I think he might have been going for it.
Well, I think he was going for it. I think he's probably thought, I'll aim for that far post, and somebody comes in and heads it great, but there's so much pace on it, nobody's going to get near it.
Manchester City 1, Wolves 0. 1-0 going on 4-0. And 20 minutes played, just over 20 minutes, and a goal kick that Jose Sarr is waiting to take. So Gary O'Neill's in the stand. It's actually his assistant Tim Jenkins who is the man who is on the edge of the coaching area, although he's actually sitting on his seat at the moment, but he's the one that has been deputed to take that role. With Ian Birchnell and Sean Derry supporting him, Gary O'Neill's other coaches, as Manchester City with Walker turn and pass it back into Ederson, who's been a spectator. Went off with a shoulder injury after that collision with Willie Bolly last Sunday afternoon, but he's been past fit, so Ortega's back on the substitutes bench and Ederson's in goal again. As Manchester City passing forward, here's Walker pushing forward. He's actually in the centre circle now and taking on and beating Mario Lemina. And now Kovacic is tackled by João Gomez. Traore gets a touch. It's played forward from deep for Cunha on the left-hand side. This is a rare Wolves attack. He actually goes between Akanji and Bernardo Silva, still going, but then there's a covering challenge from Rodri, who in putting in that challenge has injured himself. He's gone down holding his right foot, so we'll have a little stoppage here while we see if Rodri's okay. And let's get an update. As I say, they're underway, Leinster Northampton in the Champions Cup semi-final. Let's go live to Dublin and Chris Jones.
And Leinster on the board, 12 minutes gone, Leinster 7, Northampton 0, loads of Leinster pressure. They won a penalty, quick tap, Gibson Park, Hail Mary pass, James Lowe scoring, and 80,000 blue flags flying around us. 7-0 after 12.
And as I say, Chris with Paul Grayson, who were there in Croke Park with the commentary over on Sports Extra now and the digital radio, and as well on BBC Sounds. Just look for the live radio at the top on BBC Sounds on the app. If you've not got it, you'll find Sports Extra, and that's where the commentary is. And it'll be the same tomorrow as well, actually, for the Toulouse Harlequins game. They're off to France for that, for the commentary tomorrow afternoon. Premier League football on 5 Live tomorrow. We'll have all of the top sport covered, of course, during 5 Live Sport, which is underway tomorrow at 12 o'clock with Steve Crossman. Manchester City 1, Wolves 0. And Rodri's up. He's okay. And he seems to be moving all right, Chris.
Yeah, Rodri's fine. It was a little sort of step on his toe, his foot, but he's okay. He's not a problem. Wolves have started coming into the game a little bit now.
A little bit. Ike Nouri bringing the ball in field. Ike Nouri, who conceded the penalty from which Haaland scored. Now it's forward into the penalty area. Hwang, who's barely had a touch of the ball yet in the opening stages, but Akanji and Ake were able to deal with that, the central defenders. Guardiola heads it forward. Haaland on the turn, but played forward by Kilman, Max Kilman, who's played in all but one of Wolves' matches in all competitions this season. Just missed the Carabao Cup match against Ipswich, who've had a great day, Chris. Ipswich Town.
Brilliant achievement. 2 promotions. Not easy that, by the way. But
really looking forward to that next season. Looking forward to going to Portman Road as Traore turns the ball back into his own half. So if you're an Ipswich Town fan, give Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton a call on 606. I'll let you know when the lines are open. 85058 to book your call or hashtag BBC 606. Wolves enjoying a spell of possession here in the central third. And actually, Joao Gomez was tucked back there, but referee Pawson played the advantage. And now from the left-hand side, it is Cunha with the cross, and Huang tried to get his head to it. Defender was there. Then it was chipped across from the left-hand side by Hugo Bueno. The goalkeeper Ederson was finally into the action, able to come and take it.
Well, I've got to say, the last 5 minutes, Manchester City have been a bit sloppy, having too many touches, not enough movement. And I watched Pep Guardiola, his arms are waving around. You can see they've come off the pace. You know, it's trying to slow the game down, but this is encouraging. Wolves have had a good 5 minutes.
Actually, what they've done is, as we often see them, they've had that 20 minutes, haven't they? As they do, they've had that furious 20 minutes in which they scored 1 goal, could have had at least 1 more. And now, really, they're having a little bit of a breather. So Wolves are having a better spell, but it is Manchester City in possession. Wolves were the first team to beat the champions in the Premier League this season, back in the autumn, when they won 2-1 at Molineux. Here's Akanji passing it through the middle to Foden. Foden, arms whirring, beats 2 men into the penalty area, and it just runs away from him because Totti Gomez got a touch on it as he tried to go past him. He would have been the 3rd Wolves player Foden went past, and as a result it just ran through to the goalkeeper.
Yeah, him and De Bruyne are brilliant at finding them little holes, little space behind the striker, behind Haaland, and they just get them little areas, and they've got people who've got the ability to see that and give them the ball. And when they get them areas and pick it up and get turned, you know, it's so hard to deal with.
Because, Chris, Foden really is playing on the left-hand side, isn't he, in this formation? But there, you know, took up a position centrally, and De Bruyne found him.
I think what basically Man City is, yes, the start of the shape, but players just one down and...
Oh, Rodri to De Bruyne. De Bruyne now passed slightly behind Haaland. Haaland, though, flicks it forward, but flicks it straight through to the goalkeeper. And cheers from the Wolves supporters, because that didn't come off for the big man.
No, De Bruyne feeds them, and you know, for me, Haaland, you just got to keep getting goal-scoring positions. When you've got Foden playing, especially De Bruyne and Bernardo Silva, Rodri, you're going to get chances. Just keep getting in the box, and they'll find you.
Now we do see Tim Jenkins just on the edge of the coaching area for Wolverhampton Wanderers. They are in communication with Gary O'Neill. They're all wired up. So Gary O'Neill can still send instructions down to the touchline as Manchester City start off on another fluid move down the left-hand side. Guardiola and Foden. Actually, that breaks down. So Wolves now have it on the right-hand side. Little touched pass out there from Cunha. And then the ball is at the feet of Joao Gomez. Infield towards Semedo. Semedo with a pass out to the right-hand side again. Cunha, Huang is waiting in the middle. Here is the cross. Huang, just above his head. Ederson was able to catch it. Judged it very well. And then Haaland gives it away near the centre circle. Wolves have it back. Now Hugo Bueno getting involved, pushing up from left back. Hugo Bueno, then to Boubacar Traore, with his hair flying as he twists his head. All the way over there to Ait Nouri now on the right-hand side. And then Wolves slow it down, and back it comes towards Max Kilman, who's played every minute in the Premier League this season. Max Kilman. Only William Saliba's done that this season. Here is Huang crossing from the left-hand side. Cunha in the middle. Important slide and interception from Guardiola. Now Hugo Bueno with the cross, but that's onto the head of Guardiola, who's able to head it away. Back towards us, back towards the Wolves left, where it's controlled by Hugo Bueno. And Wolves now are, I think, officially, Chris, coming into the game.
The game. City's dropped off, as you say, after that 20 minutes where they get after it in the window and basically close that team, don't give them any space whatsoever. And then they've had that little rest period, but Wolves have started growing confidence. But I just think the Wolves, when they go forward, they don't have enough players who are committed to getting the box to think if the ball comes in. You know, every time I've seen the ball go in the box, there's one red shirt of a Wolverhampton Wanderers player. And you need more than that if you're going to score goals. But they're having a really good spell the last 10 minutes.
Manchester City on the back foot as Boubacar Traore gets to the ball first on the left wing for Wolves, and then plays it back to Hwang. Infield, oh, that's a poor touch from Cunha. And now Manchester City suddenly trying to break away downfield. Haaland, like a bullet at gate with Semedo, but Semedo was able to get the important touch on that. So now Wolves are back in possession again inside their own half. 1-0 Manchester City lead. At half-time we'll have more reaction to the earlier matches. Our 3 o'clock commentary finished up in a very good win for Newcastle at Burnley, but leaves Burnley and Luton right in bother in the relegation zone, with Nottingham Forest winning 3-1 at Sheffield United. Burnley 24 points, Luton 26, and Nottingham Forest have now got a 3-point gap with 2 matches to play. And we will hear from Vincent Kompany at half-time. So 1-0 Manchester City, back to Dublin and Chris Jones.
Disastrous start this for Northampton. Leinster 12, Northampton 0. James Lowe on the double. He's got another in the left-hand corner. A Leinster blitz. Northampton have to respond. 20 minutes gone. Leinster 12, Northampton 0. Leinster on the attack again.
And commentary continues on Sports Extra. Here is Kyle Walker for Manchester City. Walker infield to Haaland. First time touch. Rodri just eventually got the ball under control. Stabbed it to Bernardo Silva. Now Walker again, who I think was shoved in the back by Cunha. He was. So it's a free kick to Manchester City, 10 yards inside the Wolves half. Half an hour played, and Manchester City on top. But Wolves asking 1 or 2 questions.
I've got to say, first 10, 15 minutes, John, I would City, here we go, how many they're going to score. The last 15 minutes, I've got to say, Wolves look very comfortable in possession. Manchester City, so sloppy giving the ball away, making bad decisions on the passes. And Wolves have come back into it.
Here's Rodri in the centre circle. Rodri actually dwelled on the ball, so João Gomez was onto him there, but he was able to smuggle it to his left to Kovacic. Now Gvardiol with that black beard. Rodri again, but Rodri was just dawdling there, and Hwang nipped round him and got to the ball before it even got to Rodri.
I think Wolves are starting to believe that, they can have an effect in this game. The first 10 minutes, I thought there was so much they know of Man City. It was like, we're playing Man City, we're brilliant. But now they've actually started to believe that Man City started giving the ball away so cheaply.
Yeah, although they've won a free kick, Manchester City, near the edge of the Wolves penalty area. They gave the ball away there, Wolves, and actually João Gomez just caught Kovacic as he slid in. So it's a free kick to Manchester City. Just in one of those areas where Kevin De Bruyne absolutely loves it.
Yeah, well, this is going straight across the goal towards the far post, and he's getting on the end of it. It couldn't go straight in, so he's going to whip this in.
So it's Foden and Kevin De Bruyne again together. Kevin De Bruyne, who supplied both of the goals at Forest last Sunday, so now has, we reckon, over 160 assists for Manchester City during the course of his time here. Kevin De Bruyne turns 33 this summer, missed so much of this season, but here he is now, hoping to craft another goal for Manchester City. Kevin De Bruyne to the left of the ball, Foden to the right, Foden runs over it, Kevin De Bruyne in towards the back post, Sarr drops it, Ake hooks it back across, but the whistle's gone for a foul, I presume, on the goalkeeper. Craig Pawson suggesting that he was blocked.
Well, you can't touch the keepers anyway, so let's be honest. But I was very surprised there with Kevin De Bruyne, how he just floated that to the far post. Why didn't, the ability he's got, if he aims for that far post inside of it with pace, no goalkeeper wants that. That was ideal for Sarr to come and get. It was just hung in the air. Maybe a bit of lack of confidence on that free kick there.
He can't get it right every time, Chris. So it's Kanji who Jose Sarr bumped into and dropped the ball. It was ruled to be a foul. As I turned to you there, you were shaking your head, so I knew exactly what you were going to say. 1-0 Manchester City. You weren't too impressed with the award of the penalty to Arsenal either, were you?
No, again, listen, I'm not going to go into this again, but we know what we all think of VAR, and
I know what you think of it.
Exactly, the decisions they make, it's absolutely comical, isn't it?
Well, you'll be able to watch it on Match of the Day tonight, highlights on Match of the Day after the news, or of course anytime on the iPlayer. Read all about today's football on the football pages of the BBC Sport website, and you can listen to all of the interviews and the analysis on the 5 Live Football Daily podcast every morning. Subscribe for free from BBC Sounds. Wolves taking a throw near the halfway line, back to the edge of the area where Kilman passes it back to Jose Sarr. And now Totti Gomez, left-footed ball from him to the halfway line, just gives possession back to Manchester City. But heavy touch by Akanji though. However, Rodri then wins it back. And De Bruyne on the edge of the area, back to Rodri. Rodri lifts it in. Haaland's header across goal and in. He's got 2 on the day. A towering back post header. And Erling Haaland's away, sliding on his knees, celebrating yet another goal. 34 this season now. And with 2 goals for Haaland in the first 35 minutes, I think, everyone thinks, it could be a field day for him here. 2-0 Manchester City against Wolves, and they're on the way to another crucial win.
It was Totti Gomez who plays it from the 18-yard box inside, deep in it, plays it forward, they lose it cheaply. Rodri continues to wins it, continues his run. De Bruyne gives it to him, he just hangs it up at the far post, just a nice clip at the far post. And how high did Haaland jump there? Nobody near him, he's within 2 yards, he just rises so high, heads it back across Saar, into the far corner. Absolutely brilliant header, brilliant goal.
That's amazing. When he get, I mean, it's like he has springs in his boots.
Well, you never know these new boots today.
So 2 goals for Haaland.
That was amazingly
amazing. Yeah, and it was actually, I know it was the ball to the halfway. It was Totti Gomez, as you said, Chris, who gave it away. But it was actually Cunha, wasn't it, who was dispossessed as well, and by Rodri, and Rodri involved twice in the move, and his chip to the back post. I mean, I'm not sure anyone else can jump that high, can they? I mean, Ronaldo, of course, has got an extraordinary leap on him.
Rodri just held it up to, just hung it up there at the far post, didn't he? He just jumps. He's like a body, half a body above everybody else.
Yeah. It's interesting to know. I'm sure television will do that and work out exactly how high off the ground it was when he headed it. But 2-0 it is.
That's what he's good at, John.
Yeah.
You know, that is what he's in the team for. I don't judge Haaland on his up and off play. He's not, you know, he's dribbling, his passing abilities and what. I judge him purely on goals.
Yeah. And his record's not bad. 52 last season, 34 this season. When it feels like every other game I watch Erling Haaland, people criticise him for what he's not doing. Rodri now through to De Bruyne. De Bruyne couldn't slide it across. Totti Gomez was able to slide in and block it behind for a corner.
You get a third before half time, John. I mean, it's game over now in my eyes, I've got to say, but a third, well, how many are going to score after that?
So 2-0 as it is. 84 Premier League goals for Manchester City this season. Their goal difference plus 52 now, but Arsenal's is plus 60. So corner, Foden's going to take this from the right-hand side. In it comes to the near post, headed away by Kilman on the edge of the 6-yard box, and a City player's gone down in the box. De Bruyne has a look over his shoulder, and referee Postman has stopped play. So is it not Akanji?
Akanji, yes.
Yeah, who's going to. They're just going to check and see he's okay, because he's got his hand to his head. So Craig Postman had to stop the play. We've got 7 minutes to go to half-time. Manchester City leading by 2-0, and so therefore it would appear on their way to what would be 82 points. So right now Arsenal have got 83 from 36 matches, and Manchester City 34 matches played and 79 points. But obviously City after this will have 3 matches to play, so at Fulham next Saturday lunchtime, then on the Tuesday night at Tottenham, that's the game in hand, and then the final match back here on the Sunday when everyone kicks off at 4 o'clock at home to West Ham. Arsenal next weekend, they've got to go to Old Trafford to Manchester United. You'll be able to get that match on 5 Live next weekend on the Sunday afternoon. That's one of our commentaries. 5 Premier League commentaries this weekend, so all the matches tomorrow you'll be able to hear either on 5 Live or on the BBC Sport website, as Wolves bring the ball away. Akanji's okay. Traore on the edge of the box, and he's giving it away to De Bruyne. Passed it straight to him in the box. Rodri stretches, and Totti Gomez is able to scramble it away on the stretch. But Manchester City win it back again. Far, far too casual, too careless from Wolves. If they do that, it will be 3 and 4-0 before we know it.
I mean, that's the way Wolves play. They play football, nice football, but sometimes you've got to put your foot through the ball. And just look at the body language of Wolves. You can see the back 4 in particular, the back 3, whatever it is, that They just keep thinking, here we go again, here we go again. They just can't get a good period of possession.
2-0 Manchester City lead. Half-time approaching, so we'll have more on all of today's Premier League matches and also the other issues that were decided, the big scorelines of the day. Good win for Celtic by all accounts, played very well there. 3-0 win against Hearts. Rangers play tomorrow. We'll have coverage of that as Foden is fouled, forward of the centre circle. So another stoppage for a free kick. And of course, I hope you were listening earlier, it's a yellow card actually, as well for the challenge on Foden, who's in some discomfort. And his down, yeah, Lamina is yellow carded for that first booking of the match.
It's unlucky. I've seen the replay. Foden was he was falling over anyway, he was slipping, so it's unlucky.
Still waiting to get to his feet, so let's get another update from Chris Jones in Dublin.
10 minutes till half-time, Leinster 15, Northampton 0. Ross Burns just hit the penalty to add those two. James Lowe tries, nothing going right for Northampton. Leinster totally dominant. Another few Leinster scores, and it could be curtains for the Saints, who need to respond with 10 to go in the half. 15-0 to Leinster.
Listen to that on Sports Extra. Free kick to Manchester City. 5 minutes to go to half-time. Foden's okay, didn't need treatment. He's on his feet, but that must have been a sore one. He's still flexing his leg, sort of lower leg, maybe ankle. Here is Foden. Gets a touch on that. Foden again. So he gives it away on the halfway line, and Clang is challenged by Kovacic, and it's out of play. No free kick, which is being disputed by some of the Wolves players. It's out of play for throwing to Manchester City, but Guardiola is going to take over there on the far side, and I think lightning skies as Foden stretches for it but loses out, and Wolves can come forward, although Totti Gomez has De Bruyne all over him, has to play it back towards Kilman, and Wolves do though keep possession, and Semedo knocks it back all the way to the edge of the penalty area to Kilman, across the edge of the box from him to Totti Gomez in his yellow boots. Now the pass forward towards Cunha, but Cunha pretty much didn't do by Walker and City of Birmingham.
Well, the thing with Wolves is everybody wants the ball to feet. And you've got to say, Man City are playing so high as a back four, they're nearly on the halfway line all the time. And there's nobody with they have got a bit of pace in the side. There's nobody wants to spin the centre half side, the fullbacks and running behind. They all want the ball to feet, and Man City have sussed this out.
City come forward again against this Wolves side, who did win last Saturday afternoon against Luton, but that was their first win in 8 matches in all competitions, and as I say, consistently conceded goals in the last 10, now 11 matches, and the win against Luton was their first win since that shock defeat against Coventry at Molineux in the FA Cup quarter-final. Manchester City going all the way back to the edge of their penalty area to Ederson. Walker now finds a lovely pass between two Wolves players and sets Kevin De Bruyne off over the halfway line. De Bruyne now cutting infield to the edge of the area. No pass from him to Foden, but it bounced up actually, and that gave Semedo the chance to take it away. Excellent pass from Walker.
What a brilliant ball inside to Kevin De Bruyne, and it takes off. I think Kevin De Bruyne should go himself there. He's got the D, he's got the ability to finish, to shoot, whatever he has to do. This is more like Wolves should be doing. Look at him getting behind.
Yeah, Joao Gomez for a pass out to the left-hand side. Hugo Bueno pushing down the left wing. Then it's stabbed forward by Cunha. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. He stabbed it into the penalty area and no one made the run. So therefore it was like a back pass to Ederson.
I think he thought Joao Gomez had made a run forward, and out of the corner of his eye he flicked that ball around the corner, didn't he? But he hadn't made that run.
No.
But that's the way Wolves are going to get back in the game. A couple of passes, see if they can get in down there, down the sides. Behind us, Man City are playing a very high line.
2-0 Manchester City, 2 goals from Erling Haaland, who did actually score a hat-trick against Wolves here last season. One of his 8 Manchester City hat-tricks. In the Super League, League 6, Castleford 10 is the latest score, as Manchester City continue to come forward. Kovacic now with a pass through to Haaland. Haaland away from Semedo. He's in for the hat-trick. Oh, Semedo in for the challenge. And he took the ball. The referee very well placed there, and even though Haaland ended up on his backside, I think the referee had a good angle there to see that Semedo took the ball away from the Norwegian.
Craig Pawson, great position, did he? He's not as quick as Haaland there, Craig Pawson. See a swing behind him, but Haaland's going to the ground, he runs across. He goes across him, he just plays the ball the outside of his left foot. It's a brilliant tackle.
Did he get the ball?
Well, Haaland goes across him, which he should do as a striker.
Oh, I'm not sure he did.
Now, is VAR have to look at this?
Well, they will do. I mean, This is not unlike the Ashley Young Hudson-Odoi, isn't it? In the Everton.
I'm looking at Fred here, John. Semedo plays Haaland's foot.
Well, that's what it looked like
under the ball. But Haaland's not making a...
Yeah, they are having a look. I think this is going to be given as a penalty.
It is, yeah. You can see it now in the replay, look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's very like the Everton-Nottingham Forest incident in that the referee clearly thought that Semedo had got the ball and they've made a quick decision here. The DAR, Stuart Atwell. It's Stuart Atwell who's the VAR.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. He's not messing about today, Stuart Atwell. He's called the referee across, and Craig Pawson's having a look at this, so you're going to be 4 minutes of time added on, and I don't think it'll take Craig Pawson long to see that in fact Semedo should the right foot of Haaland.
Yeah, he's hit Haaland's yeah, definitely. I thought it was a great tackle from we're sitting here, and I thought, what a recovery, but when you look at the replay...
I'll tell you what confused him as well, because the ball hit Haaland's other foot and just flicked it away, which made it look like Semedo had got the ball.
I can't believe how long it's taken.
Still looking.
How long is it? Is it Sunday yet?
From behind. Craig Pawson's nodding, and they're talking.
Can you lower the drone?
And still we wait. Oh, come on. Here we go. Finally, I really don't know what the delay was.
Yeah.
The delay's going to come down. Here is the penalty is awarded. It's the second penalty of the match. Second penalty that will be taken, I'm sure, by Erling Haaland. And a chance for Manchester City to go 3-0 up before the break. And in these circumstances, these pressurised circumstances...
Is that not a red card then?
Yellow card for Semedo.
Or is it not a red card?
Well, he's made a genuine attempt to get the ball, I suppose that's what he's saying.
Is he?
In the penalty area, so it's not the double jeopardy as they call it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a yellow card for Semedo.
Wow.
And Haaland is ready. So last time, only a matter of about half an hour ago, he went to the goalkeeper's right.
Yes.
And the goalkeeper dived to his left.
Same again.
Same again. So you're saying he will shoot towards the bottom
left.
As
you know, I'm an expert on penalties.
Right, Haaland again. This is the same routine. This for another hat-trick. This would be a second hat-trick in 2 seasons at the Etihad for Haaland against this opposition, against Wolves. So Haaland again, rights himself, little toe to the socks, adjusts his shorts, then steps back, left-footed. He does go the same way, and he scores. Jose Sarr also dived the right way this time, but it had too much pace on it. It was past him in a flash. Manchester City open up a 3-goal lead before half-time over Wolverhampton Wanderers, and Erling Haaland has scored all 3. His 9th hat-trick for Manchester City, his 3rd this season, and he turns away. The Etihad Stadium roar his name, and the big Norwegian with his arms up towards the skies above the stadium in celebration. Manchester City 3, Wolves 0, Erling Haaland 3, Wolves 0.
This is what he does. He's just a goal scorer, out and out goal scorer, simple as that. And I know it's a pen, but again, just puts it away with ease. I mean, Wolves now are looking at what? I mean, I think Pep Guardiola will be looking at substitutions to freshen people up. There's no way Wolves are going to score 4 or 5, so he can do what he wants at half time. He can change it if he wants. They've been brilliant first half. Apart from that little spell of 10 minutes where Wolves came back into the game, they just so dominated the game so much.
3-0 it is, and I don't think there are going to be any collie wobbles today for Manchester City, in the way that Arsenal really had to work. A couple of decisions as well that they had to wait for. Here's Ait Nouri. Ait Nouri left-footed ball into the area, but it just drops into the midriff of Ederson, running out from his 6-yard box, and was able to catch that quite comfortably. And well, there are now empty seats appearing inside the Wolves sections and the Manchester City sections. And actually, I think after that, after watching the 3 goals, they've seen the Erling Haaland hat-trick. I think people are just going to maybe get a bit of sustenance.
As the ball is played forward by Walker to release Kevin De Bruyne over the halfway line. He's got options either side. Foden ahead of him. Still De Bruyne uses Guardiola to the left side of the box. But Guardiola passes it straight into Ait Nouri. That was a real opportunity for a fourth.
Kevin De Bruyne had options left and right. I think he was in 2 minutes away to play it.
Excellent from Guardiola now, though. Yeah, he's been upended by Semedo just in the full-back position. He's been helped to his feet by Erling Haaland, who gives him a hearty slap on the back. A slap on the back from Erling Haaland would probably wind most people. So it's a free kick for Manchester City. It is 3-0 now. And Erling Haaland, who was unveiled this week, as I discovered this morning on our Beat the Commentator contest with Paddy Keelty, was unveiled this week as a Clash of the Clans character. And he's kind of turned fiction into reality here, Erling Haaland, with his 3 goals, albeit 2 of them from the penalty spot. But he's in business for more. You know what he's like on his day when he gets the whiff of goals in his Norwegian nostrils? De Bruyne with this free kick on the left-hand side. It's a packed 6-yard box. De Bruyne waiting now.
He should shoot.
Will he shoot? Will he cross? Whips it into the near post, and it's blocked behind by Cunha for another Manchester City corner.
At least you put that in with pace. I know it was a bit flat and a bit low, but anything you put in that area with pace, you're going to get something out of it. You've got a corner out of it.
Yeah, corner out of it. So De Bruyne to take this from the same side. So he's just standing off the pitch now as the advertising hoardings flash and change. De Bruyne into the back post. Rodri heads it across to the back post. Guardiola might be able to force it in though. Goalkeeper picks it up in the end. He was in the 6-yard box. It went from foot to foot of Guardiola. It might have deflected off a defender. And goalkeeper Sarr was a very relieved man that he was able just to pick it up when it bounced off. I think Kilman, was it?
Looked like he was doing it Charleston.
It was Char.
Look at that, look. Oh, he's unlucky one. He had it. Oh, so he's gone down. Aki, is it?
Yeah, definitely. Might need some treatment. So, even added time will be wrapping things up at the end of the first half shortly. So more on all of the afternoon events and the big news earlier in the Championship, Ipswich's promotion. We now know it will be Norwich, Leeds, West Brom, Southampton in the playoffs. Birmingham and Huddersfield's relegation confirmed today. Livingston's relegation was confirmed as well. So more on all of that to come, and indeed more from Dublin, where Leinster have got a good lead over Northampton last we heard, and it's Lee 18, Castleford 10 now, so leading from there. And at half-time, Manchester City are on the way to victory. A first-half hat-trick from Erling Haaland, 2 of them from the penalty spot, and 1 prodigious leap for a header.
Well, Haaland will get all the headlines, really so, goal scorers do, but it's been a very good team performance. I would think we're 35 minutes into Man City just dominated Wolves. The body language of Wolves, they didn't look confident walking across when the game started, and it showed it. Man City just dominated this football match. Wolves need a good talking to at half time. You know, it's about pride now. This could end up 6 or 7, John.
Yeah, they're in the title race. Arsenal have won. Manchester City will win, so it will roll on to next weekend. But half time, Manchester City 3, Wolves 0.
John, Chris, thank you very much. So as John has just been saying, the headlines from this afternoon: Ipswich are promoted to the Premier League, along with Leicester. Leeds will be in the playoffs, where they'll face Norwich. Southampton and West Brom will meet each other as well. Birmingham and Huddersfield's relegations confirmed today. They go down to League One with Rotherham. In the Premier League, at lunchtime, Arsenal beat Bournemouth 3-0. Burnley thrashed 4-1 at home by Newcastle, so they're now 5 points behind Nottingham Forest with 2 to play. Forest in 17th after they won at Sheffield United. Celtic are 6th clear in Scotland. Rangers play tomorrow, and Livingston have been relegated to the Championship. Approaching half-time in Dublin, and Leinster lead Northampton by 15 points to 3. That's on Sports Extra. The Champions Cup semi-final. In the Super League earlier, Hull KR 40, St Helens 20. That's full-time. Half-time, Lee 18, Castleford 10. 24 minutes past 6. Here's the latest BBC News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening. Labour City Khan has won a third term as London Mayor as the vote in the West Midlands hangs in the balance. Despite earlier speculation, the contest against Conservative Susan Hall could be close. Mr Khan actually increased his share of the vote, and he thanks his family.
I know there have been times when this job has taken a toll on you, and that's not right. It's fair. Some of the stuff on social media, the protests by our home, the threat, it's upsetting, it's frightening, and it's wrong. And I'm truly sorry to put you through this. But I also know you share my belief, as hard as it can be sometimes, this work is worth doing. Because it means being able to give to other families the same life-changing opportunities that this wonderful city has extended to ours. I love you all so much.
Well, the former Minister for London, Paul Scully, admits the Conservatives didn't do enough in the affirmative.
Frankly, we've run an incredibly underwhelming campaign over the last year. We haven't articulated any sense of vision before what we're doing at the moment is very much an anti-Khan campaign and election result, which is actually why he's only, in inverted commas, winning by somewhat 10%, when his party is actually something like 30% ahead in London at the moment. So, you know, we haven't done enough to paint a good picture. That's part of our process, and that's what we've got to actually strip back and learn. But clearly, we're gifting him a third term when he is still failing Londoners, and that, for me, is disrespectful for Londoners, that we've not been able to frame and give them that great choice.
Labour's also won mayoral contests in Greater Manchester, West Yorkshire, the Liverpool City region and South Yorkshire. In the West Midlands, there's a recount in Coventry, which has delayed the result. The contest between current Conservative Mayor Andy Street and Labour's Richard Parker is too close to call. The BBC's elections expert Professor Sir John Curtis says amid some fairly predictable results, the West Midlands could still throw up a shock.
This set of results is pretty much what we would have anticipated, given what the opinion polls have been telling us about the mood of the country and where the Conservative Party, and indeed the Labour and the Liberal Democrats stand. And to that extent, at least, it's not really been a set of surprises. We're just waiting for the West Midlands. If indeed Labour have just scraped home, that I think will be the surprise of this set of elections.
If you want to keep up to date with the local elections, we have a live page on the BBC News website and app. Some other news briefly to tell you about. Talks aimed at reaching a ceasefire in Gaza are resuming in Egypt as Hamas considers Israel's latest offer. The proposal would see hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released in return for the freeing of hostages. And the Co-op says rumours it's considering terminating its partnership with the group running Manchester's Co-op Live Arena are entirely baseless. The venue's been hit with several problems and has had to cancel and delay gigs.
Europe's elite club competition, the Champions League. Right here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Wednesday night at 8. Real Madrid versus Bayern Munich. Harry Kane! The Champions League on 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds. This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman. On 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
An Erling Haaland hat-trick means Manchester City lead Wolves 3-0 at the break. Second half on the way. They've also reached half-time in the first of the weekend's Champions Cup semi-finals in Rugby Union, and the home side lead, Chris Jones.
Dominant Chappers. Leinster 15, Northampton 3. Practically everything that could have gone wrong for the Saints in that first half did go wrong. Leinster stormed out the blocks. They scored early through James Lowe, got another. Minutes later, Lowe scoring in the same corner. Ross Byrne penalty made it 15-0. Saints did have a chance to score, but they overran the final pass. Finn Smith has put them on the board. So Paul Grayson, Northampton's record point scorer. 15-3. Saints are in the game, but kind of hanging on by their fingernails on the cliff edge.
Yeah, from Northampton's point of view, you say, well, at least we're on the scoreboard. If we score next, it's back to a 5-point game. Anything can happen. But the reality of that first half, Northampton patchy in possession, giving the ball away cheaply. Leinster ruthless in possession, creating quick ball, creating offloads every time they have it. They look a threat, and then Northampton adding to it by the Gibson Park pass for the James Lowe try. There was a penalty under the Saints post. Saints breathed a huge sigh of relief, started to have discussions about what they were going to do after the kick-off, at which point Jameson Gibson Park takes their tap, throws a 30-yard pass. James Lowe walks in untouched as Saints are looking in the opposite direction, so the feather in their cap notch.
It's still game on, just about. Leinster 15, Northampton 3, but you feel Leinster are ready to turn the screw. Northampton have to pick it up after the break mark. Leinster 15, Northampton 3, they're playing for a place in the Champions Cup final.
Sports Extra to listen to the second half of that, to the day's Premier League football. Not a good day for Burnley, beaten 4-1 at home by Newcastle. They're 5 points from safety with 2 to play. Here's Vincent Kompany.
No, you never go into a game thinking that, you'd give anything away. But I think the start of the game suggested that we were ready to continue that. We started really well. We had good momentum. We had chances as well. But you sort of felt that if we couldn't capitalise on that momentum, that they're a good team and their attacking plays are as good as any in this league. And today, that's in all fairness, we played against a better team.
Creating something special is going to need you, we think, to basically win both your games and hope things go for you.
I don't even think you need to look that far. For us, the final day of the season is Saturday against Tottenham. And I'm saying final days because that's when all the permutation can happen. If we win and both teams lose, all of a sudden everybody's saying, like, well, you get a final against Forest. If they win, then especially if Forest win, then it's over, no matter what we do. So I feel like that's our final day, and the Forest game, that could potentially be our final if we do something special on Saturday.
And a final question from me: what have you said to the players after this game about what they have ahead of them?
Well, we played against a better team, and I don't think it's the day right now for too big of a debrief. We've done that in the past, but today I don't feel that's it. If it weren't for the last game being against Forest, I might have said to the guys, like, look, it's going to be tough. But the reality is we do play against Forest on the last day, so we have to build up towards the Tottenham game with the idea that hopefully something special happens on the day, and that's enough for me, hopefully, to get everyone motivated. It gets me motivated.
Newcastle's win takes them above Manchester United into 6th. Here's Eddie Howe.
I mean, it was slightly different from us today. We tactically changed quite a bit in our performance, but we felt we had to give ourselves the best chance of winning this match. Burnley are quite different. I said pre-game, but a lot of respect for Vincent and the job that he's done, and if you're not prepared for them, it can be even more difficult than it was. But I thought that the lads delivered a really good tactical performance and then delivered a really good technical performance because we played some really good football. We looked like we were free-flowing and potentially we could score at any moment. So, yeah, really pleasing day.
And you're really hitting form at the right time going through to the end of the season. That's you above Manchester United now into 6th, and you're chasing Tottenham.
We're just trying to win every game. We said there's 10 games out. When we had the international break, we were determined to try and attack every single match and give it our best to try and end the season on a real high. We're trying to get there. We haven't won every game, but we've, I think, definitely improved our performances towards the end of the season, and we're getting closer to somewhere near our best level.
So with that defeat for Burnley and Luton's draw with Everton last night, it was a big win for Nottingham Forest this afternoon. 3-1 at Sheffield United. Ryan Yates got one of the goals and spoke to Guy Mowbray.
Well, Ryan, finally, 59 Premier League games in, a Premier League goal. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's class. I've got a couple ruled out for VAR last year, and they were checking this one. I was thinking, oh, please. But no, just buzzing that we got the win, to be honest. It was a huge game. First half, we were pretty lacklustre, to say the least, and just grew into the game, really. But so glad that we got the win, to be honest. That's more of a relief than anything.
What's it like playing under the sort of pressure that you're under right now? Is there any element of it at all of it that you can actually sort of enjoy and rise to?
Oh, it's a tough one. To be honest, I just love playing football. On this stage, it's an absolute pleasure. Walking out, there's no better feeling. But would I probably rather be mid-table now? I'd probably yes. But it's all part and parcel of the job, and we're down here for a reason, and it's up to us to get out of it.
To the lunchtime game, 4 wins in a row for Arsenal. They beat Bournemouth 3-0. Declan Rice got one of the goals, and he's been talking to Jonathan Pearce.
Well, very well done, because that was a pressurised environment today, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something we can definitely control and do better. When we're leading games 0, games are 0-0. Just
just relax and be a bit calmer. You can kind of feel tension on the pitch between the players, and Bournemouth had their chances in the second half after total domination in the first half, so something we can improve on for sure. But to score 3 in the end and get another clean sheet is all that matters, and 2 games to go now. I feel like we could have been a bit better in front of goal. Including myself, I missed a great chance. I was fuming myself. Should have composed myself a lot better. But in the end, 3 goals, you felt it was coming, and once we got the first, you could sense that we'd go on to win the game.
You can watch it all later, Match of the Day, 10:30 on BBC One. You can talk about it all with Chris and Robbie, and 6:06, although Chris was on Sports Report earlier, he really wants Ipswich fans and nobody else tonight.
I'm sure we'll get them chappers. Ipswich, Kieran McKenna, back-to-back promotions, one unbelievable job in the Championship, though, chappers. Birmingham getting rid of John Eustace when they were in fifth. John Eustace wins at champions Leicester 2-0 to keep Blackburn Rovers in the Championship, and Birmingham City, even though they won, have gone down. Has it been one? That's one of the worst decisions ever to get rid of John Eustace when they're in fifth. Huddersfield going down as well, so there's going to be a lot to talk about. 08085 909 693.
Thank you very much, Chris and Robbie on the way at the end of the second half from the Etihad, away from the day's football. Max Verstappen has won the sprint race at the Miami Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc and Sergio Perez completed the top 3. Qualifying for the Grand Prix tomorrow is at 9 o'clock, and commentary of that will be on Sports Extra. Let's go to the Crucible. Earlier, Kyron Wilson beat David Gilbert 17-11 to reach his second World Championship final. Jamie Broughton is in position for the second semi-final to be played to a finish from 7.
That's right, the fans here just taking their seats at this iconic venue with the Welsh qualifier Jack Jones about to continue his match against the 2015 champion Stuart Bingham. Jones has been one of the stories of the tournament so far after knocking out Judd Trump. Leads by 13 frames to 10. He dominated the third session of play earlier today. Bingham did though win the last frame of that session with a century break to stay in touch, but he needs a fast start tonight if he's to turn this around.
Thank you, Jamie. BBC Television to watch that. In Super League earlier, Hull KR beat the leaders St Helens by 40 points to 20, and they're still waiting to get the second half underway between Lee and Castleford, and Lee lead Castleford by 18 points to 10. So on Sports Extra, you've got the Champions Cup Rugby Union semi-final with Leinster leading by 15 points to 3 against Northampton. Here on 5 Live, you can sit back, enjoy, and find out how John Murray's going to make the next 45 minutes interesting.
Well, it sounds as though it's one-sided in Dublin and one-sided here, so...
Less one-sided in Dublin.
Is it?
Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, you've got lots of anecdotes and stories to come.
I've got Chris Waddle next to me.
Well, yeah.
What more
could you want to cover a foregone conclusion?
Chris, let's go back to Jack Charlton. And we'll start from there.
I got a spare 10 hours.
Right, here we go. Teams are back out on the pitch. There is going to be a change for Wolves, so Gary O'Neill is going to bring Bellegarde on, actually. And he's coming on for Mario Lemina. So Bellegarde into the midfield for Mario Lemina, who's on a yellow card. So just the one change. There's the whistle from Craig Pawson. And Manchester City, dominant first half. How many times have we said that during the course of their years of domination? And they are 3-0 up thanks to an Erling Haaland first half hat-trick. And he will, I'm sure, be looking for more goals to add to that and to improve Manchester City's strong position in this match. So City with Ederson in goal, Walker, Akanji, Ake and Guardiola the back 4, Rodri in midfield with De Bruyne and Kovacic as Haaland is muscled over by Kilman and wins a free kick. And then today Bernardo Silva on the right, Phil Foden on the left, and obviously Erling Haaland through the middle. One thing about Manchester City as they go into these final matches of the season, the last couple of weeks of the Premier League season, not a single player on the injured list.
Exactly. I'm just looking at the bench in half-turn there, John. I mean, you know, if you're allowed, you could put the whole subs out there, and it'd still probably win this game.
Yeah, Oscar Bob, there isn't space for him on the bench today. Grealish and Doku and Alvarez all on the substitutes bench, so there's power to add. As Haaland is eased over again by Kilman, and that's a free kick inside the Manchester City half for the champions. And Wolves with Sarr in goal, back 4 of Semedo, Kilman Totti Gomez and Hugo Bueno. And then in midfield, Bellegarde coming on alongside Traore, Joao Gomez, Aït-Nouri on the right, Cunha on the left, and Hwang Hee-Chan through the middle. But the three of them are interchangeable, but we've just not seen enough of them, or bar what a spell of maybe 10 minutes during the course of the first half when Wolves had a better time, but Manchester City just forced home their advantage. And now Wolves are playing out from the back. Manchester City attacking from right to left with the sky blue shirts, white shorts and blue socks, against Wolves, who are in the all red change kit with the white trim. And it's Wolves in possession halfway inside their own half, who go back towards the edge of their own penalty area. So as Mark Chapman was suggesting, we do have a choice of listening right now as Northampton try to stage a comeback against Leinster in Dublin. So the commentary from Leinster is on Sports Extra. And Wolves attacking through the middle. Cunha passing it forward to Hwang, but Walker is able to get there first, and with his right foot sends it back to goalkeeper Ederson. Manchester City with Kovacic and Akanji exchanging a 1-2 and playing their way out and beyond Wolves, and then Rodri chips it forward. De Bruyne's onto this on the edge of the area on the left. His touch took it a little wider though. If he got the right touch, he would have been in on goal there. Gvardiol back to Kevin De Bruyne. And De Bruyne then infield towards Rodri, who's 30 yards out. Square from Rodri, Akanji. Rodri touch with his left foot, then his right. Kovacic. Now to Kevin De Bruyne again on the left-hand side, and Manchester City go back towards the halfway line. The other thing as well is County Championship cricket matches going on at the moment, the third day of those matches. Remember, every match is live, so that's another choice of listening, and you'll find the live coverage if you delve into the cricket pages of the BBC Sport website. Here is Kovacic, number 8 on his back, the Croatian. Goes off on a little run. He was just clipped. I think referee Pawson might have been able to play advantage there because he passed it to De Bruyne, but he's brought it back for the free kick.
It's exactly the same as the first half to start, isn't it? Manchester City come out of the blocks very quick, moving the ball. Wolves
passive.
Yes, to sit back and think, let's see what happens. But you know, you're getting beat 3, and I'm sure there was talk about damage limitation. You don't want to go away from 6 or 7 from here, and it could easily end up that.
Yeah. So Bellegarde is coming onto the right side of central midfield. He's coming back from injury. There's a talk that Pedro Neto might have been back as well. He's an important player for them. Missed quite a lot of this season as well with injury, but he's not involved today. As Gvardiol wins it back, Kovacic couldn't find the pass forward, but it's actually come straight back to Kovacic. Just touches it to his right, to Rodri, and then Kovacic and Gvardiol exchange passes, and Manchester City go back into their own half. And obviously Manchester City, as well as the target of winning the Premier League, there is the possibility of a Premier League and FA Cup double this season. As Kevin De Bruyne slips the ball forward to Rodri. Rodri rides a challenge by Nouri. Foden with a left foot shot. He was actually backing away. And Sarr, it was on target for the bottom corner, even despite that. And Sarr was able to dive down to his right and push it away.
Great football. De Bruyne to Rodri, heavily involved again, Rodri. And he's just fallen downfield, Foden, and he can't get the power he wants. As you say, he hits the target. Goes to that bottom corner, but it was always a comfortable save. And he's give offside anyway, I think.
Oh, has he? So it wouldn't have counted. Must have been Rodri who was in an offside position. 3-0 Manchester City. On this dry, mild evening, I must say. Not too far away from the much talked about arena that is still... We've watched it go, haven't we, in the years that we've been coming here. This big black box. Great plans and great excitement, but... obviously, it's having its difficulties, but a short distance away, just the other side of the tram tracks from the Etihad Stadium, which itself is being extended. The girders going up as they look to increase the size of this stadium to 60,000 plus capacity. Aït-Nouri swinging a pass out towards the far side, but Hwang can't keep that in, and it's out of play for a throw-in. Hugo Bueno can't keep it in, and it's out of play for a throw-in to Manchester City, 10 yards inside their own half. Still lots and lots of people still coming back to their seats, but it does feel as though they've already seen the match.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
I think the Wolves fans have. There's a lot of them not come back for the second half, so I don't blame them. They'll be disappointed the way Wolves have turned up. When you play Man City, you've got to be bang at it, really at it, and they've turned up. And well, body language from the kick-off for me looked like it was it's your win today, Wolves.
only away match remaining will be Jurgen Klopp's final match. Oh, Ake with a poor touch, and then it's offside as Aït-Nouri took it away from him after the miscontrol from Ake, but the return pass from Hwang, and Aït-Nouri had straight offside, so it's a free kick to Manchester City inside their own half. Yes, if Wolves play like this at Anfield on what is their final match of the season, Jurgen Klopp's last match, I think you can probably take it as read that they'll see Jurgen Klopp off with a closing victory. Here's Akanji, who turns and plays it back towards the edge of his own penalty area. Yes, the expectation, I think, will be, the closer we get to it, and it is 2 weeks tomorrow, the final Sunday of the Premier League season, I suspect our main commentary will be here at Manchester City for the game against West Ham, when it may well be that Manchester City need perhaps a win, perhaps less, to clinch the title for a fourth successive season. Ball cleared away by Ederson to the halfway line, and we're going to go back to Dublin. Is there better news on Northampton, Chris Jones?
There isn't. Third Leinster try. Third try for James Lowe in the left corner again after brilliant offloading. Leinster 20, Northampton 3, Leinster almost in the final.
And out of nowhere, Wolves have got a goal back. It's been driven into the net by Hwang after a cross from the right-hand side. It was clawed away by Ederson, and he clawed it right into the path of Hwang, who hit it brilliantly. A first-time shot past Ederson. No clean sheet for Manchester City today. Hwang has picked up his 13th goal of the season, and it's now 3-1 Manchester City.
It's a great ball in by Belgrade, but I've got to say, what is Ederson doing? He's not made a decision about punching it, catching it. He's just flat at it, and give Hwang credit. He comes round to the far post behind Kurt Walker. Half volley, difficult skill by the way, with his right foot, and scores.
Lovely finish. So Wolves are on the score sheet, much to the shock of, I think, even the Wolves supporters. Foden though with a long pass. Haaland into the penalty area against Kilman. Left foot shot! Brilliant finish! There was no stopping that! And seconds after Wolves got themselves a goal in the match, Erling Haaland scores his fourth of the day. And his fourth is celebrated all around the stadium. They're singing his name. That's the best of the four that he scored today. Unstoppable across Sarr, and several of the Manchester City players going to Ederson, who was very quick to give the ball out to Foden, and his long pass, and Haaland did the rest, and it's Manchester City 4, Wolves 1.
What a finish. Great ball by Ederson, great vision by Foden, I think it was. He doesn't really get it under control quite easily, does he? He just turns on that left foot, wraps his left foot around him on the right side of the box, into the right side of the side net. The goalkeeper absolutely no chance. He hits it early. Kilman can't get close to him. Great, absolute top-class finish.
4 goals on the day for Erling Haaland, and suddenly he's up to 36 goals this season in all competitions. Suddenly he's got 25 in the Premier League, and remember, last season his total was 36 Premier League goals when he got the Golden Boot. 1 day's work and suddenly his figures are transformed, and there's a miscontrol from Hwang as it rolls out of play for a throw into Manchester City near the halfway line.
Well, the little hope Wolves had soon disappeared, doesn't it? I mean, score at one end within minutes. Haaland puts another one in the net.
So 4-1 it is now. Super finish. Left foot. There was no stopping that. He absolutely put his foot through it, didn't he? After beating Kilman from the angle, and it flew away beyond the goalkeeper and inside the far post, the top corner. Oh, lovely from Rodri to De Bruyne. Traore's able to put that out, and Wolves have it back inside their own half. I mean, the goal that Hwang scored, I mean, it was the tiniest glimmer of hope.
It was a great finish, by the way.
Great finish.
It was a really good finish, but yeah, I mean, I must have thought, yeah, we all got, you know.
But immediately snuffed out by Erling Haaland as Cunha is fouled, and that is given as a free kick.
No, that wasn't a free kick.
And that's what the Manchester City players are saying as well, but it has been given as a free kick for Wolves. So
a chance for them to have a go at goal. With the angle, it'll be approaching 25 yards. Kovacic it was with the challenge on Cunha.
I think this is ambitious if he's going to go for goal here. He's obviously not. He's put his hand up as a signal there.
Yeah, there is a signal. So with the angle, we're expecting this is going to be chipped in from the left-hand side. It's just a one-man wall, Kevin De Bruyne. And the Wolves players massing on the edge of the penalty area. Here's the delivery from the free kick in towards the back post, and it's gone beyond everyone and bounced all the way through. And it's a goal kick.
You know what, John? It's not a bad ball. It's landed in the 6-yard, just on the 6-yard line. Nobody's attacking it. There's 3 City players just looking at it going out to play. That wasn't a bad ball.
However, no one was able to get that, and it is a goal kick. In the county championship, Somerset have beaten Essex by 3 wickets inside 2 days play. So Rodri is challenged by Traore, but the ball round to De Bruyne, and De Bruyne is able to take it into the centre circle, where he is then eased over by Totti Gomez, and Kevin De Bruyne is not impressed with that. Gets to his feet, and he looks like an angry man. And I think at 4-1 down, if you don't want to be making Kevin De Bruyne angry. Kovacic easily away from the challenge. Then De Bruyne and Haaland shoots again, and that's deflected wide and up and over the top corner and behind for another Manchester City corner.
That's what he's good at. You know, De Bruyne, forward, whoever supplies him, he likes to get out of his feet very quickly, one touch. He knows where the goal is. Good players do. Doesn't look up, just knows where the goal is. It's a good block.
Kevin De Bruyne plays it back to Kovacic from the corner. Kovacic then square from him. Foden. Wolves have got everyone back in their own defensive third, defending this set piece which Kovacic has played back into the centre circle. Walker's able to pass it out to the right-hand side to Rodri. Rodri then through to Ake inside the penalty area. Ake, it's across from him, but cleared away by Kilman, who was able to readjust and pass it out towards the far side. And Wolves are able to bring the ball downfield. And it's played by Cunha to Hwang. Hwang turns infield. He's got Walker with him, and he slips it forward to Cunha on the right-hand side. Cunha with the cross to the back post, right across the 6-yard area. Hugo Bueno's got it now into the area on the left-hand side. Hugo Bueno is then held up by Foden. Ball still in play though. Bellegarde throws himself at it. Defender was in there as well, Walker. There are shouts, I think, from the Wolves supporters that might have been maybe a handball, or maybe for Walker's challenge on Bellegarde. Referee Pawson not interested. Manchester City break away now to the halfway line. Rodri though just holds it up, left-footed pass diagonally across the halfway line to Guardiola. Guardiola, who's been in the goals recently, carrying the ball on, giving it to Haaland. Great chance, and the right foot shot is pushed over the top by Sarr. Haaland denied again.
Well, great move from the back. You know, they're breaking up on the edge of the well, inside the Man City box, and the Man City players playing all the way through. Haaland, one touch with his left, next touch with his right. Straight at Sarr.
It's one of those days, you know, how many times do we say he's hardly had a touch, Haaland, you know, never had an attempt on goal during the course of the match, and this is one of those days where it clicks absolutely for Haaland. And yes, he's had 2 penalties, but he scored 2 of the goals, and he could have had at least 2 more as well. De Bruyne then with this one, right footed corner into the near post, headed away back to De Bruyne, who just gets the ball under control in the full-back position, then lifted for the back post, headed across by Rodri. Guardiola wins it back, and he calls a shot goalless, but it's over the top right corner and behind for goal kick.
They're queuing up on it now. And all want to go on it. But I mean, I've got to say, give Wolves a bit of credit. They've upped the tempo slightly. They've actually had a goal second half. But the substitutes are getting warmed up on City. I'm sure there'll be 2 or 3 coming on very soon.
So we've got half an hour to play. 6:06 will follow, of course. Every Saturday and Sunday night of the football season. Bobby Savage and Chris Sutton taking your calls tonight on 08085 909 693, or you can text 85058. Live sport continues. Leinster very much in charge against Northampton. That is on Sport Extra right now. The snooker is on BBC television tonight. It's now League 22, Castleford 10 in the Super League, and that Essex defeat in the county championship to Somerset comes after Essex won their first 2 matches this season. So 1-2, lost 1
long downfield from Saab, but Guardiola was able to take charge. Warm applause for that. Kovacic put under pressure inside his own half. Kovacic against Bellegarde. Actually, Bellegarde has been able to get the ball away from him and is then fouled by Kovacic. So it's a free kick to Wolves on the right hand side that Joao Gomez will take. Joao Gomez taps it to Aït-Nouri and then back to Joao Gomez again. Little pass in between two players to Bellegarde, and Wolves go back into their own half. Chorus of Blue Moon breaks out. They unfurled an enormous blue moon in the centre circle before kick-off today when we had David Silva, didn't we? David Silva was introduced to the crowd. First time David Silva's been back here for a match since he retired. Here is Aït-Nouri, now for Wolves. Ake in with a challenge and the ball bounces away to Bernardo Silva. And the offside flag is up, and it's a free kick to Manchester City. But a great ovation for little David Silva, who was here with his family.
Rightly so, what a top player.
Yeah, he came back for the unveiling of his statue, but to be back here on match day, such a great favourite. So that was a lovely way to build up to the match, actually, the penultimate home match for Manchester City this season. De Bruyne playing the ball back to goalkeeper Ederson. Ederson up to the right hand side to Akanji. Here's 4-goal Haaland. Now De Bruyne over the halfway line to Foden. Foden has Haaland on the run between the two central defenders, but this time Foden wasn't able to pick out the pass as he did for the 4th Haaland goal, and Wolves cut it out. Cunha drives it forward, but Manchester City, De Bruyne steps forward. He was clipped there by Traore as he took it on. That'll be a yellow card for the Wolves midfielder. And it is, out it comes the yellow card, so a free kick to Manchester City in the middle of the Wolves half.
Yeah, it's a definite yellow. He's played okay, Gordon. Traore, he's played well.
Yeah, he's the middleman in there. He's got his gloves on, actually.
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure why.
No.
Haven't even got a coat on today. Akanji back near the halfway line. Square to Ake. The sun just coming out as well in Manchester on this Saturday evening. The sun shining on Manchester City, who are romping towards another big win. Although Wolves, Juan turns it to Bellegarde. Cunha wants the pass, shows him where he wants it, rolls it into the penalty area for the run of Cunha. But Akanji was able to come across and get there first. And Manchester City are able to snuff out the danger as Pep Guardiola walks forward in one of his big chunky cardigans, which is open at the front. No stress today for him. I think scoring in the 13th minute.
I've been watching him. On his moments, it's
yeah, well, he always does.
Yeah, he does.
He always feels it, kicks every ball. And until they are over the line and confirmed as champions, no, he will not be taking anything for granted. As Ake now, a long run forward from him, and he's brought down as well. Joao Gomez coming in, and they might have just clashed ankle bones or something like that. And Joao Gomez is going to be booked for that one. Very similar to the previous yellow card, really, when De Bruyne was brought down by Traore. This time Ake is brought down by Joao Gomez. Just having caught his knee on Ake's foot.
It's a foul, no doubt about that, but I think the substitutions will be coming on the next 5.
Well, now all 3 Wolves midfielders who started the match, the central midfielders, have been yellow carded. All Lamina was substituted at half-time. And yet, changes are coming. So, get ready for them. 25 minutes to go. 6:06 to follow. 08085 909 693. If you're on your way home, if you're in any of the championship matches earlier, or indeed any of the big matches that mattered up and down the country, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton would love to hear from you on 08085 909 693. I suspect the lines will be hot from Suffolk this evening for Chris. Hope he's bracing himself for plenty of Ipswich Town calls. Norwich City though in the playoffs. Might have them both back in the Premier League next season. There's applause for Rico Lewis, who's the latest substitute to come out to warm up. Manchester City 4, Wolves 1. Manchester City very much making up for the defeat that they suffered at Molineux earlier in the season when incidentally Pep Guardiola had to sit in the stand for that game. He was banned from the touchline for that match, and Gary O'Neill is banned from the touchline for this match. And it'll be glum viewing for him up there. I'm not sure what company he'll have sitting up there beside it, as Phil Foden is bundled over. That's a free kick, middle of the Wolves half as well. And it's John Stones we're going to see. I did wonder whether he would be in the team today. He's been an unused substitute the last couple of matches, but John Stones is going to get a run out for the final quarter of this match. Free kick taken short by Manchester City. Here's Bernardo Silva on the right hand side. Bernardo Silva waits for the run of Walker, but then hits the decoy, comes in field. Bernardo Silva, Kovacic just next to the referee, who's able to avoid getting a touch on the ball, and then Kovacic gets it back from Guardiola and takes it back towards the halfway line. It's going to be Nathan Aki who's going to be replaced.
They're just slowing the game right down, City, aren't they? Keeping the ball, letting the ball do the work, and the Wolves are quite happy to keep Man City in front of them.
Yeah, and here they come again now. Bernardo Silva, and then they had a sniff for about 60 seconds, Wolves, when Fang made it 3-1. And as I say, around about a minute later, Erling Haaland smashed in that shot to make it 4-1. Bernardo Silva in the full-back position. Rodri now just tried to delicately chip it across, but it was blocked by the legs of Totti Gomez. Now Bernardo Silva again. Back to Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker rolls it further back towards the halfway line to Akanji with his sky blue shirt just outside his white shorts. Now Rodri, right-footed ball all the way across to Guardiola. Guardiola drives it across the 6-yard box. No one got a touch until Hugo Bueno. I'm not sure of where Bernardo Silva was. Just swept it out for a throw.
Rodri's crossed through the ball, so Guardiola on this side. Fantastic pass, and then one touch out of his feet, and really should be anticipating that going across the 6-yard box.
The change comes. Ake is replaced by John Stones. And England need him fit and firing. I'm sure Gareth Southgate would love to see him get regular football over the course of these final 3 Premier League matches, the FA Cup final as well. There's so much football this season, Chris. He's not played in 28 of Manchester City's matches this season. So yeah, that's around about half of the matches John Stones has not played. 4-1 Manchester City lead. Let's see the latest on Northampton, who are struggling in Dublin against Leinster. Chris Jones is there.
Struggling, but with their first try, John. Leinster 20, Northampton 10. Great ball, Alex Moon. George Hendy chip and chase. Worked out for him. He scored. Great Finn Smith conversion. And despite Leinster's dominance, it's only a 10-point game on the hour mark. Leinster 20, Northampton 10.
And listen to Chris and Paul Grayson on Sports Extra right now. And in the morning, they're off to France for commentary on Toulouse Harlequins. So it'll be a similar story tomorrow. Toulouse Harlequins on Sports Extra with the Premier League on 5 Live. Oh, lovely from Foden on the halfway line to go between two Wolves players. Take it on, left-footed cross. Oh, shit, Totti Gomez got a touch. Haaland was ready with a bicycle kick. Bernardo Silva, though, shoots across goal, but well wide of the far post and behind.
Oh, what a run by Foden down this left-hand side, and what a ball. Haaland lined that up, didn't he? We've seen the bicycle kick or whatever it was. He's flying through the air. It was just that slight deflection from Kilman, which took it away from him.
He was like one of those superheroes there, wasn't he? He launched himself. Haaland, he gambled that Totti Gomez wouldn't get a touch on it, and the little glance meant that Haaland was left flying through thin air, swinging his left foot at the ball, 3 or 4 feet off the ground, and the gasps there, I think that must have just been shown on the big screen in the corner of the ground. And Wolves about to make another change with one Bueno coming on and the other Bueno coming off, which is good. So Santiago Bueno's missed a little bit of time. He's had a thigh injury. He comes on, and it might well now be 3 central defenders for Wolves, with the Uruguayan coming on to replace the Spanish Bueno. 20 minutes to go. Manchester City 4-1 up on Wolves. Yeah, it'll be tough watching for Gary O'Neill up in his seat in the next tier up. Not sure who he's got for company up there. I learnt on Friday that it's claimed that Wolverhampton Wanderers were once watched by none other than Hercule Poirot. That was Friday's fact of the day.
He couldn't solve this, mate.
Yeah, well, I think he'd be able to work out fairly quickly what the outcome was going to be here. He wouldn't need to gather everyone round in a room. Hercule, but that was Friday's fact of the day from Tony Livesey, who revealed that Hercule Poirot in the ABC murders is actually hinted to have been to a football match involving Wolves, as I discovered since Friday. So Tony was playing a little fast and loose with the actual fact there, but it's near the end of the season, so we'll let him off. That's every Friday at 5:20 on 5 Live in Drive, as Rodri brings the ball forward and gives it to Haaland, looking for a 5th goal of the match for him, which is, of course, is a target he's already achieved on a couple of occasions for Manchester City, most recently against Luton this season. Here's Gvardiol, then Rodri, now out to the left-hand side to De Bruyne, who lifts it up, left-footed to the back post. Bernardo Silva's able to take it down there and move out towards the edge of the area square from him. Rodri, Foden, left foot shot, blocked, back to Foden, right foot shot, that's blocked behind and away for a corner.
That's a little bit, it's great play, don't get us wrong, it's great to watch, but it's a little bit too easy. I think if you look at the body language of some of these Wolverhampton Wanderers players now, they're walking around thinking, they must be saying to the referee how long's left.
And the answer to that, I'm afraid, from their point of view, is best part of 20 minutes. It's 4-1. There's no hint of a Wolves comeback. I think you can already take your pen out and put Manchester City down for 82 points in the Premier League table. Here's the corner. Oh, just over Haaland. Comes out to Rodri. Rodri backheels it. Kovacic with a drive. It's saved. Comes back to Kovacic. But he was following on after his shot, and he was only able to deflect it out to the left-hand side. And he's been followed out there as well by João Gomez, who I think was fouled. It was by Gvardiol, so it's a free kick to Wolves.
So well Kovacic there, didn't he, to get a shot. I mean, difficult, quick feet. Just gets it out of his feet. Unbelievable to get a shot. It was Rodri, little back heel, outside the right foot, another good save. Definitely, I don't say Wolves haven't really got anything to change it neither, have they?
No, they've actually got a 15-year-old on the bench, Chris.
Yeah, he's been on the bench for a few games now.
Where's Okaduwa?
I think they've got 3 young players on the bench, haven't they?
They've got a host of young players. Nathan Fraser as well, who's had a couple of opportunities this season. The 19-year-old forward, Chirewa, who's 20 years old. As Wolves bring the ball out from the back, passed back by Santiago Bueno to his goalkeeper, Sarr. Clears to the halfway line. And João Gomez to Traore, who backs away from Haaland. He saw him coming there, and then was able to keep his feet and keep the ball. Totti Gomez to Bellegarde, and then Wolves go back into their own half again. 15 minutes to go. So as I say, the Champions Cup commentary is on Sport Extra. The Grand Prix is on 5 Live tomorrow night, and also tomorrow all 3 matches will have commentary. Chelsea West Ham you'll be able to listen to via the website. That's a 2 o'clock kickoff. Brighton Aston Villa is on 5 Live from 2, and Liverpool against Tottenham is on 5 Live from 4:30. But another busy sporting day. Manchester City's women could clinch the WSL tomorrow, so we'll have coverage of that. I was speaking to some of the Manchester City media staff who are getting themselves ready for that tomorrow, and of course we'll have the racing from Newmarket as well, and everything else. 4-1 Manchester City lead. And Rodri, Foden goes all the way back to John Stones. We're going to see a triple change for Manchester City, Chris. So 4-1 down, Grealish and Doku are going to come on, and they'll be absolutely desperate, won't they, to impress. As well as a league title to be won, there are places to be played for in the FA Cup final team against Manchester United. There's no short of incentive for these Manchester City players who are coming onto the field, and that all adds up to bad news for Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Wolves are making the first before the 3 Man City players come on.
Yep. So for Wolves, it's Sarabia. Who's coming on for Mateus Cunha. So Sarabia will take his place up front, the Spanish international, the number 21. And we will not see the City changes yet. And it's Mateus Nunes who's going to come on as well, the former Wolves man, who was given quite a torrid time in the match at Molineux earlier this season. You remember he left in not the best circumstances after just 1 season at Wolves.
even though Manchester City paid over £50 million for him. And he's still got plenty to prove in a Manchester City shirt, having not really had the opportunities.
When you get to sea, you've got to take the chance, haven't you?
Yeah. And he didn't have the best of days at Molineux in that match earlier on this season. Manchester City playing it out from the back. Great touch from Foden there to set De Bruyne away from inside his own half. Traore's trying to reach it, but he's on a yellow card. Traore's got to be careful. De Bruyne plays it to the right. Bernardo Silva. It's all the top of Haaland, who somehow managed to get his head to that and not in goal with.
I don't think he meant that.
It hit his head.
Yes, so that's
and bounced into the hands of the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Go down as an attempt on target.
Well, there you go. Stats.
Yeah, another one of those. And now Wolves have the ball at the halfway line. At this stage, I think everyone gathered here knows the outcome. There will be no Wolves comeback in this match. As it's curled forward by Sarabia, but then Kyle Walker is able to see it back to his goalkeeper, Ederson. Jubilant singing in the stands from the Manchester City supporters. City bringing it out from the back, Stones. It's like walking football now, isn't it? It's like the pre-season friendlies that many of these Premier League clubs, if not all of them, will be involved in various parts of the world in a couple of months' time. It's funny how that's never mentioned, is it, when people are talking about the number of matches that Premier League teams play. They're travelling around the world and playing the pre-season friendlies. Foden, the run of De Bruyne that Totti Gomez is able to deal with that.
At the end of the season,
The post-season friendlies.
Yeah.
In the week before the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
Australia, I think, might be the venue for some of those. As we're going to have a triple change for Manchester City in a moment. Once the ball goes out of play, it's played forward by João Gomez. But Hwang is tackled. Rodri then loses out. João Gomez brings Ait-Nouri into it. Ait-Nouri now on the left-hand side, ball in, all the way in, and the chance for Sarabia in the middle. He got away from both Guardiola and Akanji, but couldn't get his shot on target, shot wide.
Well, great, what a ball in. Ait-Nouri then, and all of a sudden, just get anything on that, on the target, you score. It's a great ball in. May have been offside, might have been, but great ball in.
So here come the Manchester City changes. So coming off are Foden, De Bruyne, and Bernardo Silva. So Kevin De Bruyne leaves the field first. Huge cheer for him. Matheus Nunes, the former Wolves man, is booed on by the Wolves supporters but cheered on by the Manchester City fans. And Phil Foden and Bernardo Silva, who today have been, well, Phil Foden and Bernardo Silva haven't been.
Listen, we know what you get from them. They're very consistent. That's why they play at Man City in the top of the league. You know, that's why they win trophies. These players over the course of the season, so consistent, and they are very talented.
So Jeremy Doku goes over there onto the right-hand side, and Jack Grealish on the left-hand side. And Jeremy Doku, and Haaland's still on the field, so he's not being replaced. And so Haaland, 4 goals to his name already today, will have the final 10 minutes or so. Pep Guardiola, having missed, not been in the starting 11 for the last 3 matches, and 4 goals to his name now, having scored against Nottingham Forest last weekend too. Pep Guardiola knows that Haaland is having one of those days, and knows that the confidence of, if he's able to get at least 1 more goal, will do the big man no harm at all. That's what he wants, isn't it? That's what he lives by, Erling Haaland. Those numbers, those goal numbers that we've been talking about. Traore bringing it forward. Giving it out to the right-hand side to Semedo. Semedo eventually gets the ball under control against Grealish, then back to Traore. João Gomez, the Brazilian, puts his foot on it. It's being chased by Jack Grealish and then just flicks it back to Semedo. And then Sarabia is able to turn away from Akanji and give it down the line to Hwang. And the South Korean is onto this, but just checks back, gives it on his right foot, rolls it back towards Sarabia. Santiago Bueno's involved as well, coming up from the back. And then Hwang carries the ball in field, low ball at the edge of the area, scooped forward by João Gomez, but
Well,
through to the goalkeeper.
Good possession, but never looked like any end product, did it? So Alvarez is going to come on. I think that might be for Haaland.
That could be it. He might declare on 4 today.
Erling Haaland, 4-1 the score. All the goals scored by Haaland. 2 of them penalties, as Ederson, ever so casually, passes the ball out to Grealish. He was under pressure there, and actually is fouled by Santiago Bueno. So I think we will have the change now. Up goes the board, and of course the numbers haven't worked. So I think it will be Haaland. Did we see a flash of a number? Yes, it is. Yeah, he's not happy.
He's not happy.
Yeah, he's chuntering away to himself there. And then the applause. People are on their feet here. He's had one of those days, Erling Haaland. 4 goals to his name today. All 4 Manchester City goals. 2 of them from the penalty spot. A towering header and a brilliant left foot finish. And he walks to he walks right up to Pep Guardiola, who was looking to hook him. But Haaland was having none of that.
No, he's not happy at all.
And he almost nudged Guardiola out of the way as the 2 of them just had that little exchange, and I think Guardiola tried to explain to him what it was all about. They clasped hands together. There might be a little slap on the wrists later for that.
Well,
it wasn't Salah Klopp, was it, by any means?
No.
As Akanji plays it back to the edge of the penalty area. So there we are, 4 goals today for Erling Haaland, so 36 for Manchester City this season, and it's now opened a clear gap at the top of the race for the Golden Boot with 25 Premier League goals for Erling Haaland. 4-1 the score. Wolves bringing it forward with Bellegarde. Bellegarde runs into Walker, who's just able to knock the ball away. Back to Wolves though, and Traore, crossfield pass from him to Semedo, who takes it down. And then Sarabia for the run of Semedo, but Guardiola just increased his pace. It was a sprint between the 2 of them. Guardiola won it and was able to play it back to Ederson, who cleared it. Ball is kept in play by Manchester City. Alvarez coming on as the substitute, so now it's Alvarez playing through the middle for Manchester City. Alvarez, who scored in that game at Molineux earlier this season.
Look at Haaland in the dugout.
Is he still?
He's thrown his boots down.
Is he?
He's thrown his shin pads.
Yeah. He's not had his way. 4-1. Manchester City coasting to victory. Well, what about Dublin? Chris Jones.
Well, it's Leinster 20, Northampton 10. It is still game on. Northampton have hung in there practically all game. They've just forced a 5-metre scrum. If they can execute, it could be a fascinating final 7 minutes. Leinster 20, Northampton 10. 5-metre scrum for the Saints.
So if that is what's floating your boat, it is on Sports Extra right now. The commentary on BBC Sounds and on your digital radio, which is where you'll be able to get the 5 Live Football Daily podcast in the morning. League 28, Castleford 16 is the latest score in the evening Super League match. And one of the Wolves youngsters is going to come on, Chirewa. There's Rodri, passes it to Alvarez, left foot. That's number 5. And Alvarez scores here, as he did at Molineux earlier in the season. Right, left foot shot underneath the dive of the goalkeeper. And Manchester City 5, Wolves 1 now.
Well, we know he scores goals. He's a very good footballer, actually. He joins in the play, links up well. Obviously, he's not going to get the amount of goals Haaland gets. He's a very unselfish player, but that's a very good finish, by the way, with his left foot. City high press. Rodri just rolls it into one touch left foot finish. Very calm. Strokes it into the bottom corner. Lovely ball by Rodri. Great first touch by Alvarez, and great finish. And now that's why I tell Haaland that's why they took him off.
I wouldn't be surprised if Pep Guardiola might have turned round to Haaland. In fact, he did celebrate both fists in the air, punching the air, and he would have been within his right. I'm sure he wouldn't, because he'd know the television cameras would pick him up. But just to raise an eyebrow to Haaland, there you are, one of your teammates. You've come off, one of your teammates. That being the operative word, has come onto the field and scored a goal and got to 18 goals himself this season. which
good return,
that's now beating his total of last season, Alvarez. So 17 last season, all competitions, 18 this season, and that's not bad when really he's the backup to Erling Haaland.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Very good player.
He comes and links the play, works ever so hard as a player as well.
Yes, Julian Alvarez, he is a good team man.
Yeah.
Because when Guardiola calls on him, he very often delivers and has a brilliant collection of winners' medals now as well, having started the World Cup final when Argentina won it, part of the treble-winning team last season. Obviously won the FIFA Club World Cup with Manchester City earlier this season and scored a couple of goals in that final. And he's also got a Copa Libertadores winners' medal. So that is I would think that's almost a unique collection of winners' medals that Alvarez has. So now we will see Tawanda Chirewa come on, and he's going to replace Hwang, the Wolves goal scorer. So on he comes, the number 62, tall and thin, and he is taking a position over there on the left-hand side for Wolves. Can play on the right, but he's been brought on.
I don't think it matters where he plays.
Exactly. Yeah, 5-1, and I don't know how much added time we're going to have in this game, but Craig Pawson could effectively blow the whistle as soon as we get to the 90. This is not, it's a foregone conclusion. There has, however, been late drama inside Croke Park. Chris Jones, what's happening there?
Unbelievable stuff here, John. Leinster 20, Northampton 17. The Saints are taking this down to the wire. Seabrook scoring in the corner. Brilliant kick, Finn Smith. 4 minutes to go. 3 points in at Leinster 20, Northampton 17.
So that is where you might want to go right now. Sports Extra with the commentary, Chris and Paul Grayson together for that. 6:06 will be on the way in the next probably 10 minutes, certainly in the next 10 minutes or so. While you were listening to Chris, Doku had a run at goal and a shot that was saved.
Great run. Picked it up on the halfway line, didn't he? Just ran with his pace, went past 3 red shirts. Finish wasn't the best, didn't get a lot of power behind it.
Here is Doku again on the right-hand side, gets the ball in low, but straight into the path of Kilman, who's able to pass it away for Wolves to Chirewa, who's just come onto the field. Wolves can't get it out of their defensive third. Kilman is in danger of being dispossessed by Alvarez, and has actually, with a pass, he's asked an awful lot of Semedo. There was no chance he was going to keep that in, so it's a throw into Manchester City on the left-hand side. Manchester City dominant again. This is going to be 6 Premier League wins in a row, and as we know, 3 more after this, they will be champions. They're going to close to within a point of Arsenal, but of course, Arsenal have played 1 more match as Mateus Nunes just collides with Santiago Bueno, but it's behind for a goal.
If you look at the running, John, they've got, it's not a team where you look at and actually think, you know, they're going to cause them a lot of problems. Fulham, we know, are playing the season out now, not having a great run. Tottenham, very hit and miss. And West Ham coming here, dangerous, we know that, but you just can't see them stopping Manchester City scoring.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 Premier League matches unbeaten. It's going to be 29 home Premier League matches without defeat as Sarr waits to take this goal kick. And again, Manchester City have done it again in the second half of the season under Pep Guardiola when they are so dominant. Coming into today, it was a 78% success rate that Manchester City have in their Premier League matches between January and May under Guardiola. 4 minutes of added time, just the last knockings of this match. Lines open to talk to Chris and Robbie on 606 08 085 909 693. We're bringing the live interviews as well from the tunnel here. It's bound to be a very pleased Pep Guardiola that we'll hear from with Gary Flintoff during the course of 606.
Will it?
That is actually as good a point as you've made today, Chris. You never quite know the mood that Pep Guardiola is going to be in as Alvarez brings it forward. So we're into those 4 minutes of added time now. Guardiola with the ball at the back. Here's Grealish, just runs his foot over the ball and then evades the challenge that comes in from Sarabia and takes it back into his own half. Gary O'Neill as well. On here, his view. Kovacic as well. Evades João Gomez. Is able to find a pass to Doku. Doku pulls it back. Oh, and Mateus Nunes miscontrolled it 8 yards out.
He's got to hit it the first time, hit it. He's 7 yards out. It's on his right foot, just hit it.
What a chance to score his first goal for Manchester City against Old Trafford.
Yes.
Haaland.
Yes. So Erling Haaland.
He's shouting at Pep Guardiola now. Did you hear that?
Must mention as well, I promised to give him a mention, having been on Beat the Commentator this morning and actually beating 10-year-old Arthur. He said, how about giving a mention? He's on tour with his rugby club, so Sidcup Rugby Club under 10s are on tour. So they've probably finished their matches and he's probably playing Chase the Ace with his teammates right now. But I said I'd give him a mention, so I hope that's made up for his embarrassing defeat this morning. 5-1, Manchester City lead, and the ball is out of play for a throw-in to City that Gvardiol is going to take. Erling Haaland is now in discussions with Nathan Ake. He's still not happy, is he?
No, he's not happy.
Greedy, or just what a centre forward should be?
Yeah, I think he's had time off, he's missed games, and he could probably see another 2 goals or 3 goals. That's why, you know.
Here's Doku now with a run in from the right-hand side. Chirewa went with him, just about did enough. Doku might get another chance here, just outside the penalty area, gives it out to the right-hand side. Mateus Nunez is there, back to Doku inside the penalty area. Little flick from him, flicks and tricks now. Mateus Nunez and Doku together. Walker. Lots and lots of gaps now in the Wolverhampton Wanderers end. They might be listening to us in their cars on the way back home. They've been well beaten today. Wolves, who have 2 more matches to play. Home to Palace, their last match at Molineux this season, and then that Klopp finale at Anfield on the final Sunday. And actually many Manchester City supporters as well have left their seats now and have gone off to enjoy their Saturday nights. They'll be celebrating, they'll be toasting Erling Haaland. I'm sure many of them, those who aren't regulars, will maybe have not seen one of these days when Haaland has hit form in the way that he did, and admittedly 2 penalties, but a classic header and a classic left foot finish. Here's Doku on the right hand side. 08085 909 693 to call 606. Doku with the cross in towards the near post. Totti Gomez goes down and heads it behind, and we'll have one final Manchester City corner.
Yeah, listen, it's been a very easy game for Manchester City today. You know, he's been allowed to bring the subs on and do what he wanted. They've been total control from the kick-off. Wolves have just turned up, but that's it, turned up.
That Villa defeat for Arsenal, so costly, isn't it, with the run that Manchester City have had. As I say, about to make it 6 Premier League wins in a row. Corner taken short by City on the far side. 20 seconds to play. It looks as though 5-1 is going to be the final score. But Kovacic to Grealish, perhaps one more attack, one final attack. Grealish drifting infield and curling a pass to Doku on the right-hand side. Gets it under control, doesn't cross, takes on Aït-Nouri into the penalty area, beats him, low ball to the near post, and the goalkeeper with his legs has blocked it around the near post, but there'll be no corner. That's the end of the match. Comprehensive win for Manchester City, knowing that they need to win all of their matches to make sure of retaining the title. This was an absolute walk in the spring sunshine, as it is now in the evening here at the Etihad Stadium. 5-1, Haaland scored 4, Alvarez the other, and Hwang got one back for Wolves.
Yeah, it was just one-way traffic, wasn't it? Let's be perfectly honest. Wolves had turned up, and that was it. And Manchester City have just totally dominated this football match from the first minute to the last. And they had 10 minutes. Wolves had 10 minutes probably where they came in the game, but apart from that, absolutely easy win for Manchester City.
Another final word from Chris in a moment, but is it over in Dublin with you, Chris Jones, in the semi-final there?
It is. What a finish, what a game. Leinster have done it. They're through to the Champions Cup final for a 3rd straight year. They've beaten Northampton by 20 points to 17. Dominant for so much of the game. Dominant on the scoreboard. It looked like Leinster were going to kill the game off any moment. But what heart, resilience and skill from Northampton to score that try and take it right down to the wire. Then they pressed and pressed. But Leinster came up with a turnover to win the game and send them to Tottenham to be the winner of Toulouse and Harlequins, who meet tomorrow in France. Leinster through, but what a performance in defeat by Northampton. Leinster 20, Northampton 17.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Paul Grayson and Chris Jones, once they wrap things up there, they'll be heading to France in the morning
to bring you commentary on Toulouse against Harlequins, which kicks off at 3 o'clock tomorrow. So Leinster against either Toulouse or Harlequins in the final. That's on Sports Extra. As the players leave the field here, the Manchester City players waving to all sides of the Etihad Stadium, and the Wolves players as well, going to their fans, who those of the Wolves travelling support who are still inside the ground. But we will have commentary on all 3 Premier League matches tomorrow, a packed 5 Live Sport tomorrow afternoon, all of the top sport. But the Premier League commentaries, Chelsea West Ham, you can listen to via the website from 2 o'clock at Brighton Aston Villa, from 4:30 Liverpool against Tottenham. And I might just mention as well, in the morning, in Con Murray's programme after weekend breakfast, Sean Dyche, the Everton manager, will be among Colin's guests between 10 and 12 o'clock. But a final word from Chris Waddle. Manchester City very much doing here what they had to do. It's very difficult, isn't it, to see them not winning these 3 final matches?
Well, whatever Arsenal do, Man City better it, and this is the problem. And Arsenal's got to hold the nerve, they've got to keep going, but this Manchester City team, with everybody fit, you see the bench today how strong it is. I just can't see anybody stopping them winning it.
All right, Chris, thank you very much for your company. Next weekend, Manchester City against Fulham on Saturday lunchtime. So City go first next weekend, and then on the Sunday afternoon, Arsenal will be at Manchester United, and you'll be able to hear that match on 5 Live. But that's it from us here in Manchester. Final score, Manchester City 5, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, and 6:06 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton will follow after the 5 Live news with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. They're recounting some votes in the West Midlands mayoral election. The contest between the current Conservative Mayor Andy Street and Labour's Richard Parker is too close to call. Earlier, Labour's Sadiq Khan was re-elected for a 3rd term as London Mayor. He criticised his opponents for, in his words, their non-stop negativity during the campaign. Labour also won mayoral votes in Liverpool City region, Greater Manchester and South and West Yorkshire. In the elections for police and crime commissioners, the only upset was Labour taking Cheshire from the Conservatives. Sussex and Kent are still to declare. You can get all the latest election updates on our live page on the BBC News website and app. In other news, people in East Sussex say they're frustrated about the loss of water to about 30,000 properties after a water main burst. Southern Water says the disruption in St Leonard's and Hastings is due to continue into tomorrow. And talks aimed at reaching a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel in Gaza have resumed. The US has described an Israeli proposal as extremely generous. Hamas is yet to respond.
BBC Radio 5 Live. The home of Formula One.
The checkered flag awaits him. Verstappen wins the Chinese Grand Prix.
Yeah, it felt amazing. To achieve basically what we did this weekend is fantastic.
5 races down. Next up, Formula One heads back to America for the first time this year.
The circuit.
Miami International Autodrome.
Sunday night from 9.
Listen to live coverage of every lap
On 5 Live.
and BBC Sounds.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
It's time for you to have your say about your club, and the title race remains too close to call.
Declan Rice to finish it. Rice finishes it. Tweeted Arsenal in the air. Catch us if you can. That is the message.
Haaland again, left-footed. He does go straight away, and he scores. Manchester City open up a 3-goal lead before half-time over Wolverhampton Wanderers, and Erling Haaland has scored all 3.
Christopher, who will be first past the post? Manchester City will be first past the post, even though I prefer Arsenal to be first past the post. But we just can't see, either of us, Manchester City slipping up. Can anyone? What about next Sunday, Manchester United v Arsenal? I think then Spurs take on City in the midweek. Can you see Manchester United beating anybody at this moment in time? They're certainly not good enough to take anything off Arsenal. Oh, Man City and Arsenal fan, number to call is 08285 909 693. At the bottom of the Premier League, this could have been a defining day.
Isak open goal. Burnley falling apart in the rain at Turf Moor. More Burnley fans getting up and leaving the stadium. They've seen
side, into the penalty area, right foot curls in, he's done it this time! They lead Sheffield United by 3 goals to 1.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
So, Christopher, you were at Burnley today, or did you read the weather report firstly, and was it all doom and gloom?
Well, of course it was doom and gloom if you are a Burnley supporter. Do you know what, Rob? They worked themselves back into a position where they had a little bit of hope, and I think this afternoon that has just absolutely finished them. They have to win the last 2 games, they have to beat Forest in the last game, they have to beat Spurs away. Are there Burnley fans out there who have a bit of hope, but today was a massive disappointment? Their home record, desperate.
Was it cold?
It was chilly. What's happened to the weather forecasters in this country, right? Well, I thought it was going to be warm this week.
Well, did you not look at the weather report?
Yeah, I did, and that's the whole thing, and I wore a jumper and I was freezing.
Oh. Burnley and Nottingham Forest fans, number to call.
Weather forecasters.
085 909 693. I'm Christopher. The big news of the day. It's time to congratulate Ipswich Town.
Yep, well done, Ipswich.
Oh, come on, a bit more than that.
No. Do you know what, Rob? Hats off to Kieran McKenna and his Ipswich team. They have been brilliant all season. To think out of League One, and you think this season will be about consolidation. They've got promoted. The Championship is a relentless, tough league. Let's hear from Ipswich Town fans. Hope you enjoy your night, but I mean, next season, Rob, they'll be straight back down, won't they?
And what about our old club, Birmingham? Where are you, Chris? Obviously, John Eustace, who's kept Blackburn Rovers up, one of our old teams also, and done unbelievably well. When Birmingham brought in Wayne Rooney, John Eustace had Birmingham City in 5th. Where does that decision rank to change managers at that point?
Well, at this moment in time, I mean, that's one of the worst decisions, I think, in recent times in football. And was it Gary Cook who said no fear football? No football at Birmingham City this season. It's a problem. Can you bounce back, Birmingham City? It's a huge club, Rob, and sad to see them go, but what a last day in the Championship at the bottom. Plymouth ended up winning, Blackburn ended up winning. Sheffield Wednesday fans, let's hear from you. Remarkable turnaround this season.
And I was at a game, Chris, this afternoon. Wythenshawe Town playing Bury. Wythenshawe Town winning on penalties. It was one of the worst penalty shootouts I've ever witnessed. I think 6 or 7 were missed, but Wythenshawe Town go up to the Northern First Division. What an achievement from Wythenshawe Town. So congratulations. Not far from here where we are in our studio, Christopher. But Bury will bounce back on it. I'm sure they'll go again next season. Whoever you support, whatever level you watch your football, call us on 08085 909 693. And let's go straight to the calls. And I'm delighted to get an Ipswich fan on. Richard, how are you?
I love that Chris has wrote us off already.
Yeah, he has.
It's great, isn't it? It's great, isn't it?
Off the air, Rich. He just said, listen, they're down.
Richard, do you know?
Wait there, Rich, even better than that. Off air, you're not supposed to say what happens off air, but in the studio, he said they won't score a goal.
that was my hope, Richard. But no, listen, take my hat off to the job which Kieran McKenna has done.
I remember coming on here, Chris, and speaking to you and Robbie. It was November 2021. We just played Barrow at home in the FA Cup, and I was talking about Paul Cook. Literally, I think I got off the phone to you, and he'd been sacked. And then we appointed Kieran in December, and look, I think if you're being realistic, obviously, look, we got out of League One, we were there for 4 years, and it was a real struggle getting out. Hand on heart, I thought we'd have a decent season in the Championship. I never, ever, in my wildest dreams, thought that we would be second. You know, we finished above Leeds. We pushed Leicester close. And look, he's lost 10 games in 2 seasons. I've been following town for 4 years, Chris. I've seen them get promoted twice in that time. But this one today, so I've got 3 young kids, we go all over the country, and it's all them young town fans out there who've had to sit through some utter dross. You know, we had the Keane years, Paul Jewell, Mick McCarthy done a really good job, had his hands tied behind his back, but then it was obviously he went, and then you got Paul Hurst in, didn't go great, Paul Lambert, Paul Cook, but look, you have to credit as well the game changer. They came in, took over the club, appointed. Look, Mark Ashton has done such a good job, you know, as a CEO. I was listening to, I went to Coventry the other night, but I watched the game back on the Wednesday, and they said he'd been, even when he was at Bristol City, he'd been trailing Kieran for 18 months, you know, he'd been tracking him. And look, when he was appointed, there was probably a lot of Ipswich fans didn't really know a lot about Kieran McKenna, you know, and he came in, he's quite a methodical coach, I think, but look, summer football, look, we've got 96 points, we've got 98 points last season, we've got 92 goals, look, we play really open football, and obviously, look, I know what Chris is saying. It's going to be tough in the Premier League. We all know that.
But there are examples, Richard, of teams coming up. So one example who I always think of when, you know, we all think the same thing, how difficult it's going to be. You're saying it, me and Rob think what you're saying is true. But look at Brentford. I think they finished 10 points behind Norwich in the season they went up. Look at the way that they have stabilised. What do you think, Richard, with your knowledge of the club, what do you think will happen in the summer? Because Ipswich are going to have to spend something, but they're not going to go Nottingham Forest.
Are you going to have a go, though? Because listen, we've seen Norwich. Does Norwich have a go?
Yeah,
they go? Have a go.
Norwich never ever go. They're pathetic when they go up and down and they yo-yo. And it's great that now, hopefully they'll miss out in the playoffs. Their parachute money will run out.
You don't mean that, Richard.
Yeah, I do.
Look, Richard, come on, let's not be petty. We're giving Ipswich lots of. You hope that. You hope Norwich go up, surely, for the area.
I think it would be great for East Anglia, Chris. But I'm joking.
It wouldn't.
You know,
you don't want Norwich to
look, going back to teams like Brentford and Brighton, I remember Chris playing them when Brighton didn't have a ground. You know, Tony Bloom has done an absolutely fantastic job. Brentford, Griffin Park, great stadium, but look what they've done. So there's teams out there, the blueprint of what we could do. Look, we're going to have to spend some money, I know that. Mark Ashton, the recruitment they've done so far has been so good. I mean, look, they signed Keith Moore. Look, Amari Hutchinson, guys, I mean, what a loan signing. This was his first loan move to a men's club. I think he's got a year left at Chelsea. I don't know what Chelsea want to do with him, but you have to spend a bit of money. But look, we're not going to go spending 20, 30 million on players yet, because you've just got to find your feet, haven't you, in the Premier League?
Richard, thank you so much for the call. You think they'll score? Do you think they'll stay up? You know.
Look, Richard made the point. I think it's very difficult. But the one thing I would say, if I was an Ipswich Town fan, which would give me hope, is the way that they've competed in the Championship off the back of League One. Their manager, he hasn't spent big, which is pretty remarkable. So I mean, they will have a go, but the likelihood is it's going to be very, very difficult. It's nice to see them coming out of Norwich's shadow after 30 years.
At the top end, Ipswich, all the joy, the success, they lifted a trophy. Are you happy about that?
Yeah, well, I mean that's a bit. It's not for me. It's not for me. Yeah, but you don't. How do you feel if you got a trophy for second place?
Brilliant, you just got up.
What, second place trophy? Really?
No, they've got to lift something for the fans.
I mean, you'd take that. I wouldn't take that. Would you? I mean, let's put it out there. Ipswich fans, did you enjoy the?
Right, so if you would have been a player, you would have lifted the trophy.
No.
You would not have lifted it.
I'd have just.
Just
cheered and thrown my arms up and been pleased, been delighted for.
You would have lifted the trophy for the fans.
Absolutely not.
Wow. So they were on a high, got promoted. On the other, hand, Chris.
It's embarrassing when you're older, when your granddad and your grandkids, ask you, oh, what did you win? Oh, we won the second place trophy. That's me lifting it. But you came second, granddad? Yeah, good point.
You're just an horrible man, aren't you? You are an horrible man. Listen, we'll go to Steve after. Michael, you're a Birmingham City
fan. Obviously, you know, we won today against Norwich, but you know, got relegated to League One. I can't remember the last time Birmingham played in the third tier, but it's going to happen next season. Listen, I was disappointed for Birmingham. What's your feelings, Michael?
Last time we played in Division 1 was 1955, Robbie. Yeah?
Wow.
I want to know, we were 6th in the league, they sacked him, brought in Wayne and Ashley, they took us to relegation and walked away. I mean, what's it all about, you know?
What do you mean by that? They took you to relegation and walked away. What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that, Chris? Listen, have a look at the stats. The lad who was in there before, I can't pronounce his name, right? He was playing great football. He had a team. He had them playing in his own style.
John, you're talking about John Eustace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Why they sacked him, I will never know, right? And then they bring in Wayne Rooney, who, alright, he done a bit of Derby, but that's whatever. And actually, goal. He never won a game. He never won a game. We beat Coventry 3-0 with Mowbray, who go on to should have beat Man U because of a rock done the offside, but forget that. We beat Norwich today, but we can't score at Rotherham, the only championship team not to score against Rotherham.
Yeah, but you blame Wayne Rooney, and I understand. It was. You're making a point which I agree with. That it was that decision-making process. That's where you have hope of actual promotion. But Rooney was supposed to come in and this I think the mantra was from Gary Cook, no fear football, and that didn't materialise, did it?
Yes. That'd be like giving me the job at Man City right now. Get rid of Pep, put me in there.
That's not quite.
I mean, come on. No, sorry, I'm being facetious, but listen, bro. Robbie played for Birmingham. He played for a lot of Midland clubs. And he knows how big we are.
Yeah, listen, Michael.
It's such a game. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I know what it means to those fans. Yeah. Chris does as well, Michael, that the passion, the energy, and you know when you make that decision, I know we laughed and joked about that, but I sacked the manager in the top of the league, and I have to get that right. I know what and I did, because inevitably we won the league by 15 points. Would we won the league with Wits in charge? We might have, Chris, but I just thought, when you make a decision of that magnitude, you have to get it right, Chris. And now, you know, who's to blame for Birmingham's relegation? Is it Wayne Rooney? Is it a collective? Who's to blame from the point of, as Michael says, and you can hear the passion in his voice, we were 5th or 6th. Who's to blame for? I know you'll say it's players, it's a collective, but ultimately who's to blame? No, it's the decision-making process. You know, Gary Cook came in and was, extremely bullish. But Michael, so what? Well, I suppose we'll put this question out to Birmingham City fans. What needs to happen next? Yeah, that's the question.
Do you know what really frightens me? Going into that division.
Yeah, go on.
Do you want the truth?
Yeah, go on, Michael.
We had a development of $3 billion to build a new ground. Do you think they're going to come in with that now we're in the first division?
I mean, that's a good point. What do you want to see happen with the manager? Do you think Gary Rowett should stay on? Do you think there should be a change? Does there need to be an overhaul of the squad?
Can I make a point? When Gary Rowett was there 2 years, he had us playing brilliant, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Why?
I don't know. Why? You tell me.
Come back to try and save us. It's mental. The whole club is mental. I've been a Blues for 50 years, and we won the league, Premier League against Arsenal, and then we got relegated in the same season and never come back.
Michael, thank you so much for the call. That is now, you look at the decision to part company with John Eustace, Chris, who's now kept going to Leicester, Blackburn winning. You know,
yeah.
I'm a big fan of John Eustace. You know, I played with him. Great guy, and he's proven what he can do. So if you're John Eustace tonight, what are you thinking? Are you thinking, told you so?
There was a time in the day when Birmingham took the lead against Norwich, and I think Plymouth were winning comfortably, Sheffield Wednesday were winning comfortably, and then there was that period where Blackburn were really thinking, blimey, you know, Blackburn could go. But John Eustace, I mean, he hasn't had it all his own way at Blackburn. I mean, Blackburn were the team to go. It looked like if it wasn't Birmingham, but let's hear from Blackburn Rovers fans. Was it the right decision earlier this season to sack John Dahl Thompson? I'm not so sure it was. They sold Adam Wharton to Crystal Palace, didn't they? And I mean, there's a lot of clubs who will, be looking at their teams this season, their performances in the Championship, and want the teams to be much better next season. Blackburn being one of them.
08285 99693. Steve, Arsenal fan.
Hello, how's it going?
All right, Steve. Did you go today, Steve?
How are you? Sorry, what?
Did you go today?
I did. I was at the Emirates today. It was a lovely sunny day in North London, and we won, which was very beautiful. However, I do fear that we're possibly in a position where Liverpool were a couple of years ago, where I hate to say it, but I don't see City dropping any points, so we might lose the title by a point, which would be extremely disappointing. You know what I mean?
Will you celebrate that, though?
No, Chris, I wouldn't celebrate that.
Well, Ipswich did today. Just they celebrated second place today. They got promoted, though.
Yeah, well,
with a trophy.
I also live in Suffolk, right? So, Chris, my friend, I do recall there was one time a few years ago when I was standing in my kitchen in the beautiful part of South Suffolk, right, cooking dinner for my kids, and you said, Ipswich fans, be careful what you wish for when Mick McCarthy was sacked. Well, I'll tell you what, mate. My friends and relatives are Ipswich fans. They wish for Kieran McKenna, right? And we got Kieran McKenna. And I hate to say it, but Norwich, you're rubbish, and you always will be.
Wait, Steve, hang on. Chris, did you say to the Ipswich fans, careful what you wish for? Wow.
Steve, I think
he did.
Oh, wow.
Steve,
did he? Wow.
Maybe not in respect of Kieran McKenna. Listen, Mick McCarthy did a good job. Mick McCarthy did a good job, Steve.
What?
At Ipswich.
Go on,
He
Steve.
did not do a bad job, but I'm sure that Chris, as a Norwich boy, you'll be happy to see Ipswich wallowing around in some kind of mid-table nowhere situation, right? Well, unfortunately, I seem to recall that Ipswich now seem to be second and promoted. I'm not quite sure where Norwich are. Where are they, my friend?
Norwich are in the playoffs. I mean, don't get
careful what you wish for.
Don't get above your station, Steve.
No,
I mean, just imagine if Norwich come up, and then that derby game next year, where I don't think Ipswich have beaten Norwich since the 1700s in
well, no, but that was probably slightly later than the last time Norwich won any kind of trophy. So I do recall this winning the FA Cup and the UEFA League.
Steve, you should be celebrating. Steve, you should be celebrating Ipswich coming up. We don't want to get such a petty.
Ultimately speaking, right, as a gooner, hang on a minute.
Who do you support?
Arsenal, mate.
But you've just been banging on about Ipswich. She lives there.
Well, I live in Suffolk.
Yeah, but you sound like a big Ipswich fan. So are you Arsenal or Ipswich?
No.
Do you have a half and half staff?
I'm a gooner.
You're a gooner.
To be perfectly frank, I was brought up at Ipswich about 17 and then moved away down to London, right? So in reality, I've got half a foot in each camp. So, I mean, to be perfectly frank...
you've got a foot in each camp. You wouldn't have half a foot in each camp.
What?
You wouldn't have half a foot in each camp, but there's a foot in each camp.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. My feet are slightly confused.
Right. but Steve, listen, I agree with you. Listen, at that moment when Chris said, Ipswich fans, you're in your kitchen, you're cooking dinner, be careful what you wish for. Wow, look what happens now, Steve, eh? Wow.
They wish for Kieran McKenna, my son. Even though they didn't know they were wishing for him, then here you go. So, I mean, it's a small world. I love you all.
Yeah.
And
well done,
as long as next season Arsenal win the league, I'll be slightly happy.
Steve, you've got a long memory. Fair play.
There you go. Thank you so much, Steve. Right there, it's the playoffs. Oxford are taking on Peterborough. And let's go for an update with Andy Stevenson.
Yes, thanks, Robbie. It's goalless after 8 minutes. Oxford, who finished 5th against 4th place Peterborough. Oxford haven't played in the second tier since 1999. Peterborough desperate to avoid the agony of last season's playoff semi-final defeat to Sheffield Wednesday, when they famously won the first leg 4-0. Bolton or Barnsley await in the final. It's been a bright start by Oxford. Ruben Rodriguez should have done better with a shot from just outside the area. Went straight at Peterborough keeper Jed Steer. Oxford 0, Peterborough 0.
Thanks so much, Andy. Why would you say that? Like, careful what you wish for, Ipswich fans.
Well, that was because at that particular time there was a lot of Ipswich fans attacking Mick McCarthy. That was a long time ago. I have a lot of respect for Mick McCarthy.
So do I.
And his career in management. I don't think he was doing as badly as what some of them were making out. New owners have gone in at Ipswich, and I've said all day, Rob, you know, I know my allegiance is towards Norwich, but really respect the job that Kieran McKenna and the players have done at Ipswich. Well done, Ipswich.
Andrew, Sheffield Wednesday fan.
Chris and Robbie.
Oh, just got to stop you there, Andrew, because we've got to go to Gary Flintoff, who's speaking with the Man City manager, Pep Guardiola.
Thank you, Robbie, and Pep, as always, thank you for your time. What did you make of your side's performance today and the way they put down the marker early in the game?
Yeah, good result. Everything helped us a lot to win the game, to the penalties and the finishing. And yeah, really pleased for the victory. Really pleased.
Yeah, the big man has just wandered past you in the background there. Just 4 goals for him today. Do you sometimes get a sense from him going into a match that he's got that absolute hunger to score 2, 3, even 4 in the match?
Well, you know Erling had a problem this season with the injury, and when come back sometimes it's a tough season for last season for him. You know, I would say it was not easy because Phil is injured in 2 days. Is ready. Rico and Jeremy. He needs a little more time, but always have to try and be there. He's a lovely guy, and he's an incredible threat for the opponents, and really confident for us.
I know you were talking when you took him off. Was that just that he wanted to stay on and score more goals?
It's not about that.
Can I ask what it was about?
No, sometimes the long balls, he already won the position, you know, the defender, when they pull him, it's never fall. It's really frustrating, it's never his fault, and I can understand this, it's relaxed, and, you know, sometimes the ball is uncertain, it's level on the shoulders, I can understand, and we can understand, but win the position, they pull it, and they try to make him really uncomfortable. Imagine the situation, he was central defender, they do what the opponents do to him, is always 10 to 10 his fault, it's 10 to 10. You know, long ball, central defender, the guy, he pull him like he's been pulled, it's fault. Sometimes it's average, so it's not much, and that's why sometimes it's a little bit frustrated, but don't worry, he was not grumpy with me, don't worry.
Well, that's good. In terms of the goal that you conceded, you looked a bit grumpy at that point. Can I ask, was it just the conceding of the goal, or do you think goal difference may come into play?
No. So, I don't like concede a goal. When the opponent make an incredible action, okay, applause, and this football happen, but we give him away.
Thank you. Thanks for your time, Pep. Well done today.
Thanks so much, Gary. Andrew, back to you. But before Andrew, just a quick one. Man City fans, that was your manager after another win. 08285 909 693 is the number.
Just on that, we had that City fan who calls in regularly, Jed, who was attacking Erling Haaland, basically saying they didn't need Erling Haaland since he said he scored. Yeah, Haaland scored about 18 goals. Where are you, Jed?
There you go. Where are you, Jed? Andrew, Sheffield Wednesday fan. How are you, Andrew?
Well, elated, aren't I? And you know you're going to get the call back, Robbie, as does Chris, because we had our little conversations 5 months ago. As you know, Robbie, I've met you face to face at Wimbledon Greyhound Stadium before. And we were discussing Sheffield Wednesday then, after the nightmare start we had the season when Cisco was the manager. And of course, Danny Roll came in to try and change things for us. And at that time, we were 12 points behind fourth bottom team, Huddersfield Town, and you were both adamant saying we were relegated. And I told you both, you're both in for a big surprise. We are not down yet, we will stay up. And I am vindicated. And you knew that I'd come back and see you. I was very upset last week that Chris did not give any sort of credence to a fellow Wednesday fan called Scott that phoned up and was saying that Chris should be eating humble pie for saying that. By then saying to him, but even you didn't think they would stay up, did you? And then he said, not sure. And then you called him Pinocchio, Chris. That is not on. You're certainly not going to be calling me Pinocchio.
Well, you weren't. No,
I think I remember the call. I remember the call vaguely. I don't think you were this bullish. It's easy to be wise after
We did say this now. Andrew did say it. Andrew did say this now.
After the event.
Come on,
Andrew.
Robbie, you know me.
Yeah,
You met me.
I do.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Can you remember when you met? Rob?
Yeah, the ground in Wimbledon.
And where
Exactly.
were you standing?
By the trap.
Exactly.
By the dogs. But, yeah, Andrew is that bullish, but listen, he was bullish, he told you. Listen, just apologise to Andrew.
Thank
you, Robbie.
Yeah.
Did you pick any winners that night as well? You probably did, Andrew, knowing you.
That's irrelevant now, but let's face it, let's give credit to Danny Roll. He is the Jurgen Klopp of the Championship for us, and I hope we hang on to him, because he's the guy who's going to take us back to where we should be, back in the Premier League. It's been the whole of this century's been a write-off for Sheffield Wednesday. We belong up in that top league. Next season, we're going to have 5 or 6 quality clubs like us. Sheffield United, of course, come down. Leeds, I hope, will stay down.
Do you think you'll finish above Sheffield United next season?
Well, we're going to 2 points head start to begin with, don't forget. They've dropped a couple of points. If we get the right players in, of course, we have every chance of being up there challenging. Why not?
But if Danny Rowell sort of has real ambition, I mean, will he want to move on? Will he have his head turned? Would he want to stay at Sheffield Wednesday? Well, he's done an incredible job.
What are you saying? The manager now leave?
Well, the fact he's done such a magnificent job, there will no doubt there'll be suitors out there who would be looking at Danny Rowell and thinking, blimey, I want a piece of Danny, and he may think, well, do you know what? I may keep Sheffield Wednesday up again next season, but if XYZ wants me, Norwich City.
What? Norwich aren't bigger than Wednesday. Come off it. Wednesday are bigger than Norwich.
Let's not
what
get.
Are you on
let's not get.
What are you on here?
Come on.
What did Norwich ever win? What did Norwich ever win?
They won the footballing beauty trophy. Wonderful brand of football, which is really. But they won the Milk Cup 1985. There's one for you.
Actually, talking of Norwich, a guy who used to play for Norwich, that you might remember, called Martin O'Neill, and also Tony Woodcock, of course, ex-Forest, and Kerry Dixon, are all present next Friday night, at a show called Drugs, Mugs and Thugs at the Hampton Hill Theatre. We're opening that show with some poetry.
Oh, right. You're opening up with poetry.
Yeah, I'm the published poet. I've got various poems out there.
Can you do a poem about Chris?
No, I'm going to do one about Danny Roll for sure, but keeping us up this season. Look me up on the Amazon website. 100 poems to make you TLC. Think, laugh, and cry.
Andrew, I'll tell you what, Andrew, because you were so right. Why didn't you write a poem about yourself if you already haven't done so?
Andrew? I did actually. I wrote one called Reaching 60. Reaching 60. That's in the first book.
Okay. What's that about?
Sorry?
What's that about?
Well, it's about my history, about my life history, about what I achieved in my life.
Andrew, thank you. Listen, well done, Andrew. I'd like to make a call about you. And Chris Sutton, he scored loads of goals with his toes, but even more with his big nose. 08085 909 693. That was pathetic. Time for the news on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Robbie. Good evening. Some votes are being recounted in the West Midlands election for mayor, with the contest between the Conservatives and Labour very close. Andy Street is the current Tory mayor, but is being pushed all the way by Richard Parker for Labour. One more area, Sandwell, is left to declare. Henry Hill is from the Conservative Home website and says losing in the West Midlands would be a huge blow to Rishi Sunak.
Andy Street was really his best hope for a real bright spot. The victory of Ben Houchin in Tees Valley was definitely impressive when you think about the Conservative Party's history in that part of England was largely priced in, I think. Andy Street holding on would have been a fillip for the Prime Minister. And if he does go, then that will mean that this is just no one will be able to deny it. This is an unremittingly terrible set of results for the Conservative Party.
Well, Labour's Sadiq Khan has been elected for a third time as Mayor of London with more than 1 million votes, 275,000 more than his Conservative rival Susan Hall. Earlier speculation was the results could be tight, but our political correspondent Leila Nathu says that was never the case.
It was very clear that Sadiq Khan was looking in a pretty good place because he had already proved in the first 2 boroughs, including the one that took him some of outer London, that he was capable of attracting more votes to the Labour Party than he did last time. So as the day went on and more constituencies declared, it was pretty obvious that Sadiq Khan had actually increased his support and won a very comfortable victory. I mean, it would have been a huge upset, I think, if Susan Hall had got anywhere near close.
Labour also won mayoral votes in Greater Manchester, Liverpool City region, South Yorkshire and West Yorkshire. All the latest updates are on the BBC News live page, on the website or app. Elsewhere, people in East Sussex have been left without water because of a burst main. Are being told the problem will extend into tomorrow. It's affecting about 30,000 properties in St Leonard's and Hastings. Hamas officials are taking part in talks with Egyptian and Qatari mediators in Cairo about a potential ceasefire in Gaza and the release of Israeli hostages. Hamas, which is considered a terrorist organisation by many Western governments, is looking at the proposals with full seriousness, according to one of its senior advisors. And just to let you know in the last few minutes that Labour sources have told the BBC that they have won the West Midlands mayoral election. Not confirmed by officials yet, but that's what Labour sources telling us, that they have won the West Midlands mayoral election. Let's get sport now with Ed Harry.
Erling Haaland scored 4 as Manchester City beat Wolves 5-1 at Etihad to move back to a point of Premier League leaders Arsenal. Arsenal, who played a game more, won 3-0 at Bournemouth earlier. Burnley are 5 points from safety with 2 games to go after their 4-1 loss at home to Newcastle, and Nottingham Forest 3-1 win at Sheffield United. Ipswich Town will be playing Premier League football next season after securing automatic promotion behind Leicester on the final day of the Championship. Ipswich were 2-0 winners at home to Huddersfield, who were relegated along with Rotherham and Birmingham. Livingston have been relegated from the Scottish Premiership after their 4-1 defeat at Motherwell. Leaders Celtic were 3-0 home to Hearts. In snooker, Jack Jones leads Stuart Bingham by 13 frames to 11 in their World Championship semi-final. Kieran Wilson awaits the winner. And Leinster beat Northampton Saints by 20 points to 17 in the semi-final of Rugby's Champions Cup.
I've been up and down the country. Michael Spicer is back in Michael Spicer No Room. And experiencing the best of Britain. No, you're not. Oh, I've not been up and down the country? You're making a very funny sketch show on BBC Sounds for people who enjoyed your Room Next Door sketches. You barely go out. I mean, we're recording this in my kitchen. Why does everyone on the BBC get to go up and down the country and I don't? You could go up and down your stairs.
Michael Spicer, No Room.
I've been up and down my stairs.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debates. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
There you go, here it is. 22 years of hurt exercised in one big swoop. Ipswich Town are Premier League once again.
The cards were stacked against us both. I will always love you for what it's worth. Never been like being on the overpass.
Welcome back to 606. You know what this is? Who's that? You know what this is, don't you? You remix? Ed Sheeran. Is it? Yeah. Alright. Brilliant. Yeah, he's a good singer. Yeah. Brilliant. Ed Sheeran, what day for Ipswich? Yep. He's big Ipswich fan from Framlingham. He is. Lovely little town. Right. Lovely. Right. Well done, Ed. Write us on about it. Yeah. And then write about when you're coming down next season. Oh, wow. 08005 909 693. Nottingham Forest fans, Burnley fans, Plymouth fans, Birmingham fans. Anybody else? Well, I'll tell you what about Celtic? That was a... Correct me if I'm wrong, Hearts have beat Celtic twice this year. Celtic beating Hearts today, 3-0. Good win, that. Yeah, good win and reliably informed. One of Celtic's best performances of the season. Hitting form when it actually counts. And they've got Rangers next week. Rangers, a bit of pressure on them tomorrow now. Brendan Rodgers, I think, talked about scoreboard pressure and them playing first with 6 points clear. Celtic fans, do you think the job is done? Rangers fans, do you think there's more to come? Do you think you can nick it? 08285 is the playoff semi-final first leg. Oxford take on Peterborough. Andy Stevenson's there.
After 22 minutes, Oxford have only won one of their 8 games recently against Peterborough, but that was here a month ago. It was a 5-0 victory. Just a few moments ago, Efron Mason Clark just had a shot from a tight angle save by Jamie Cumming in the Oxford goal. Bolton or Barnsley awaits in the final. It's Oxford 0, Peterborough 0.
Thanks so much, Andy. Plymouth stayed up. Christopher, what a win it was. I think it was Joe Edwards with a fantastic header which secured safety. Richard, were you there?
Hello guys, remember me? I'm back. 12 months ago the Greens were going up and today we're staying up, baby.
Yeah, how good, Richard, how good does that feel? Because you were one of the teams, we spoke about it earlier, under severe pressure going into today's final round of games, weren't you?
Absolutely we were, but once again Captain Miraculous Joe Edwards, as Robbie just said there, comes up with the goods, delivers that crucial goal and away we go again. Fantastic, can't believe it, and it feels better. You know what, it probably feels even better than going up as champions. We are there with all the big boys. Look at it today, Hull City, a player that cost 27 million. Terry, we've never seen 27 pasties, let alone 27 million. And there we were.
And will you be celebrating with a pasty or two tonight?
Oh, I already had one on the way down to the ground this afternoon, Chris, but don't you worry, a bottle of bubbly's in the fridge about to be opened. The Greens are back, baby, and we're staying.
And just tell it to you, had a managerial change throughout the season. Ian Foster coming in later. So, I mean, how difficult was that? And was it nervy for the Plymouth faithful?
Absolutely, Chris. We had the guts ripped out of us in the middle of the season. Imagine it. Manager leaves, takes half his staff with it. Best player leaves, there's ads. New manager comes in, he was rubbish and it wasn't up to the standards, so we had to bin him off as well. What a season it's been, ups, downs, roller coasters, but as I said to you last year, 21st place was the target and we've got it. It's mission accomplished and we'll be back for some more. Giving the big boys a bloody nose next season, Chris. You just watch us.
And because you were so right, Richard, when you called a year ago, you're a bit of a Mystic Meg type character. Give us your prediction for next season, and then call back at the end of next season.
Well, it's quite simple, Chris. I'll take 20th place next season. We know what we are, who we are. We don't have the money. But you know what? In this age of billions of pounds and moaning about TV schedules and whatnot, we are a community club that's together. We work hard, and if you have that, you can achieve miraculous things. Forget the money. We're an example of old-fashioned football. What can be done with hard work, togetherness, determination? And a few clubs could learn a thing or two from us.
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Rob?
Yeah, brilliant.
Not about the money, is it?
Richard, thank you so much for the call.
That's a good point, isn't it? I mean, you're at a non-league club who have an enormous budget, and Richard's making the point. It's not all about the money, but it's for you.
Money helps. Money gives you choices. Choices of being better players. But we're the same.
But it's a better story when you see clubs like Plymouth, who don't have great resources. They get that enjoyment, the fans like Richard, out of just graft and resilience and hard work rather than just try and buy success all the time.
0875 909, isn't it? That's what's wrong with people like you, because if you've got money, so we've got the player final Monday. Yeah, that's what you're alluding to. We play Marine. Marine's fantastic.
All the money you've spent is.
Listen, that's not
the managers you've been through. You're only in the playoffs.
Marine,
that's a disappointing.
Marine are a fantastic football club with great people. Our budget's probably bigger than theirs. But let's not forget they did play Spurs in FA Cup and made fortunes. I pulled Marine out of the hat in that year. So again,
you are essentially you're taking credit for Marine and the way that their club is growing.
They're brilliant.
Because of a lucky dip.
Great people, good support. It's going to be 5,500 there. But both teams, Chris, the communities have done unbelievably well. The players, they work hard. It's the same, but the only difference is with Mac, because of our fan base, because of the investment, money gives you choices. And if you have the money and you get the right recruitment, you've got more of a chance. It's
a better chance if you stop sacking managers and paying them off.
Says the British record transfer when Blackburn won the league. Mike, how are you?
This is not a pound a minute, guys. Come on.
How are you, Mike?
That's right, Michael.
Come on. Right.
Who's your team, Michael?
Arsenal, mate. I listened to you two arguing about pasties. It's funny.
Yeah. What's your favourite pasty, Michael?
I don't know, just standard ones, Ginsters. Get old school.
Other pasties are available, Michael.
So tell us about Arsenal. Did you get a bit fortunate today with like Havertz diving?
No, not really. I think, I was listening to it on the radio. I didn't watch it on the TV, but I think it's very slight contact with the goalkeeper. But the goalkeeper did come out in
No,
the goalkeeper came out in an aggressive way. But like a few other teams have had the same decisions made this season, and it could have been. It wasn't biased because we got a penalty at home, but it could have been not given. I mean, VAR could have overturned it, and it could have been not given. So.
I think he got away with one there. Havertz knew what he was doing. Havertz has had a brilliant season.
I mean, on chances, this is not me being too cocky, but on chances, what I heard, the first half, Arsenal could have been about 9-0 up. But that's not being cocky, just on the chances. But, you know, Bournemouth held their own and they defended well, because they're not really playing for anything as a team, are they?
Do you think you've got Manchester United next week? Do you think that it's going to be one of those where surely Manchester United fans don't want Manchester City to win it? Do you think that they'll ease off a bit against the Gunners?
Well, no, I think Arsenal will win now. I think they will, because I don't think it's the same. It's not the same Arsenal team that lost, say, like a few years ago, like 8-2. I mean, Man United have got Rashford, who is a good player. They've got maybe, this is only my opinion, right? Like 3 or 4 good players, but take them out of the Man United team. They're not a great team.
It's
not the theatre of dreams. No. It's the theatre of like disappointment a lot of the time.
Nightmares.
Nightmares. A bit like Norwich, Chris.
Yeah. Well, there's still hope at Norwich in the playoffs.
No, I like Norwich. Yeah, I don't know much. I like Didier Smith. Lovely. Cooks a lovely omelette. She's good.
When have you ever tasted one of Dina's omelettes?
No.
Well, how do you know that she cooks a lovely omelette?
Well, she should probably come round to your gap and do one for you a couple of times a week.
Yeah,
so
she can do it.
Yeah, that's got stuff.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You better invite Robbie though, because you're very rude to Robbie a lot of the time. I mean, you stand up for Robbie. I think you give him a lot of stick.
Well, money bags, Rob, and Macclesfield.
Oh, no.
So here's one. No, Rob was an excellent player. Here's one for you then. Is this Arsenal season though, in terms of? But so then, if you don't win it, will you feel, or will there be Arsenal fans out there who feel it's a big? Mike, I've just got to stop you there. We'll come back to you, Mike, because the Wolves manager Gary O'Neill is now with Gary.
Thank you, Robert. Gary, as always, thank you for your time. Clearly coming here is always difficult, but just your thoughts on the first penalty award, which sort of set things in motion today.
Yeah, it's funny because all of you guys asking me questions today have wanted to start with that. I am happy to comment on that, but I think it's important firstly that if I'm going to speak about officials and decisions, that we speak about us first. So I thought the lads gave everything. They were work ethic, determination, discipline, gave everything, and they made some crazy mistakes. Some crazy mistakes that mean that we didn't really have a chance here today if you're going to concede goals and concede possession sort of the way we did. Manchester City are tough enough to stop when you're just trying to stop them, but when you're helping them with a couple of errors, they were unbelievably clinical once we made the errors, obviously. But that's the real reason that we struggled here today. We needed to be perfect and we weren't. And when I speak about individual errors, it's never an individual's responsibility either. There's always something on my part that can lead to that mistake. So why have they made the mistake? What's happened in it? So we take those as a collective. Then if we go through the decisions, I thought the second one was a penalty. Surprised at how they reached it, because I thought on-field should have probably spotted it. Once he hasn't spotted it, I don't think it's clear and obvious. I think Nelson's contact with Haaland is slight, does affect him, but slight. So really surprised that it was overturned. But they reached the correct decision. Not in the right way, but they reached the correct decision. The first one I thought was a poor decision. I don't see those given very often. I think sort of really are coming together after the shot had been made. You know, Guardiola's motion takes him into Rayan as much as Rayan's movement takes him into Guardiola. So I thought that was a really poor decision, really poor. And then there was a potential handball, I think, by Akanji that I don't think got much attention. Obviously, the game's probably done. I think it was 4-1, but Akanji seems to be sat on the floor and sort of punches the ball away or slaps the ball away. Didn't seem to get much of a check, but as I said to start with, the officials didn't play much part in their result today. We weren't at the level to trouble Manchester City here.
That was a very honest assessment, and I suppose taking it a step further, you look at your bench today, the youngsters on there. Manchester City bring on Doku, Grealish and Stones, to name just three.
Yeah, there's no, you come to Manchester City and you know they're going to have better players and more depth, and that's part of it. That's the Premier League. Everybody knows that. But yeah, we could have been better. We could have been better, and not from a togetherness and a work ethic and understanding, but application in terms of technical things that let us down, and not our best performance. And if you come here and you don't produce your best performance, it's going to be a tough afternoon. So we have to accept that. I have to accept that. I have to push the players again to do more. They understand that. They know that we want more out of each other. But this is the ultimate test. So I think was it 70 games or something that Rodri's gone without losing. So we're not the first team to come here and lose to a Manchester City side with Rodri in it. We won't be the last, and we get ready for Crystal Palace next weekend, which will be a different test.
Yeah, and obviously you always have a great following. The Wolves fans follow you in great number. How important is it, just from that pride sense, to give something back to them for that final home game of the season?
Yeah, no, I hope that today won't affect that. I'm sure they have. I'm gutted that I was upstairs. Because obviously, firstly, you can impact the game less. So I wasn't sure how much it would feel like that, but it does take longer to get messages down and on. But then at the end, not being able to go on and thank them is obviously the first time that I've not been able to do that this year. So we appreciate their backing and their following. I hope they understand how much of a success and how much work the players have put in to get this season to the point that it is. Because if the season had gone another way, coming here and losing 5-1 at this stage could have been an absolute disaster. It isn't, because of the work that's been done, and we've had a successful first season together. We're keen to finish it strongly and keen to get ready to come back again next year and try and push on.
Thanks for joining us on 5 Live. Thanks, Gary.
That was Gary O'Neill with Gary Flintoff. Thank you to Mike, the Arsenal fan. Right, Man City fan. Shabba, how are you, Shabba?
Yeah, I'm okay, but I think Manchester City's got to spend some money on the summer transfer window opens 2024, and the January transfer window opens in 2025.
Right, so you're not happy with the squad. Which positions need
I'm
changing?
not happy with the squad, right? But feel like Bernardo Silva, I think he should go to Barcelona. I think Pep Guardiola should get Joshua Kimmich, Jamal Musiala from Bayern Munich.
Right, so you want to get rid of Bernardo Silva and you want Joshua Kimmich in?
Yeah, I want Bernardo Silva to get rid of, because he's not getting a game, and it's because of that, Man City got knocked out of the Champions League. I'm sorry, Bernardo Silva has got to leave Manchester City supporter.
I think there'll be a lot of Manchester City fans, out there who would really disagree with you, and you know, a lot of football fans out there who are sick and tired of Manchester City and having the advantage, in the transfer market. I mean, Pep hasn't got many things wrong, but have City not bought enough players over the years? I mean,
he's not bought enough players, right? But Pep Guardiola he has tactics. His tactics are not right.
Pep's tactics are not right. I mean, have you?
Because he got knocked out of the Champions League against Real Madrid, right?
Well, after they absolutely slaughtered Real Madrid.
And the FA Cup.
So you think that this is on Pep then? Or I mean, but then you're saying, well, we need new players then. So which is it?
We need new players on the summer transfer window opens.
So are you disappointed with Manchester City's season?
I'm not disappointed, but I think Manchester City are going to win the Premier League title and the FA Cup this season.
So Shabba, thank you so much for the thought.
I mean, a Manchester City fan moaning about Pep's tactics and wanting to bring more players in. I mean, how many do they need, Rob?
Jeremy, Southampton fan. How are you, Jeremy?
Yeah, good evening. Very well, thank you. Been in Leeds today, still here in Leeds today. I just want to go about our season. We finished fourth. We've got 2 massive games of football coming up. And whilst there are Southampton, some fans who are disappointed with how we've gone, I have to say, having had the worst season we've ever had last year, if you'd have said to most Saints fans, you're going to come 3 games away from Wembley, we'd have taken that. It's been up and going, you know, it's not been easy. I think the fan base has pretty much stayed as it is because we're still at 30,000 or just under at St Mary's most weeks. And I think as a club like Southampton, you've got to be realistic. If we don't go up, it's not going to be the end of the world because, you know, we'll have our friends from down the road to play. But overall, I think Russell Martin's done probably as well as he can be. And I sit near him every game. You know, it's not been easy. You know, I heard on another radio station a Saints fan moaning in February when we lost to Bristol City after we'd gone 26 games unbeaten. And I thought, hold on a sec, they're only human. That championship is a massive league. Anyone can beat anyone. And Huddersfield, who went down today, were 2-0 up against us in February. I think the playoffs, you know, it's going to be interesting. But I don't know who's you, Chris, as a player. We've done the double over West Brom this season.
Yeah.
Will that affect the West Brom players going into it, knowing that Southampton have beaten them twice this season? You're an ex-player. Would that affect you going into the playoffs?
Rob's an ex-player as well. I think, yeah, I don't think it. I don't know what Rob thinks. I would actually flip that. That if you're a West Brom player, this is, you know, a great chance we've lost to. You know, it's a good chance to go and win one. I actually quite fancy Southampton out of all the teams left.
So do I, actually. I mean, all right, we haven't been great. We were woeful at Leicester last week, and fair play to Leicester, they were brilliant. And it's worried, but Leicester seems to have this tendency to score lots of goals against us, and it still bugs me about the 9-0, and some of us talk about that years on. But fair play, the top 2 sides are the only 2 sides this year who have done the double over Southampton, and well done Ipswich. It's a terrific story. My favourite away ground this year, Portman Road. I'm so pleased with them.
You didn't go to Norwich, Jeremy?
Well, I've got a soft spot for Norwich City. You know, I saw one of the best games I've ever seen at Carrow Road. In a previous 5-4, yeah, I was playing in that. You scored in that.
Scored 2 hours on a goal bonus if we won or drew, and we lost 5-4.
Ken Moncow got the winner from a header, and I was there for that was surreal.
Well, I wasn't marking him. I was supposed to be marking him.
We'll have a great time. Look, football's all about the enjoyment.
Yeah, the neutral was the Easter goal, surely.
To be fair, it was great to go there and win.
Yeah, you want the Easter goal, surely. People are listening, Leeds in the
I actually think it'll be. What worries me about this season is if we do go up, we will need lots of investment, lots of money to spend because the stadium is changing. Away fans next year, you're going to be moved to the other end of the stadium. Don't ask me why we're going to do it. It's a family show.
Why is that? Why are they moving?
Stay standing. And look, I don't want to say how I feel because you know it's a family show and someone will be listening. And
you can say it, but just don't swear. Jeremy.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't agree with it, and a lot of the people I know don't agree with it either. But you know, I have no influence in Southampton Football Club. I've been a season ticket for years. But I don't agree with it. I don't understand why, after 24 years, the club suddenly said, let's go and move the away fans from one end of the pitch, where it's worked quite happily for 24 years, to the other end of the stadium. And I know of one bloke who said he's not going to renew his season ticket for it, which is a shame. But look, these things happen. I mean, you know, as a season, we've had a great time. It's been great going to different venues.
Leeds today, massive football club, they'll be disappointed. I actually have a feeling Norwich will beat them because I think Leeds are going to be so disillusioned by losing today. I actually fancy a Norwich-Southampton playoff final.
Oh, thanks, Jeremy. Norwich-Southampton final.
I mean, let's hear from Norwich and Leeds fans because, of course, the Leeds manager, Daniel.
Norwich. Yeah, it is.
Rivalry there. I mean, let's hear from fans of teams in the players. Who do you think's going to go up?
Talking about the team going down now. Dog, you're a Huddersfield fan.
I am, Rob. How are you, fellas?
Oh, I think slightly better than you, Dog.
Do you know something? In a strange way, I'm actually a little bit relieved because it's been such a shocking season. And to be honest, since we left the Premier League, which, we were lucky at getting the Premier League, it was a great experience. But we really have done a great job at trying to get relegated, bar the outlier season with Carlos Corberan, and we finally managed it. But I'm hoping, against all hopes, that a line is drawn in the sand and we can move forward. And the purpose of this call really is to make a call out to our American owner, who I don't think is a bad bloke. I think he's been badly advised. He may have made some poor choices this season, but he's continued with what was going on before he took the club on.
What were his
poor
choices?
Say, Well, first of all, we kept Neil Warnock on. Now, everybody, the miraculous job he did, if you remember last season, to actually keep us up.
Yeah.
And he thought that was a good choice. And then they let him go after 7 games. Now, there's rumours there was a falling out. Nobody's ever explained that. And then they appointed Darren Moore. Darren Moore, lovely bloke, but woefully negative in his choices. Now, I might actually give him a let with what's happened, because you have a look at the quality of players we've got. We really weren't good enough, and we deserve to get relegated. So you can't sit here and say, we were unlucky. We weren't unlucky. The recruitment has been poor since Carlos left, and the legacy of that has left us in the position we're in. But appointing Moore, Jonathan Worthington, who's our head of academy, used to play for us, got a tune out of the team for 4 games. The chap who was mentioned Southampton that game, where we gave them a decent game. And then we've appointed Andre Breitenreiter from Germany, perhaps trying to follow the David Wagner model, and it's questionable how good he is. I genuinely don't know how good he is, but I don't know if you follow the story, chaps, but if you want any explosive press conferences, just go and listen to Andre Breitenreiter's last few, because he's really thrown a load of players under the bus and basically said, pretty much everything in the dressing room's rotten and it needs to change, which is quite a damning thing to say. But at some point, go on, sir.
Yeah, go on, Dad.
I was going to say, at some point, our new American owner, who's been there a year, has got to change it, because you know as well as I do, and I've watched Huddersfield Town in all 4 divisions. So, being in League One, we're a League One team. That's where we deserve to be. But we've got to stop the rot, and we've got to try and start looking forward. If we don't, lots of clubs go even further down, mate.
Doug, thank you so much for the call right there in the playoff semi-final first leg. Oxford against Peterborough. Andy Stevenson.
Yeah, seconds to go until half-time. A great atmosphere in the stands. Hasn't really been matched on the pitch so far. For the home team, Josh Murphy saw a cross-country shot go just over. Likewise, an Elliot Moore header from a Joe Bennett corner. And the other end there from Mason Clark had a shot from a tight angle saved by Jamie Cumming. It looks like it's going to be 0-0 at half-time. Seconds to go.
Thanks so much, Andy. Right, 08285 909 693 is the number to call, and get your calls after the news on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. Labour sources have told the BBC they've won the mayoral election in the West Midlands. In what is a very close contest, they believe Richard Parker has defeated the current mayor, the Conservative Andy Street, by as little as 1,000 votes. It's not official yet, but would top off a terrible string of results in the local elections, with the Tories losing hundreds of councillors and control of 10 councils. Meanwhile, Labour's Sadiq Khan has been re-elected as London Mayor for a 3rd time, despite earlier speculation it would be a tight contest against his Conservative rival. Mr Khan increased his share of the vote. Labour also won mayoral votes in Greater Manchester, Liverpool City Region, South Yorkshire and West Yorkshire, All the BBC's election updates are on the news website and app. There's a live page running, and Stephen Nolan will have all the very latest after 6:06. That's in about half an hour. Just
talkSPORT, please.
talkSPORT for news broadcasting.
Calls coming into the show. Next up, we'll look ahead to tomorrow's action and we'll hear from Ipswich boss Kieran McKenna. Get your questions into me on WhatsApp 03717 223344. This is Rory Jennings in for Mark Goldbridge on talkSPORT.
Please.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO power nap.
Tech for life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Got a paintwork scratch, bumper scuff or minor dent? Want it fixed like new? Of course you do. At Chips Away, we don't judge, we just fix it. Enter a few details online for a free, no-obligation estimate. We'll come to you, or you can visit one of our car care centres. For professional, affordable car body repairs with a lifetime guarantee, visit chipsaway.co.uk. Chips Away, like it never happened.
Did you know? With Seresto, you can fit and forget about your pet's flea and tick treatment for the next 7 to 8 months in just one application. Seresto Flea and Tick Control Collar provides long-lasting, clinically proven flea and tick protection for both cats and dogs. So you can say goodbye to monthly applications and hello to long-lasting protection. Simply fit and forget about fleas and ticks with Seresto from now until October. Find out more at seresto.co.uk and to find your local store.
One coat everywhere, so you pay. One coat everywhere. From Ronsil, does exactly what he says in the tin. Obviously, it can't be used literally everywhere. Surfaces may be prepped, seated for limitations.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on willow.
Absolute beauty. Fireworks. Power ballads and t-shirt cannons. Vitality Blast is back. Another explosive season of T20 cricket launches with Blast Off on the 30th of May. Tickets on sale now. Search Vitality Blast.
Kings of Leon. See them on their Can We Please Have Fun album tour, playing live in June and July. Get your tickets now. kingsandtours.com and ticketmaster.co.uk. Don't miss Kings of Leon live.
And now we hear from listener Ian on his fascinating collection of garden gnomes.
Well, I've been collecting and categorising gnomes for about 17 years now. I've devised a character coding system relating to gnome size, gnome colour, gnome boot shape, gnome facial expression, gnome fishing rod, gnome no fishing rod, gnome active notion.
Get off Valley! Valley Casino has arrived. The American gaming experience is now here in the UK. Join and get free rewards every day. On your first £10 deposit, get 30 free spins when you spend £10. Play online today.
UK only, members only must opt in. Free spins on Secrets of the Phoenix Networks public concerts, 20 lines, 30 day expiry. Further terms apply. 18 plus, play responsibly. Gamble aware of all.
Get set for a sizzling summer of sensational soccer. They're off and running! UEFA Euro 2024 is coming.
I don't need to tell you what comes next.
It's Destination Deutschland as talkSPORT embarks on a totally Teutonic travelogue of European football. From the matches in Munich to the clashes in Cologne. This June, talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 bring you full, uninterrupted commentary of every game of UEFA Euro 2024 live from Germany.
They are back in the big time.
Euro 2024, live aus Deutschland, starts June 14.
It is game on
talkSPORT.
You're listening to Rory Jennings in for Mark Goldber's on talkSPORT and streamed live on YouTube. Give us a call on 03717 223344. We'll return to the line shortly, but now, let's look ahead to tomorrow's action with Now.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Tottenham live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Yes, it is going to be a huge game, isn't it, as Tottenham play again, and what a terrible, terrible week it has been for Tottenham. Doesn't it feel a long time ago? Do you remember the autumn when everybody was talking about Tottenham and they played 10, they'd won 8, they drew 2, they were unbeaten. James Maddison was the best player in the league. Heung-min Son was the best finisher since Marco van Basten, and Ange Postecoglou was turning water into wine. 2 wins in their past 7 games. They have now conceded 9 goals in 3 games, and Ange Postecoglou is getting it so wrong. He says that he isn't too fussed about set pieces, he doesn't think he needs a set piece coach, but from everything that we have seen from Tottenham of late, they desperately need some help in that region. They are conceding goals galore, and Arsenal scored an awful lot of goals from set pieces against them. Chelsea scored both goals from set pieces against them, and it is going from bad to worse for Tottenham. I think their hopes of qualifying for the Champions League are hanging by a thread. And I genuinely believe that Ange Postecoglou is getting a really easy ride of it. I don't understand why we don't explore Ange Postecoglou losing his job. Why is Ange Postecoglou not held to the same regard as other managers? When you think about the pressure that Graham Potter was put under when he was at Chelsea, and you compare that to the pressure that Ange Postecoglou is put under, it feels like he gets a really favourable ride. And ultimately, let's remember that all Ange Postecoglou has done is take Tottenham from what, 8th to 5th. So it's going to be a very interesting game, and obviously there's an awful lot to be said about Liverpool as well. I mean, Jurgen Klopp's his farewell tour needs a win. Mohamed Salah versus Jurgen Klopp was very interesting, wasn't it, the other day? I believe that will now be water under the bridge. But this fixture is so interesting because if Tottenham do not win, their hopes of qualifying for the Champions League are all but over. And I cannot see anything other than a Liverpool win. It's also Chelsea versus West Ham, and I think that is going to be a huge game because I know a lot of people are going to find this fairly uninspiring and suggest that this is an example of how the mighty have fallen, but I am desperate for Chelsea to make it into Europe on any definition of Europe, whether it's the Conference League, and I'm dreaming of the Europa League. I desperately want Chelsea to be playing European football next season, and if we beat West Ham United, if we can get a positive result against West Ham United, I think that we can qualify for Europe, and it would be wonderful to be back into it. Not necessarily because of what it means for the club. It isn't prestigious, and it's certainly not what the club need in the eyes of Todd Bowley and Clearlake. But I love European football, and some of the best memories that I've ever had in football stadiums come in the Europa League. So I am desperate for Chelsea to get there. Fingers crossed we can do it. And it's also Brighton versus Aston Villa, a huge game for Aston Villa off the back of playing in European football. I think that one has a draw written all over it. It is so difficult to win games off the back of playing in Europe. So that could slightly open the door. The door could be ajar for Tottenham to make a run for that Champions League. That was a look ahead to tomorrow's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Tottenham live tomorrow, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Tottenham live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
Right, let's get back to your calls. Gary, a Manchester City fan. You were at the game today, Gary. How was it?
Yeah, I thought we played absolutely superb today. We seem like we're on it. Like the way we moved the ball, it was quick. We look like we're up for it. We're up for the title running, and I can't see us dropping any points.
Do you not think so? When you look at the fixtures now, do you feel like the double is almost more likely than less likely?
Well, the FA Cup's done it. We'll beat United. That's a given. But I think just the way we played today, the way the energy, the way we moved the ball, we're in that zone, and to me, it doesn't matter what Arsenal do now.
Erling Haaland was unreal, wasn't he? Listen to this. This is going to blow your mind, Gary. You ready for this?
What?
9 hat-tricks, 61 Premier League goals in 59 starts, 35 goals this season, 88 goals in 94 appearances all told. 9 hat-tricks for Manchester City and 61 Premier League goals in 59 starts. Should Erling Haaland have at least been in the reckoning for Player of the Year?
It's a tough one because I think, like, obviously, Foden being an English player, we love the golden child, an English player, we do love that, and his Foden's been superb, but yeah, I think Foden deserves it. I don't think he really deserves Player of the Year, no, I don't. I think his goals are superb, he's been brought in to score goals, which is what he does, and like Roy Keane says things about his touch, he's a League Two player. He's not brought in to do that. He's brought in to score goals.
That comment
he's
now,
no fucking number 9. That's it.
That comment about being a League Two player, it feels slightly cartoonish now, doesn't it?
It's pathetic. It's childish. Really, that's what it is. It's childish.
Yeah.
But
are you worried at all?
I just feel like over the last couple of years, we've had that much bad publicity about what's going on, and I don't think we get recognition of how good we are. We are that good. I mean, like Real Madrid, when Arsenal comes far down, they put 11 men behind the ball, edge of the box. Real Madrid comes to our place. Real Madrid at a home put 11 men behind the ball. Players on the pitch.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think anybody, or nobody, certainly nobody that I know, would contest that Manchester City aren't a fantastic team. They are unreal, and it is now looking like the double is more likely than less likely. What an achievement from Pep Guardiola, 4 in a row in touching distance. After that 5-1 win over Wolves, Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola explained his altercation with full goal striker Erling Haaland.
No, sometimes on balls you already win the position, you know, the defender, and they pull him, it's never fall. It's really frustrating, it's never his fault, and I can understand this, and relax, and you know, sometimes the ball is in certain level on the shoulders, I can understand, we can understand. But win the position, they pull it, and they try to make him uncomfortable. Imagine the situation if you go send a defender and do what the opponents do to him is always 10 to 10 is full. It's 10 to 10. You know, long ball, center defender again, he pull him like he's been pulled, it's full. Sometimes it's average, it's not much, and that's why sometimes it's a bit frustrated, but don't worry, it was not grumpy with me, don't worry.
Not shy of falling out with his players, is he? I think it's an interesting one, the way he does that.
No, yeah, I think that's just his management. I think he doesn't expect that much out of everybody. So I think from the public point of view, they'll listen to that, and I think they'll think more of it. But as a player, if you're in his player every day, you're in his management. I think that's just the way he is day-to-day management. I think he'll be like on a training pitch.
Amazing. Gary, any trepidation now? You know, when you're looking at your fixtures, 3 games left to play, you've never won at the new Tottenham Hotspur ground, apart from the FA Cup, but in the league you are still winless there. Can you see them tripping you up?
It's going to be tough. I think it all goes down to if the Tottenham got something to play for. I think if Tottenham got something to play for the top 4, then I think it could be. But pull away. It's not easy because Flood can be hot and cold. They're on the day. Yeah, they're very on the day. They're a very good team. But I think it does go down to the Spurs game. But I think it depends if Spurs are still in a chance of getting top 4. If they're not,
you should
I think they might take the foot off the pedal a little bit. But
yeah. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine, Gary. Thank you very much for your call there. We've got Harry, Aston Villa fan. How are you, Harry?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well. I think that your side this season have been absolutely brilliant. And I think if Arsenal don't win the league, I would have Unai Emery as manager of the year.
100%. I mean, since he's coming to from Gerrard 18 months ago, it's been a completely different feeling down there. He's got to be close, definitely to manager of the year. I can't believe Arsenal got rid of him so early, because I reckon they'd have won the title twice by now.
He certainly, I mean, Arsenal fans don't feel like that. I don't think he necessarily fit their club. You know, sometimes good managers just don't fit at clubs. But I believe, Harry, you've got some feelings towards wanting your team to lose.
I mean, honestly, I've got home and away. It boils my blood when people say they want the team to lose. I think it's embarrassing, and I think it's a disgrace.
Harry, I completely disagree with you. I've been in Chelsea. I've been in the Chelsea end when we've been open to defeat.
Now, Rory, you shouldn't care about any other side.
But rivalry and tribalism matter so much in football, don't they?
No, but the fact is, it's about your team. You support your team for the love of your team. You should want your team to win every single game. Not.
But there are such because some wins are fairly insignificant, aren't they? You can win a game of football that's fairly insignificant, particularly at this stage of the season. You can have a win that actually means nothing. But what that win could do is open the door for your rival to succeed. Look, today you're an Aston Villa fan. Birmingham City have been relegated. You've got to be over the moon, right?
Nah, I don't care.
You must have been.
Honestly, Rory, I want my team. I care about my team finishing fourth. I don't care about Birmingham City. Don't get me wrong. I don't like them.
So what, for you, football is so simple. All you want to do is see your team win. It isn't about any rivalry. It isn't about any pettiness. It isn't about any other football team in this entire country. Literally, I want Aston Villa to win football matches. That's the end of my football fandom.
Honestly, I don't like Birmingham City, but I don't want my own team to lose. Not a chance.
You're a bigger man than me, Harry. I am full of pettiness. I'm full of rivalry. I'm full of that sneeriness towards rivals. And I would actually, on some level, sometimes prioritise Tottenham losing over Chelsea winning.
Nah, I totally disagree. I don't know how you'd want your own team to lose.
So if you were to, if Aston Villa, imagine a situation. Can I give you a hypothetical situation, right? Hypothetical situation. We're in the last day of the season. Aston Villa are going to finish 12th, okay? Even a win means Aston Villa finish 12th. A win for Aston Villa on the final day of the season, where they only finish 12th, nothing changes, no European football, no relegation, nothing. But a win for Aston Villa in this hypothetical situation will give Birmingham City the Premier League title and therefore Champions League qualification and everything that goes with being champions of this country. Do you want to win that game?
Yes.
But you can't.
I'm an Aston Villa fan. I pay my money to go and watch my team. I'm not going to go and pay to watch them lose for another team to succeed. At the end of the day, Birmingham City win the Premier League after 38 games. They deserve it. I'm not going to rely on my team to lose one game.
Oh, no, they could definitely deserve it. There's no doubt that they would deserve it if they were to win it. But that doesn't mean that you want them to get it. If Arsenal win the league this year, they would deserve it. Undoubtedly. I think you could argue that Arsenal have been the best team in the country this year. But if Arsenal win the league and Chelsea were in a position where we could stop them, even if it were to be damaging to us, I would want to stop them.
Nah, I disagree. There's no way I'd wish my own side to lose.
Do you think this is a Villa thing? Like, do you feel like this is like the general consensus of Villa fans, or do you think this is just the way that you would feel?
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I think it's probably the way I feel, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that dislike, let's just say, a lot of fans hate the other side and love their own.
Fair. I mean, I completely disagree with every word you said there, Harry, but I massively appreciate your call. Thank you so much for getting in touch. Ongoing at the moment is the second League One playoff semi-final between Oxford and Peterborough. They're heading into the second half with the score currently at 0-0. This is Rory Jennings in for Mark Goldbridge on talkSPORT. Next up, we'll round up your calls.
Please.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO power nap.
Set for life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
The small improvements we're making to our burgers are kind of a big deal. So McDonald's are giving rewards customers double points on selected classics. Sign up to My McDonald's Rewards, unlock your app, and get more than what you love. Double points. And 18 plus on Big Mac, quarter pounder and double cheeseburger. Participating restaurants only. Ends 19th of May. Time supply.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furnitureland is a credit broker, not a lender.
When Danielle from Southampton sold her car with Motorway, she got more money. She put that extra money towards everything she needed to welcome her first child. Plus, the process was so quick and easy, it was one less thing to think about. Who got more money with Motorway? That's right, Mummy did. Oh yes, she did. Babies love me. Sell your car the more money way, where 84% of sellers sold for more. Motorway. Validated against 2 independent sources. Visit motorway.co.uk/claims.
Making a business insurance claim can be stressful. That's why at NFU Mutual we aim to respond to all claims quickly. We work with specialists to minimize disruption so you can get back to business as quickly as possible. It's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew with us each year. For business insurance you can rely on, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual. Closer to your business and closer to what matters.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Price Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Terms apply.
Kings of Leon. See them on their Can We Please Have Fun album tour, playing live in June and July. Get your tickets now. kingsandtours.com and ticketmaster.co.uk. Don't miss Kings of Leon live.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
Get the actioners, football debate.
Oh, what a terrific finish!
The Mark Goldbridge Show.
On talkSPORT.
And there goes the full-time whistle, a smattering of boos, some applause, but Birmingham are down. Their relegation to League One is confirmed, and the gut punch of reality rings around St Andrews. And this turbulent, tense and chaotic season, which has seen new owners, 4 managers, poor appointments, poor performances, ends in Birmingham City dropping down to the 3rd tier of English football for the first time in 30 years. Goodbye, my lover.
You're listening to the Mark Goldbridge Show with Rory Jennings on talkSPORT, streamed live on YouTube. Yes, goodbye to Birmingham, who've tumbled down to League One despite a 1-0 win over Norwich. And that was because they needed one of Blackburn, Sheffield Wednesday or Plymouth to lose, and all of those teams won their games, with Plymouth defeating Hull 1-0 to preserve their championship status. Let's talk to a Plymouth fan who's been at the game. Aaron, how was it?
Oh, honestly, my voice is so sore. I didn't stop singing for the whole 95 minutes. Honestly, it was the equivalent of our record points in League One last year, but obviously on a different scale. It was just unbelievable. I've been an Argyle fan for 20 odd years, and one of the best days of my life as an Argyle fan.
Was it really that good? What did it go when the ball hit the back of the net when Joe Edwards scored there? Was it wild?
Honestly, that man will never have to buy a pint of Plymouth ever again.
Well, in terms, so you have survived. In terms of where you go from here, in terms of your aspirations for next year, what are you hoping to see?
Do you know what? The plan is under the Hallett, and they've been brilliant owners. The plan has always been to be one better than the following season. So, if mid-table, do you know what? I want a boring season. I just want to finish mid-table because my heart cannot take it anymore.
Do Just a little bit of safety, just a bit of normality. In fact, it would have been so unfortunate, wouldn't it, for Plymouth to have gone down? They didn't spend a minute in the relegation zone for the entire season.
No, but we've had hell of a season. Obviously, we lost Shuey to Stoke just before Christmas. We lost Azaz when he went to Middlesbrough. We lost Kundal when he followed on to Stoke with Shuey, and then we had Foster. Foster was, he was just a disaster from day one. And you hear some of the rumours coming out of the club about how he treated the players, you know, and it was just. I think he should have gone before the international break at Easter. Just that extra 2 games, and I think we would have been like Sheffield and Blackburn. We would have survived that game earlier.
Fair. And are you going to celebrate? Are you out tonight?
I do know what. I've just come back from the Barbican. I've had a few lemonades. The head's a bit dizzy, but honestly, the city is just absolutely buzzing. You cannot move in any of the pubs.
Amazing. Congratulations, Aaron. Unreal. And former Birmingham, current Blackburn boss John Eustace, whose side avoided relegation today, spoke about his old side after the game.
Yeah, listen, my job is to come in and make sure Blackburn were stayed in the league. You know, that's all I was worried about. You know, and listen, I didn't want Birmingham to go down. They're a club very close to my heart, and you know, I've got some fantastic friends and some fantastic players there as well. So it's a shame they've gone down, but all I was focused on is keeping Blackburn in the league. It was a huge effort from everyone. You know, the squad of players that we've got here to perform like they have done and get to 53 points, I think is a sensational achievement. You know, and the only way you do that is if you stay together and you stay connected.
And just to let you know as well that Oxford have gone 1-0 up against Peterborough. The game is live currently on talkSPORT 2. That's it from me, Rory Jennings. Thank you to everyone who got involved with the show today. Don't forget game night on Monday as Crystal Palace hosts Manchester United live on talkSPORT. The game kicks off at 8 o'clock and our coverage starts at 7. And of course, we're the home of the playoffs with every game, including the finals from the Championship, League One and League Two, live onto the talkSPORT network. Coming up is Fight Night with Gareth A. Davis and Spencer Oliver.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
In seconds, with Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
Let me go straight to the point. When you're laying a patio or driveway, you need Seeker Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use and quick to apply. Plus it comes in 5 colours and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Seeker Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Seeker stock is now at seeker.co.uk/landscaping.
Summer is coming. With Lidl, be super ready. Get 15% off our award-winning deluxe Aberdeen Angus beef burgers to kickstart Barbie season. They're now just $2.54 with Lidl Plus. Download the Lidl Plus app and start saving today. Subject to availability, valid until the 8th of May 24. 18 plus, GB residents, full T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV. Play Set for Life, and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Have you tried the improved McDonald's burgers? Just a little bit more.
The classics. Now a little more. Comparison with prior classic burgers. Served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Really? Come on, let's go.
Hear that? That's the sound of my customers leaving.
When your broadband doesn't work, neither does your business.
Will Sky Business keep me up and running, no matter what?
With 4G backup and our Stay Connected guarantee, better believe it. Let our dedicated Sky Business team handle your switch today. That's more like it. Subject to availability. For T's and C's, visit skybusiness.com.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on willow.
Absolute beauty. Fireworks.
Power ballads and t-shirt cannons. Vitality Blast is back. Another explosive season of T20 cricket launches with Blastoff on the 30th of May.
What a shot! Incredible shot!
Tickets on sale now. Search Vitality Blast.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds, 90 market, or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT.
With the latest headlines at 9 o'clock, I'm Jeremy Lever. Manchester City have kept the pressure up on Premier League leaders Arsenal, this after a 5-1 thrashing of Wolves in the evening kickoff. Erling Haaland, well, he just bagged the ball.
I try to develop every single day. I had some problems here and there, but let's not focus on them, focus on the positive things and look ahead, look to the next one. We've got 4 finals left for our season and we're going to go for it and try not to think and focus on football.
City are now a point behind the Londoners with the game in hand. This after Arsenal, well, they were 3-0 winners against Bournemouth in what was talkSPORT's lunchtime commentary. Forest, they boosted their survival hopes with a much-needed 3-1 win at Sheffield United this afternoon, just to move 3 points clear of the relegation zone. Now, to where it really matters, I'm joking of course, the Championship. Ipswich have won a second consecutive promotion, going up to the Premier League with a 2-0 win against Huddersfield on the final day of the season. Their victory confirmed hope of relegation. Birmingham are also down, this despite beating Norwich 1-0. Plymouth confirmed their second-tier status with a 1-0 win against Hull, while Blackburn did likewise. They fell 2-0 at the Championship champions Leicester. And finally, Real Madrid have clinched a record-extending 36th, yes, you heard correct, 36th Spanish league title. They have an unassailable 13-point lead at the top of La Liga with 4 matches to go. Real's triumph was confirmed after Girona had registered a 4-2 victory over Barcelona this evening.
talkSPORT News.
Labour's Sadiq Khan has stormed to victory in the London mayoral election. He beat his nearest rival, Tory candidate Susan Hall, in a contest beset by criticism of his decision to expand the city's ultra-low emissions zone. And the family of Daniel Angerin say they're devastated as he was killed walking to school in North East London on Tuesday. The 14-year-old, who's been described as loving and precious, was attacked by a man with a sword in Hainault.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. We're focused on the road ahead with over 300 EV train centres. Find your local EV train centre at quickfit.com so you can stay away happy every time.
Cloudy with some patchy rain in the north tonight. Clear spells though and dry for most in the south.
Online, DAB Digital Radio, 1089 and 1053 AM. Get in the ring, go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
With Gareth A. Fitness.
I don't think he's going to get up.
talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, and Kevin Spencer, Guillaume and Oliver, my favourite 3 hours of the week. We've got a massive 3 hours coming up for you as well. Hall of Fame promoter Frank Warren will be on the show imminently to discuss the postponement of the undisputed light heavyweight bout in Saudi Arabia on June the 1st between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. You'll hear from another undisputed super lightweight champion, Josh Taylor, ahead of his rematch with Jack Catterall. Lauren Price joins us ahead of her world title fight with Jessica McCaskill in Cardiff, next week that is. Plus, cruiserweight prospect John Hedges joined us for half an hour of fun and frolics in the studio. That's all coming up, and much, 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 much more. This is Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, a very warm welcome to you, Spencer Oliver. I've had a massive day, by the way. I've already been at a fight night, bare knuckle boxing 38 at Indigo at the O2 Arena. 2,000 people in there, 5 fights. And you'll know these people. George Hittard, Hilliard, Dominic Negus on the card. Can you believe that? 53-year-old heavyweight Dominic Negus. Brad Scott from the UFC was on there. Loads of great fights. I left halfway through the card. I was kind of an honoured guest, if you like. It was great to go along to it. I just want to ask you very quickly before we get into the big news of the week and tonight. Would you, if you were still fighting, had a pop at bare knuckle?
I don't know. I don't know if I would have or if I wouldn't have.
Oh, it's made for you, I'm telling you.
I wouldn't have ruled it out. That is for sure, because, you know, I used to like that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have ruled it out.
Made for
I wouldn't have ruled it out. George
Hilliard,
I know very well, by the way.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Dominic Negus.
Yeah, but the footwork you've got, the kind of the durability you've got, the tenacity. One of the things I found tonight is my first ever ringside entertainment. I've never done one before, and I've not been an advocate of it till now. But there's more MMA guys going into it. There's more boxers going into it now. When you see the skill set sometimes where they're being defensive with movement, I mean, it's bloody and brutal, but when it's defensively clever, man, it's so beautiful to watch. And it's the ancient art before the gloves were put on.
Listen, the beautiful brutality, that's what it is. And like you say, there's something that really attracts you, really draws you into that sort of stuff. So, yeah, look, I wouldn't rule it out. I'm saying I may possibly have done that. I think that, but, you know, I wouldn't have minded testing myself. Like I said, Dominic Negus, who's fought in there, great friend for many, many years, you know, and he's getting back in there doing it. You know, it's difficult for fighters. Once they finish boxing, they've still got that itch and they still want to do it, and that's something that's a different challenge.
And more of them will go into it. Look, we'll get into more of that. I'm going to go again. I loved it so much.
Are you going to bring me?
Yeah, I'd love to take you. Yeah, I was invited along by the boss, Jim Freeman, and I've got to say, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I wasn't sure, but it was amazing. Great stories, great narratives, great characters. And there was a 6'9" heavyweight there tonight.
That'll do me.
Yeah, I'll do. You'd attack him.
Yeah, I like
to take his knees out. But anyway, loads to get through tonight. First of all, top of the hour now, big news. Only a few hours ago it broke that Artur Beterbiev is injured, and that fight with Dmitry Bivol, which we were all looking forward to, a pound-for-pound contest, really, arguably outside the heavyweights, the best fight in boxing, postponed because of an injury to Beterbiev. We're going to come to that a little bit later. Very disappointing, but the 5v5 Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn card still goes ahead in Riyadh on June the 1st. We'll come to that later. We're going to do a little chat about that later, but Ryan Garcia this week. What a story, what a soap opera that's becoming. It's still massive news. The news broke this week, very serious news for Ryan Garcia as Spencer chokes on his coffee. How do you choke on coffee? Spencer will show you. Watch the live YouTube stream, because he'll show you. Rewind
Coffee got me out of trouble, actually. I choked on my own saliva.
Okay, but you also choked, as I said, Ryan Garcia denies steroid use.
That's why I choked as well.
Exactly. That's why I thought you were acting.
You know how I feel about this.
Well, I do, and I'm going to come to that.
I'm strong, baby.
Let me run through it. On the 19th and 20th of April, testing by the Voluntary Anti-Doping Agency in the United States found Oscarin in his system both on this Friday and the Saturday of weigh-in day and the fight day, and then another substance, basically
a performance-enhancing
drug. They're all performance-enhancing drugs, but a third type of testosterone that they found in his system that hasn't been verified yet. He's requested the B sample. He's been vehement this week that he's innocent. There are conspiracy theories that was he spiked late in the process. I know you're shaking your head. The WBC confirmed it had received notice from VADA that Garcia had returned adverse findings. ESPN first reported that they, through a letter they'd obtained from VADA. And Oscarin, by the way,
is a muscle mass helper, assister, but obviously it's used in cancer, breast cancer care for women, treatment for women, because it regrows tissue. Allegedly at the time, it was before the fight, the day before and the day of the fight. Everybody knows that I don't cheat, Garcia, who's 25, wrote on Twitter first this week, or X, and then had a series of videos on Instagram proclaiming his innocence. He's got 10 days to request the B sample. He's done it already, he says. What's your overarching take on this? Because it's a real stain on the triumphalism that we had for him for almost 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Listen, we've got far too much of it going on in the sport right now. And listen, my thoughts on it is, if you're going to do it and you get caught, hold your hands up and just own it. Because everyone that does it and everyone that gets caught says, well, I don't understand it. I don't know how it's got there. You know, you do understand it. You do know how it's got there. Like, it's in your system. Like, it's called strict liability. You have to prove why it's in there. You can't just say, I don't know how this is done. It must have been through a supplement, must have been through this and that. No, it's not. You failed the test and they go, they're waiting for the B sample. Well, guess what? The B sample is half of the A sample. So it's going to come back the same. And so, you know, he's going to have to now prove how this stuff got in his system. I don't like it, and I think that it stinks, you know, and I think that, and you know how strong I feel about this, Gareth. I think that we are in an industry, right? It was, when was it? It was 26 years ago, middle of the week, that I nearly lost my life in a ring. I'm celebrating my 26th year, surviving that injury, life-threatening injury that you was at. You covered that around that time.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know that I know the dangers of this sport, and I just want a level playing field. I still love the sport, I'm still very passionate about it, but I cannot stand cheats, because what you're doing effectively is you're putting someone's life at risk, and that person's got families, they've got a history, you know, but they've got people that care about them, and I just go, I'm looking at it and going, it's an absolute disgrace. And they shouldn't be getting a 12-month ban or a 2-year ban. They should be slung out for life. And that's what it is. If it's proven that they are guilty for taking a performance-enhancing drug, throw the book at them, sling them out for life, because I think it's a disgrace. I think we've got too much of it going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very public this week. He's been very vocal, Ryan Garcia. He turned up at the Saul Canelo Alvarez fight in Las Vegas, obviously, yesterday. I do like that he hasn't hidden away. Golden Boy put out statements saying that they are going to investigate any supplements that he's been taking. There is talk, I mean, in his defence, I don't disagree with you, but in his defence, and he's saying, I'm innocent, I've never taken steroids, they are going to examine everything that he's taken in the last few weeks.
Of course, he's entitled to the process. I certainly get that. Sorry to jump in on you, because I'm quite passionate about it. But of course, that process is now entitled to. But you know, I just think that right now, I don't agree.
But it has been a big soap opera all week, and even to today, where Jake Paul was jumping in. Let's hear from Ryan Garcia now. I say he joined YouTuber Jake Paul on Instagram Live today, but there was a degree of jinxism and pranksism in all this. Take a listen to this.
Did you do your B sample already?
I just requested it.
Yeah, because people were saying, they said that you, like, wanted to speed up the process and do the B sample, like, faster.
Bro, I want to be, bro, I was like, bro, I'll put in the cup right now. Dog, I don't do steroids, bro. Like, can somebody help me out here, bro? I don't do steroids.
It's just tough when you pop.
Bro, all I do is black coffee.
But, like, if the test is saying that you did, then, like, how do you...
Bro, there's only one way. If all my tests came out clean all the way up to, what was that, day before my fight, and the day after, obviously they're setting me up, bro. Bro, there's only, bro, I don't take steroids, dog. But because I won, they threw this on me, bro. I don't do steroids. Like, that's weird, bro. I've never done steroids in my life.
But Ryan, if you did do it, then that's really tough, bro. And
bro, I didn't do it, bro.
I'm gonna be stuck at you,
bro,
as a friend,
I'll punch myself right now, bro. I'll punch myself in the face.
If you did though,
if I did it, bro, which I know damn well I didn't, I would quit boxing, bro. I didn't do it, bro. I didn't do it.
Well, Ryan Gar's fascinating back and forth there, and Jake Paul admonishing his friend if he has taken steroids deliberately. Obviously would admonish him, any of us would, and as Spencer rightly pointed out then, it's heinous. It really is a heinous, it's a crime in our sport. What I want to clarify there, what Ryan Garcia misunderstood was you can't do a B sample now by pissing into a bottle or peeing into a bottle. It was a urine test. You can see that clearly on the letter that did the rounds. The B sample is taken from the A sample. The sample is split in half. The B sample is always the same as the A sample. It's just cut in half and restored and retained rather, so that it can be brought forward. Now the problem for Ryan Garcia, Spence, is that I cannot remember the last time a B sample came back and didn't show the same as an A sample. He's going to do it. He sounds very convincing to me as well.
They all do. I mean, why wouldn't he? You know, because he's in denial right now. You know, he's got to defend himself by saying, listen, I can't believe this. I don't know how it's got into my system. Well, it's there. It's about you trying to prove how it got there. You know, and that's down to you, and only you can do that. So by just saying, I don't know how it got there, it's not good enough.
Spencer won't like this, but first-time offences in the New York State Athletic Commission's remit could be a 6-month ban if they have a reasonable excuse, if you like. The fight can be annulled by the New York State Athletic Commission. The Haney's, Bill and Devon, the fighter, have been very strong on this, that they want the fight annulled. Loads more on that coming. We've got Frank Warren joining us momentarily to talk about Bivol and Better Be a postponement, the new Queensberry signings, and what happened to Ryan Garcia.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Let me go straight to the point. When you lane a patio or driveway, you need Seeker Fast Fix. It's ready mixed, easy to use, and quick to apply. Plus, it comes in 5 colours, and you can use it in any weather. Transform your next project with confidence. Transform it with Seeker Fast Fix. And you'll finish a quality job in no time at all. Seeker stock is now at seeker.co.uk/landscaping.
With Now, you can stream the biggest action on Sky Sports instantly and without a contract.
Absolutely brilliant.
This Sunday, Liverpool face Tottenham at Anfield. But that's not all. Catch the final day drama from the EFL Championship, the Miami Grand Prix, and the finals of the Madrid Open Tennis. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream a big weekend of sport live with Now. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full terms apply.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Got a paintwork scratch, bumper scuff or minor dent? Want it fixed like new? Of course you do. At Chips Away we don't judge, we just fix it. Enter a few details online for a free, no obligation estimate. We'll come to you, or you can visit one of our car care centres. For professional, affordable car body repairs with a lifetime guarantee, visit chipsaway.co.uk. Chips Away, like it never happened.
Kings of Leon. See them on their Can We Please Have Fun album tour, playing live in June and July. Get your tickets now. Kingsandtours.com and ticketmaster.co.uk. Don't miss Kings of Leon live.
In sport, what's just as important as the goals, the glory, the roar of the crowd? This is the half-time break. Time for a breather, a reset, to keep everything on track. In sports betting, Betfair's safer gambling tools help you do that too. Like timeouts, so you take that all-important half-time break. Or deposit limits, to help you keep count. Manage your play at safergambling.betfair.com. Simple ways to stay on top of your game with Betfair.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Monday afternoon. League 2 playoff semi-finals.
on talkSPORT 2.
Lovely bit of football.
Crawley Town versus MK Dons.
Coverage from 2:30 with kick-off 3 p.m.
Squeeze it down. Squeeze it home.
Monday afternoon
No one else brings you more
on talkSPORT 2.
Ultimate Football Radio.
All three in favor of the winner and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Lennox Lewis.
With all these fans coming here to support me, I gotta pull it out. Enough people were trying to stop me. The Americans didn't want me to take it over the Atlantic to Britain, but I actually persevered and succeeded.
Biggest fight of the 21st century taking place. It's never happened before. 4 belts on the line, and we're going to find out who the best heavyweight in the world is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the undefeated, reigning and defending WBC and lineal heavyweight champion of the world, introducing the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury. Followed by the left hand and another right. Down goes the holder, and the referee has waved the fight over.
Yous are all dotters. He's getting knocked out, and you two are going to be working for me carrying me back slings. Remember I said it on this stage?
Let the fight go on. Let
Get the press conference going, sausage.
Let the belts come back home to Ukraine.
From Ukraine, Alexander
He's unbelievable. I can't emphasise how good he is.
I don't think Fury's boxed anybody like him. A good Alexander Usyk probably holds his own with just about any heavyweight that's ever lived.
He can't find explosives. He will not beat Tyson Fury. I don't care what they say.
The last undisputed heavyweight champion of the world right now. So in order for one of those guys to have my crown, they have to fight.
What a great package there, going back 25 years, the voice at the beginning and the end of Lennox Lewis, the last undisputed heavyweight champion, the great Frank Warren, who's involved in this, talking about this being the fight of the century, and then of course Tyson Fury killing Wilder off in that third fight. Fury, Krasiuk, Michael Buffer, Usyk versus Dubois in there. Some amazing moments from the last few years. Lord Warren himself joins us right now, Hall of Fame promoter Frank Warren. Frank, we're getting very excited about what is going to be an incredible event in 2 weeks' time.
Good evening, fellas.
Good evening, Frank. Good evening.
All good, thanks. Very, very excited. As you say, 2 weeks to go. It's gone back. It's gone pretty fast over the last since he got his cut. But Tyson's really ready for this. He's flown out today, so he arrives there today, so he finish off his camp, and we're going to get something special on Usyk. I'm convinced of that. He's in tremendous shape, not just physically, but both mentally as well. And I genuinely think we're going to get a vintage performance from him, and I believe he'll bring the 4 belts back.
Did you speak to him today before he left?
No, I spoke to him in the week. I spoke to one of the team, Spencer.
Spencer Brown's manager,
Spencer's gone out today, so yeah, everybody's good. He's in a really good place, as I said. And although he got that cut, I think out of bad has come good because he's had more or less back-to-back camps. And he's so physically, I've never seen him look so well.
Yeah, a lot of even his critics, I would say, you know, the likes of Tony Bellew, I was listening to him this week with Carl Froch. I mean, a lot of people within the sport are backing Alexander Usyk to win, talking about him technically. I mean, you know my feelings. I think Tyson Fury is the #1 heavyweight in the world. I still think there's going to be a really weird, cagey chess match, and it could be, I've gone for controversial draw, which, I don't know, will just play into the remit of things. Obviously, you want Fury to beat Usyk, but in your time in boxing, I mean, obviously, that Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield doubleheader was an amazing moment. In your time in the sport, given the Saudi Arabian investment now, given what's happening all the time, given the movement within the sport, is this the biggest time ever?
Yeah, I generally do think so. I mean, at the moment, you know, the big fights are being made. It's not just the big fights that everybody's been waiting to see if they're being made. it's also the rest of the card. I mean, they're mega events, and you've got sort of the undercard. You know, there's lots of fights on there are like main events in their own right, and that investment and the way it's sort of got everybody's imagination and their thing. I just think it's a brilliant time for boxing. I think boxing is in a really good place at the moment, a very good place.
It really is, Frank. You know, we've waited since 1999 to get an undisputed world heavyweight title fight, and that's how often they come around. And this is a magnificent fight, really is, isn't it? What sort of condition is Tyson Fury in, and what does he do in preparation? You know, now that he's out there, is it just a fact of ticking over?
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, what the worry was, Spence was coming out of that other camp, and the fact he wasn't, you know, because he was more or less at the end of his training, certainly at the end of his sparring, was that after the cut, that going straight in again, that he obviously didn't have to lose a lot of weight or anything, because he was in such condition, was the fact that he would peak too soon. But he's maintained, you know, he's really worked hard on working towards becoming, you know, that he's in his best nick or his best condition on the 18th, and now he's, you know, the hard work's been done. The next couple of weeks, you know, he'll just acclimatise to the. It's quite hot out there at the moment. Although I know the fight's indoors, but he'll be acclimatise himself to the conditions out there, and also the time. It's a 3-hour time difference. But I'm honestly, I just feel he's going to put in a magnificent performance, and I generally do think that he's got future.
What is it? You say that. Is it going to be a cagey start? Is it going to be a boxing match to begin with? Is it going to be kind of brutal physical chess? Do you think he's going to be the Fury that fought Wilder the second time then, and you feel he's going to go after him and put it on him?
Well, I think even the first fight he had with Wilder, the fact was that, you know, back then he wasn't his physical best. He lost weight. He still had weight to lose. But he's changed his style in the second fight. He certainly did. He went out there and he just put it on him. He just went to hunt him down, and he did hunt him down, and he stopped him. He became the first person to do that. And I feel he'll do the same thing here. I just think that physically he looks strong. He's big. They're both great fighters. There's no doubt about it. They're both undefeated. And the pedigree that Usyk's got, going back to the Olympics, you know, to be in the probably the best cruiserweight in his generation since he went up to heavyweight, which was about 4 years ago. He's undefeated heavyweight. He's acclimatised at heavyweight. But having said that, I think you know, with Usyk, he's in with a guy who's got as good of, if not better, boxing brain than him. And I think he's more powerful. And I think he's more stronger. And I think he's got more chinks in his armour. And Tyson's the guy to exploit.
Sure, Frank. I think what he needs to do is go out there and impose his physical attributes, doesn't he? He needs to go out there, take the fight to Alexander Usyk and take that away from him. Because Tyson Fury's great at doing that, isn't he? Like, as in, like, he's got a great boxing IQ, but he's great at the physicalities, and he knows what he's got to do. And I think that's how he wins a fight. He imposes himself early and takes that away from Usyk.
He also, Frank, but what I think Fury does really well, he knows how to adjust, and that could be key in this fight as well.
Well, he's very good at exploiting anybody's weaknesses, and mentally and physically, he's very good at that. But having said that, I'm sure, looking at his last fight, Usyk will think that there was some chinks in the armour in the fight he had against Ngannou. It wasn't a great performance from Tyson. He did what he had to do to win, but it wasn't his best performance. It's probably his worst performance I've seen him have as a professional. But you know, this Tyson Fury's going in there. I mean, he's trained like a demon for this, and he really wants this as much as he says that, you know, it's about winning, not so much about the belts. This for him is legacy. It's a serious statement to make, winning those 4 belts, first time this century, and no one's ever take that away from him. He brings those 4 belts back to the UK. No one's ever done
7
that.
belts, remember, Frank, as we were laughing about in Morecambe. It's actually 7, isn't it?
Well, one thing's for sure, there's no chance of his trousers falling down. He knows what he's got in front of him, and he's relishing it. He talks about this fight like it's like it's his destiny, you know, that this is what he's worked for, this is what it's all about.
Frank, if he can throw on the cloak of invincibility for victories over Alexander Usyk, and we all want to see him in against Anthony Joshua, does Tyson become one of the greatest heavyweights of all time if he pulls on that cloak, as I say, for 2 more or 3 more fights and is victorious over those two fellas?
Well, I've said many times, you know, he's already beat the best heavyweight of his generation in Klitschko, in basically in his backyard. He then went to the States and the 3 fights against Wilder, who at that time, you know, up to the first fight, or second fight, I should say, had never been defeated, was a world champion for 6 years, and statistically was the hardest punching heavyweight out there. He beat him, and I think that makes him the best heavyweight of his generation. By beating Usyk, who a lot of people fancy, by the way, as you mentioned, a lot of people, including yourself, you think it could be a draw.
I just think it'll be controversial and cagey, Frank. That's maybe.
I don't mean it as a criticism. I'm just saying that there is a division in the fighting game. But by beating him, there's no doubt about it, and that he is the best heavyweight of his generation, and he goes up there with the greats. And you remember, Usyk, we keep talking about the AJ fight, you want to see it. He's beaten AJ on 2 occasions. He's beaten him twice. So he's fighting the guy who's beaten AJ.
Yeah, it's a fascinating fight.
Frank, a couple of very quick questions before we let you go and enjoy a glass of wine to celebrate your Arsenal winning 2-0 today. Of course, the great goal by Declan Rice. I'm sure you're having a glass celebrating that this evening.
3-0.
Was it 3-0? I was Spence told it was 2. Was that 3-0? Sorry, I do apologise, sir. Batabiev and Bivol postponed. We touched on it in the first section. You still go ahead with your contest against Eddie Hearn and 5 amazing fights that all main events anywhere else in the world or on any other card. Disappointment hearing that today that Batabiev has injured his knee?
Yeah, it is a disappointment, you know, and that happens in boxing, and it's the same as Tyson. Too many idiots who were saying Tyson it wasn't happening and it was on purpose. Now, it happens, and it's happened in quite a few fights over the last few years, where, you know, where guys have pulled out with injuries or they've been postponed. Everyone's really gutted where we are with this. However, and I mean this with the greatest respect, because both of the light heavyweights, both of them gained undefeated records, both 20-0. We're looking forward to it, but everybody's imagination is captured by the 5v5. They are big fights, and these guys all training very hard for it. So the show goes on, it will go on. It's a fantastic concept, and it'll be a very competitive night of boxing that Queensbury are going to win.
Can I just ask, do you know a date very quickly, because I've got to ask you one other question. Do you know a date for that postponed light heavyweight undisputed fight or not?
Not at the moment. It depends, you know, when the England heard about it late last night. Because how severe the injury is, and obviously he can't spar more or less, he can't run, so he stops training altogether, so that's when he can resume training. And no doubt that will be put on as soon as it can be put on, because everybody wants to see that fight.
Frank, very, very quickly, we're going to talk about your new signings in the next section and listen to Nazim Hamid, who was here in the week, saying really nice things about yourself and also Spencer Oliver, and also about his son, Adam Nassim Hamid. Chantal Cameron, Nassim Hamid, Adam Nassim Hamid, great additions to the stable this week.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny, but you know, with Chantal, obviously she's done everything that's been asked. I think she's in the top 2 or 3 winning fighters in the world, so she's got a wealth of experience behind her, and she's signed with Queensbury, and we're delighted with that, and we're going to give her the pathway for now.
You're fighting for the mandatory, she's saying, yeah? You're going to fight for those mandatories for her, yeah?
That's where we want to do. We'll move heaven and earth to make that work.
Yeah, you always do. You always do.
And we're, you know, and she, as I say, we're delighted she's on all of us. And on the other end of the spectrum, you've got young Adam who's had 1 professional fight, 0 amateur fights. He's been in the gym for quite a few years training. You've got all the various reports that you hear about him. But it's a long journey for him. He's got big boots to fill. you know, following his dad, who's a British boxing legend or world boxing legend, and I've got to temper everybody's expectation level at this stage of the game. I'm not having him pushed. I'm not, and I make it very clear. Mortal's mum, Alicia, and Naz, and I just said that you've got to let us do what I think we're good at doing, which is to bring him through. He's got to gain experience. He's going to do that by training, but why not by having quite a few fights. I don't want to push him too much because, as I say, he's not had any amateur experience. But get him the fight so he learns his craft and his trade, so we can prepare him when he hopefully gets into a stage where he can fight for world titles. And as I said to you, if you do 20% what your dad did, you'll be a really, really good fighter. So
absolutely.
Let's see how we go with it. But I'm really looking for it. He's a really nice boy. He's a credit to Naz and Alicia, and he's a welcome addition. People are going to like it. Absolutely. He's a really nice young man.
Frank, we're going to let you go. Will you join us next week, by the way, when we begin our build-up, a big build-up to Fury and Usyk, because you're packing your case. No doubt you're leaving Sunday morning like we are. Can we speak to you next week as well and talk Fury?
Yeah, not a problem. We've got Sean at York Hall. We've got Dignam in with Denzel Bentley. So
that's a
cracking little fight that is. But yeah, absolutely pleasure to be on here, and another week gone, and we'll be out there, and it's going to be a very, very exciting fight week. There's no doubt about that. And some really good fights in the undercard, involving some British fighters as well, so I'm looking forward to it.
Lovely, Frank. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always great to hear from you, the great Hall of Fame promoter Frank Warren. Good night, sir.
Thanks, Frank.
Thanks a lot, thanks.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
You can sense the glory.
What a match!
The semi-final, where each match is epic.
Oh, that's a stunner!
It's unscripted. Spontaneous drama. This is where the season is defined. Every day, totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League semi-finals, only on TNT Sports.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Lisa? Lisa? Where'd she go? Got to leave the party early to drive home. Better get a Travel Lodge. Find great value king-size comfort at travellodge.co.uk.
This is a customer announcement. The store will be closing soon, but there's plenty of time to check out this week's talkSPORT Bet Broadcast Boost.
This Sunday, Liverpool versus Tottenham. Salah, Nunes, Son and Maddison each have one more shots on target. Current price 72. Broadcast positive price 19 to 5.
There's still time to bag yourself these great offers.
For this and other Feel the Deal odds, visit talksportbet.com. Johnny-tastic broadcaster. Bring it on, book it.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Gambleware.org.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to stroll on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furnitureland is a credit broker, not a lender.
I'm Martin Samuel. I write a column for the Times and Sunday Times, and you can read my take on the weekend's football every Monday online or through our app. You'll also find the latest news and exclusive football features. Enjoy the Game podcast, the football newsletter, and in-depth tactical analysis of the trends. The digital subscription is just £1 for 3 months. Visit thetimes.co.uk/talksport to join. Also renews at £26 a month, let's cancel.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Crux Dulux Standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Terms apply.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on.
Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rapids, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, free match only, max stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4 to 1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
As another dramatic EFL season comes to a close, some clubs are celebrating the glory of automatic promotion. But the battle is far from over as teams compete to secure that final promotion spot in the EFL playoffs. talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2 will bring you unmissable first-class coverage and full kick-by-kick commentary of each and every playoff showdown. Unbelievable! Ahead of all 3 playoff finals, live from Wembley Stadium. Experience the excitement and anticipation of the EFL playoffs. What a magnificent finish! Live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Legendary boxer Prince Nazim Hamed and his son Adam Hamed joined Engel's keeper Darren Bent following Adam's unveiling as a Queensbury fighter under Frank Warren, of course. Here's how they reacted on yesterday's drive show.
He officially signed with Frank Warren today, Queensbury, as the promotional company that's going to take his career hopefully to the highest of heights.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. How did you come to that decision? Was that more Prince, or was it a dream? Because obviously there's so many promotion companies out there. How come it's Queensbury?
Well, obviously I've seen the way and how close we are with Frank and what he's done throughout my whole career, which is amazing to have my son come along right now and obviously do what he's going to do. He's very confident, and it's good that we've got somebody that we know, somebody that we've got history with, somebody that went through some unbelievable times. Like, I'm sure Frank will say that I was a huge part of his life. I was a huge part of his promotional company, which has got a totally different name to it today. I'm the person, I believe, that lit up that whole thing right there. And God willing, I'm just looking for my son to do the same. And God willing, even do it better than me. That's what I envisage.
Adam, it's a big ask to be successful in boxing because it's such a dangerous sport. It's probably even more difficult when you've got to fight with the name Hamed on your back, so to speak, because for everyone who's going to be a cup fighter, they want to beat you and they want to be the first to do it as well. You've only had one professional fight so far. Are you finding it difficult? Are you finding it a weight on your shoulders?
Not at all. I'm taking everything as a blessing and alhamdulillah for everything. I can't believe the position I'm in. I can't believe how fortunate I am. Now it's just about me trying to deliver the goods and show everyone what I've been talking about.
We've only seen one of your fights.
It's the only one I had. I never had amateurs. I never had that experience.
And it ended quite quickly as well. I don't know if you're aware of it, your dad was a bit of a show-off. Right? Or we like showboating, but either way,
Do we call it a show-off, or do we say showman? Showman.
Oh, no,
showman.
We all
Oh,
love
just
it, right?
supreme confidence, baby. You know me. Come on. A show-off is something else.
No, what?
And arrogant. People always just say, "Oh, he's arrogant." People mistake that there's a big mistake in saying somebody is arrogant when he's supremely confident. And that's what people don't understand. If you've got that confidence to ride with the ability, it's so good to get that and have that confidence to be able to go out and express yourself the way that you want. Because not a lot of people do it.
Great stuff there from Nazim Hamed looking back on his career, and it's inevitable because of his dancing brilliance, and I enjoyed it myself covering him. He was an extraordinary character. He was also very kind about you and your friendship going back a very long time. You were on the British team together, of course, as amateurs as well. And you sparred, didn't you, at times?
Yeah, we did. We started training together when we were 13, 14 years of age. Boxed for England against America, sparred together. Actually, he was lighter than me, Nazzy. He used to weigh in at 51 kilos, I was 54 kilos. So we always roomed together, and we grew a great friendship 36 years on, and that friendship still remains. He's a great guy, Nazzy.
We'll hear those words from him in the next hour at some point, because we should play them tonight, because it was a lovely moment. I think you were in the gallery at the time, weren't you? Yeah. And listening to him. Also, of course, as mentioned with Frank Warren just now, Chantel Cameron leaving Eddie Hearn. She said there were no bad feelings, but she didn't feel like she was the #1 in his stable, that he was favouring Katie Taylor. Obviously, they had two magnificent fights. Frank's going to push hard for those mandatories for Chantel, who I think belongs in the top 10 pound for pound in the world. I don't think necessarily she's in the top 2 or 3, but I think she's in the top 10 pound for pound in the world. She's a phenomenal character. Change for her to go to Sheffield to train as well under Dalton Smith's father Grant now. Let's have a listen to what Chantel Cameron told us this week.
Eddie designed, they wanted a trilogy. They wanted to fight, so it actually wasn't down to them. It was Katie and her team.
Right.
I took less money. Basically, I thought I was ready to sign the contract. I thought it was that close of a done deal. And next thing, had a phone call saying Katie wanted an easier fight and to box her mandatory. So that was that.
Will it happen then?
I hope it happens. I think it should happen. I think obviously she did beat me the last time, but it isn't like she battered me and scored me. She scraped a win with a lot in her favour, where put us in a neutral venue and all the rest of it. It will never happen again. It will never happen.
It's 1-1, so it should be. There should be.
Yeah.
It's
one.
fans want it.
Yeah, it's one apiece, and she had the chance twice against me. I beat her the first time. She got a chance, not even as a champion, but obviously she's a great ambassador for female sport and she's done great things. But at the same time, the table's turned because you can't be using that for the rest of your career. There's new girls coming through. The torch is going to be passed over, and she beat me and never let me have the chance of redemption. Where after the fight, she did say in front of everyone, her country, and all the people that are in that arena that the trilogy should happen next, and doing quite a big speech about it, saying that it's the fight to happen, and that soon as the opportunity was there, then she decided to continue the fight.
As long as she keeps her patience and longevity in the sport, I think she'll get a third fight with Katie Taylor. She may even get a fight with Amanda Serrano. She may even get a fight with Sandy Ryan, Lauren Price. There's loads of great fights, but she really wants Katie Taylor, doesn't she?
Yeah, of course. I think the trilogy makes sense at some point. You know, Katie Taylor maybe wanting an easier fight, an easier option before going into that third one. Because if their first two are anything to go by, I mean, they were absolute barnstormers, and the third one's going to be exactly the same. Why, stylistically, them two gel really well together. So I'd love to see that fight. But good luck to Chantel Cameron, new chapter of her career.
Absolutely right. So we are full of news tonight. Josh Taylor up next. He's fighting Jack Catterall, of course, the controversial fight from 2 years ago. We'll listen to Josh next.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
With Now, you can stream the biggest action on Sky Sports instantly and without a contract.
Absolutely brilliant.
This Sunday, Liverpool face Tottenham at Anfield. But that's not all. Catch the final day drama for the EFL Championship, the Miami Grand Prix, and the finals of the Madrid Open Tennis. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream a big weekend of sport live with Now. Head to nowtv.com.
18 plus, Sky Sports content streamed via internet, full terms apply.
You got a little redo with Paddy Power on this one, then?
Yeah, mate. Big man to score anytime. I'm backing him.
It looks like it's the big man who's coming off. Oh, he's going to struggle to score from the bench, pal. Oh, feel closer, because with Paddy Power Super Sub, your bet carries over to the player coming off. So now, all subs are super. Paddy Power, football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections. Only T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
These days, it's nice to know what you're getting. Like the same when you tuck into our tasty breakfast. The same yes when your kids stay and eat breakfast for free. The same woo knowing there are over 800 hotels. And the same every time you sink into one of our super comfy beds. Enjoy the same feeling whatever the trip. Premier Inn, rest easy. Book regrets for the best rates at premierin.com. T's and C's apply. Up to 2 kids stay and eat breakfast free with a full paying adult.
We're not a bit Spanish. We're not native Spanish. Somewhat Spanish or Spanish. Estrella Galicia Cerveza is 100% Spanish. Just look for the label. Brew slowly for 5 generations in A Coruña, using the finest Galician ingredients. So it's a 100% authentic Spanish beer. It's time we say Cheers to the contenders. We take it from here. Estrella Galicia. Spanish, not Spanish.
Play Set for Life and you could. £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
They're the ultimate playmakers. The unstoppable game changers.
Absolutely extraordinary!
The icons, talisman and stone cold legends who have earned their place in Nissan's all-star lineup.
We've just seen it exceptional.
Every Monday afternoon from 1, join Hawksby and Jacobs as they rate and debate the weekend's greatest performers.
Sensational!
All-star lineup on talkSPORT with Nissan Vans. Accelerate your business with Nissan's all-star van lineup.
Knockout Radio, your Saturday night fight night on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Lewis, and him, Spencer Lee Oman Oliver. Now, earlier on this week, Adam Cashel, my colleague, caught up with the Tartan Tornado Josh Taylor ahead of his much-anticipated rematch with Jack Catterall on May 25th on DAZN, of course. Adam started by asking Josh about the injuries to his eye, which pushed the fight back.
I think on Wednesday of that week, I done the injury, you know, which was a complete full thickness tear of the plantar fascial tendon, which is right at the bottom of your heel, and that connects like your toes and the movement of your toes and things like that. So I couldn't really walk on it at all, you know. So it was like, I think this could be quite career. The damage in it, I don't get it, sorry. So yeah, it was quite a bad one once I found out. I actually done it in sparring through hindsight. It was kind of over the period of a week. It was kind of like just like a dull pain over in the heel. I thought, well, that's just a little bit sore. When I was running and stuff, then when I was doing like my plyometric training and my jumping and that, it started getting really sore. And I thought, oh, I can't do that anymore. I can't jump, it's too painful. And then, you know, so I never ran the rest of the week. Took the weekend off. And then it happened in sparring on the Monday. I went to step back and throw like that. I just felt like a rip in a tear, and then my foot just felt like it was on fire. You know, I just knew that I'd done something. I didn't know what, but I knew I'd done something. And I jumped out the ring. Obviously took my foot off, my boot off, and my foot was all swollen red, and the heel was like red, really red and swollen. I thought, oh no, I've done something here, like so. I went to the hospital, went to specialists, and got the scans and all that done straight away. And it came back on like, I think Tuesday or Wednesday that I'd had a full thickness tear of the plantar fascial tendon on the bottom of my heel. So I was like, they were like, so obviously the fight was off. I told Ben Shalom, I'm injured, fight's off, I'm not going to be able to fight. And we got all the reports and that done. Yeah, it was a bad one, mate. It was a real bad one, and then the fight fell away from then on. You know, I think Ben Shalom and Jack had then been matched or went to go and take another fight in, I believe, the March or April time, which fell through. Instead of just Ben Shalom focusing on letting me get better, letting me get my recovery done, letting me get my rehab done and all that, and get a date done and dialed in for like June or July. You know, he went and done another fight for Jack and he fell through, and then by that point my mandatory in the WBO came saying, look, we're mandating you to fight Teofimo, so it's either that or lose your belt. And you know, it was an opportunity to fight in Madison Square Garden as well, so I was going to take it, and I wasn't giving up my last belt without a fight. You know, I'd already given up 3 of them, so in hindsight I probably should have put that fight back as well, because I still wasn't 100% going to the ring, but been there, done it, it happened, lost the fight. The plan was to go in, beat Teofimo, and then fight Jack again with the belt, with the title on the line, but obviously the plans obviously went up in the air with the result.
And on top of that, I know that you had a slight procedure with your eye. What's the latest with that? Everything's sound that I'm told now, but what was it?
It was just a little slight procedure on my eyes. A little slight procedure, you know, so when I was looking down I was getting a little bit double vision and stuff, so that wasn't good for obviously boxing, so I need my vision, so I went and just got a little slight operation done on my eye and it's fixed, so yeah, it's great, everything's good.
Talk to me about the mental stresses of this game, because you can get in a good physical condition, and obviously you've had a wonderful, up to this point, it's all a very splendid career. But then these crazy things come along where you push your foot, you've got this thing in your eye, that must take its toll on you mentally.
No, it's just one of these things, you know, wear and tear, you know, you're an elite athlete and people get injuries and people when you do a bit of wear and tear, you know, people are happy because it can happen to anyone, you know, so it's just one of them things where I've had a couple of pretty unlucky injuries the last couple of years, that's all, so that is, you know, so that's all behind me now, so yeah, it's good, looking forward, this is great.
And of course, May 25th, he's going in the rematch, he's on. Was there any frustrations in the conversations about getting this fight on? Because again, speaking to people, you were in ready for it. Speaking to Jack Steve as well, he was in. But I kind of got the noise that there were maybe frustrations from maybe promotion, from a promotional point of view, or maybe a broadcast point of view, that this was, you know, taking a little bit longer than it needed to take.
Yeah, well, it did take a little bit longer than it needed to take, because when I got the injury, instead of being long, going ahead and getting scheduled in and getting the fight rescheduled and a second date dialed in and locked in, we went and took Jack to a different fight, which then fell through. Then Jack left boxer, then went to his own, and then you're at starting points again with negotiations and how much you're going to get paid and whereabouts the fight's going to be, and so that doesn't help either, you know. Jack knows he's got three promoters in 2 years or whatever, how long time it's been. That doesn't help either, because you're at a different point and starting point in negotiations every time. So it's like, it's not all been my fault due to the injury, you know, it's a lot that's been taken out of my hands. So it's just, it is what it is, but we're here now, better late than never, you know, it's not as if we're waiting on a canned route kind of situation, we're waiting 5 years, 6 years, it's only been put back another 4 weeks.
We've waited 2.5 years, and we've waited to talk about that fight. That was a long interview about injuries. We don't like talking about injuries. Spencer Oliver, we're going to the break in a minute. What happens in the fight? Has Catterall got Taylor's number, or does Taylor come out and take it this time, but with clarity and lucidity?
I think that the fight happens at 140 pounds, which is the super lightweight division.
No, it's like welterweight to us. You're not young enough to say.
All right, light welterweight, whatever you want to call it. For the modern era, super lightweight. But anyway, let's jump on. I think that weight suits Catterall. I don't think it suits Taylor. I think Taylor's grown.
Totally wrong.
Totally not.
You are totally wrong.
Give me reasons why I'm wrong.
Because I think Taylor had a very bad night, one of the worst nights he's had. He's going to come in.
All right.
He knows Catterall does. No, I'm not going to hold on. We're going to break in a minute. I'm going to say you have 30 seconds.
Teofimo Lopez at 140. Is that another bad night?
No, it was a brilliant night for Teofimo Lopez.
What about Taylor? Taylor, not Lopez.
Taylor points this time.
No, listen, I'm talking about
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Hold it. We're going to listen to you. Nazzy Rabbit singing your praises in a minute. So sit back, baby, and relax. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
You can stream the biggest action on Sky Sports instantly and without a contract.
Absolutely brilliant.
This Sunday, Liverpool face Tottenham at Anfield. But that's not all. Catch the final day drama for the EFL Championship, the Miami Grand Prix, and the finals of the Madrid Open Tennis. Get all Sky Sports channels for a day or a whole month with a Now Sports membership. Stream a big weekend of sport live with Matt at nowtv.com.
18 plus Sky Sports content streamed via internet. Full time plus. Summer is coming with Liberty Super Ready. Get 15% off our award-winning deluxe Aberdeen Angus beef burgers to kickstart Barbie season. And now just $2.54 with Little Plus. Download the Little Plus app and start saving today. Subject to availability. Valid until the 8th of May 24. 18 plus. GB residents. Full T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
This is a customer announcement. The store will be closing soon, but there's plenty of time to check out this week's talkSPORT Bet broadcast boost.
This Sunday, Liverpool versus Tottenham. Salah, Nunes, Son and Maddison each have one or more shots on target. Current price 7-2. Broadcast royalty price 19-5.
There's still time to bag yourself these great offers.
For this and other Feel the Deal odds, visit talksportbet.com. Trolley-tastic broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus gambleway.org.
Switch to EE's ultra-reliable full-fiber broadband for only $29.99 a month and pay absolutely nothing up front. Oh, nothing, not a thing. Plus, it stays fast even at peak times.
And it's powered by BT.
Bingo! All on the UK's most reliable broadband technology.
That's epic.
No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Hurry, offer ends 16th of May.
Key customers, 24 months, 43.7% UK availability. Terms apply. Price increases on 31st of March each year by £3 a month.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Crux Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Terms apply.
The McDonald's chicken Big Mac is back, but not for long. So don't miss out on the 3 layers of soft bun. Don't miss out on the iconic, delicious Big Mac sauce. Those crisp, tender chicken patties. That fresh shredded lettuce. That milky cheese. And don't miss those delicious gherkins. Unless you want to take them out. Don't regret it. Get it. Until the 28th of May. Subject to availability. Participating in the
Just hearing the sound of something can transport you, taking you to a happy place. The great outdoors. If you like the sound of that, then it's time for golf now. Our app is the ultimate golf companion for booking tee times. A few taps on your phone, and you're tapping it in on the green. Sound good? Download Golf Now today.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Raptors, providing bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. 3 match only. Match stake £10 minimum. Combined odds of 4 to 1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
Medium wave.
Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker.
talkSPORT. Talk Sport.
For the latest headlines, just past 10 o'clock, I'm Jeremy Lieber. Manchester City have maintained the pressure on Premier League leaders Arsenal just after their 5-1 thrashing of Wolves in the Premier League evening kickoff. Erling Haaland, well, it was just the 4 goals today.
I try to develop every single day. I had some problems here and there, but let's not focus on them, focus on the positive things, and look ahead, look to the next one. We've got 4 finals left for our season, and we're going to go for it, and try not to think, and focus on football.
It means Pep side are a point behind the Gunners with a game in hand. Just after Arsenal, who were 3-0 winners against Bournemouth in what was talked for live lunchtime commentary. Nottingham Forest, meanwhile, boosted their own survival hopes with a much-needed 3-1 win at already relegated Sheffield United. This to move 3 points clear of the relegation zone. To the Championship now, and Ipswich have won a second consecutive promotion, going up to the Premier League with a 2-0 win against Huddersfield on the final day of the season. Their victory also confirmed Huddersfield's relegation to League One. Birmingham, they're also relegated, this despite beating Norwich 1-0. Plymouth confirmed their second-tier status with a 1-0 win against Hull, and Blackburn did likewise. They won 2-0 at champions Leicester. I hope you followed all of that. And it's already playoff time in League 1 and League 2. Oxford, they won 1-0 at home to Peterborough in the first leg of their League 1 semi-final this evening. The winner, after Wednesday's return fixture, will face either Barnsley or Bolton in the final. Bolton are 3-1 ahead after last night's first leg. Labour's picked up another 4 victories in England's mayoral races with re-elections for Sadiq Khan in London, Andy Burnham and Tracy Braden, while Richard Parker he triumphed in the West Midlands. And tens of thousands of homes in Sussex will remain without water to at least tomorrow, this after a tight burn.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're here for every journey. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Tonight, the north will be mostly cloudy with some patchy rain around, clear spells though, and dry for most regions in the south.
Online, DAB Digital Radio at 10:89 and 10:53 AM. Get in the ring, go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
With champagne goodness.
I don't think he's going to get up.
talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome back to Fight Night here on talkSPORT. I'm Gareth Davis, and Spencer the Omen Oliver is my wingman in the studio tonight. He's behaving himself for once, which is brilliant. In the next hour, still to come, you'll hear from cruiserweight rivals Chris Smith and Richard Riakporhe. We went hammer and tongs with that entire boxer crew that fight at Selhurst Park on June the 15th. Cannot wait for what will be a stellar night. Open air at the football grounds. Plus, cruiserweight prospect John Hedges, handsome Essex boy that he is, joins us in the studio to give us half an hour of rollicking tales from his lifestyle. I've just seen him out there punching the Brazilinator, and he's trying to beat Alois Jr.'s record. All that, loads more to come. This is Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, we've got a big up Spencer Oliver, one of the legends of British boxing this week. That's why I put you back in your cage, as I'm going to keep telling you tonight.
That's right,
Back in your cage, and I'm going to repeat that now. It's like herding cats in here when you're in here, do you know that? As mentioned, the legendary boxer Prince Nassim Hamed, loved by all universally, even though he was a showboater, but he delivered. When he was in the talkSPORT studio yesterday, alongside presenters Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent on Drive, the Prince teased that he might even be in a new job soon, after hours.
I've just been speaking to Spencer Oliver out there, who's a good friend of mine.
We love Spence.
Yeah, everybody does. And I'm very close to him, especially knowing him and, you know, being in the same training camp and England camp from being young as an amateur. I got a lot of time for him. He's been asking me for a long time. And I'm really happy that he's here with you. He introduced me to Denny. And I said, you know what? Every week, we should be doing something down here. We've never been approached. I've never been approached. I can light this place up every week. That's all I know. I don't do many talk shows. You're right. I remember hearing Muhammad Ali say once, you know, if you went on every talk show and every time you get asked, people won't care. If you reserve yourself a little bit, people want to know what's happening.
How nice would it be though, if your son signed his professional deal today and we signed you to our show today as well, Naz?
You couldn't do that. I'll tell you why.
We could do that.
It's going to take a bit of time to negotiate, brother.
It's going to take... Denny's in there, right?
Yeah.
I haven't...
Denny's the man. I know he's the man.
He's saying
he'll make it happen.
Whatever you want, you can have. He just said that.
Okay, done then.
Okay, fine.
Well, listen, understand that, God willing, look, there should have been this voice on a platform that was deserved. And this is deserved. I've been on talkSPORT before, and I am gonna big it up now because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I've always wanted to be on talkSPORT. I never got approached. I've always thought if they're gonna have a boxing voice, there is a boxing voice that understands it and that's done it and been there. Why haven't they got me on it? And then today, as I come down, I spoke to a few people and they said you don't understand. They're huge fans and they would love you to do something. You know what? This could be the future right now.
We don't do shy on talkSPORT, do we, Spencer Oliver?
We certainly don't. We certainly don't.
Naz moves the needle, and I think one of the reasons he moves the needle is because when he's so knowledgeable, and you've got some amazing stories with Naz. What are your... Obviously, he's very kind about you. You're very close. You've been close for 30-odd years. What are your kind of pick-em moments for either Naz's career and your time with him personally?
So my early memories with Naz were sort of pick-em moments, if I'm honest. When we were 13, 14 years of age, we were both picked to box for England. He was 51 kilos, bizarrely, and I was 54.
Flyweight.
Yeah, flyweight. I was 54 kilos, bantamweight. So we roomed together. You know, we used to spar together, room together, and we boxed. you know, in numerous countries and whatnot. But I always remember when we boxed England against America, we lost 14-2. The only two guys that got victorious that night were a kid called Dean Diffie, who I ended up training.
Yeah, I know Dean. Yeah, I remember
He
Dean.
was the last guy ever to beat Nazim Hamid, amateur or pro. He was a lovely kid, good fighter himself. But Dean Diffie and Nazim Hamid, and it's funny, Naz was in here yesterday, and we was catching up and going over those old memories, and we was talking about how he humiliated this guy in the ring, and the Americans were coming in, they were knocking everyone out, stopping everyone. They were like a feared team, but Naz just dealt with it.
Right, there's two things. I want to ask you about the sparring, but what was it like rooming with Nazim Hamid?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, tell us some tales. Were you and your little thong at the time or not? I say little thong, you know what I mean?
You know, save that one for you, mate. Save that one for you.
Here we go. 10-10 and we're at it.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Rooming with Nazim Hamid he was one of these kids, right? He was a great laugh, but he always used to want to muck around. He was like the naughty kid.
Smoke,
No, absolutely not.
Did he go to sleep early?
No, he didn't go to sleep early. Did not go to sleep early. Prankster, proper prankster. Always up. Very charismatic, like always like sort of the heart and soul of the party, if you like. Heart and soul of the training camp anyway. He was, but he done things on his terms, even as an amateur. He done things on his terms, you know, where like amateur boxing, British boxing, it was very conventional, like it was like they liked you to hands up, jab, right hand, left hook, footwork, etc. Nazim Hamid done it his own way, and he said, you know what, I'm not changing this way. He said, Brendan Ingold style, and this is the way that I do it. You know, he turned pro at 17 years of age because the amateur system didn't suit what he was doing, but phenomenal character, and people, like, you heard him saying there in the interview that people take that they mistake that supreme confidence for arrogance, and that
it wasn't an act. It's what came out of him when he boxed.
When the cameras weren't in front of Nazim Hamid, he's a beautiful human being.
Right, there you go. And I've got my story there because he lit up when the cameras came on. He lit up in front of the crowd. He lit up when he came in the studio yesterday. I sat with him once when he was, I think it might be not Algie Sanchez who was fighting or someone, and he was. I went to see him in the Pocono Mountain Resort. He'd split with Emmanuel Stewart by that point as well, and we sat. I had a whole day with him, and I mean this truly and spiritually. We were talking about spirituality, and he said, "You're so like a Sufi. You're the way you are, a hippie, basically, a Muslim hippie." And he was saying you should convert to Islam, and I took it very. I've never forgotten that moment because he meant it really sincerely, and that sprung to mind when you said that. That when the cameras weren't on, Naz lit up because he had that personality.
Yeah.
He was a very quiet, thoughtful person when you were on your own with him.
Absolutely.
I had an amazing day with him.
No, that's exactly what he's like. Like you said, he's a showman. You know, he's an entertainer. He's always been that. He was that as an 11, 12, 13-year-old kid. That is what he was. You know, we go back, way back to, you know, days when we were sparring. It was all good fun.
No, you mentioned the sparring. Lovely segue there, Spencer. You're reading my mind tonight. I love it. You're so focused on these Saturday nights. The sparring. Talk to me about. Now, how hard is it to hit and not be hit by Nazim Hamid?
It was very difficult. So what you had to do with Naz was sort of roll the dice, but it had to be educated pressure. I was a smart boxer, even though I was a pressure fighter. I was very smart as well, so I knew what it was. You throw some shots, and all of a sudden Naz was standing behind you. You think, how did he get there? Like, how did he get there? How's he made the manoeuvre from being in front of you to behind you? But I always used to give Naz trouble when we were sparring, and it's sort of very hard for me to say that.
What kind of trouble?
No, like, because I was very, very persistent. Did you ignore his antics? Absolutely. Yeah, that's what you had to do. You had to do that. You had to go in there and take that blow away. And like me telling you this story, everyone can say, yeah, all right, what it is, what it is. Our producer is out there tonight, and the boxing editor, Ed Huntley. So when we was out in Saudi Arabia, so that question sort of come up with me as we were speaking and we was together. I think his son asked it or someone said, how did the sparring go with you two? And I'm like, don't ask me, ask him. Let him give you the answer. And I think it was a very, very positive answer. He said that, you know, I give him a lot of problems, and one person he never wanted to fight. He knew I was coming up through the ranks. He knew that I was at a different weight, but he knew that I was struggling to make that weight, and I was going to eventually step up. He said, I didn't want to fight.
A little birdie tells me that you often got the better of him. I know you won't say it because you're too modest when it comes out. I know you're not a shy man, but Nazim Hamid, I've got it on good authority, said you always got the better of him, almost always.
Well, it was competitive. It was competitive.
Listen, he was one of the greats. You could have been one of the greats. Your career was curtailed by a lot of things, and I want to say it because I always come to this moment with you. I'm so glad you're still around and with us, because it's an absolute pleasure to work with you week in, week out, day in, day out.
Absolutely. And listen,
Naz reflected that yesterday as well.
Yeah, and can I just say about Nassim Hamed as well? Like, I don't think that. There was a conversation going on in the studio yesterday. They were saying, does Naz come in the top 10 best British fighters of all time?
No question.
I said, I'll tell you where Naz is for me. Naz is number one now. And the argument would be Lennox Lewis. Naz in his prime. So I grew up with Naz, and so I knew how good he was. We sparred and shared a ring together. Naz for me was the number one best British fighter of all time. In his prime, that kid was unbelievably talented. Unbelievably talented.
I'm not going to argue with your opinion, because I put Naz at 5, I think, or 4, and he's always picking me up on it, picking me about it, saying, by the way, because he said I put him at 13. You can't put him at 13 post-war fighters. No, that's very interesting, and because you know him, because you've sparred with him, because you know what he's like, and you got the better of him. So what does that make you? There you go. You're listening to Fight Night talkSPORT. Up next, Essex, handsome Essex man, John Hedges, cruiserweight prospect, joins us in the studio to tell us about his adventures in the county of Essex.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and up. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? Ovo's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open Ovo power nap.
Summer is coming. With Little, be super ready. Get 15% off our award-winning deluxe Aberdeen Angus beef burgers to kickstart Barbie season. They're now just $2.54 with Little Plus. Download the Little Plus app and start saving today. Subject to availability. Valid until April May 24. 18 plus. GB residents. Full T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV.
I love the play.
It's got to be rugby.
Golf. It's the boxing for me.
Anything can happen.
I absolutely love the darts.
Whatever your sport, bet Fred. Check out our huge range of sports markets, daily offers and prize boosts.
I like the Saturday racing, I like the top jockeys, the top horses.
All the drama of it.
The Super League.
Everything's just 100 miles an hour.
This is the whole atmosphere. Bet Fred in store and online. Love sport?
Bet Fred.
18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
Have you tried the improved McDonald's fries? Just a little bit more.
The classics. Now a little more. Comparison with prior classic burgers. Served after 11 a.m. subject to availability.
Next session, a woman with impeccable style. Even the most fashionable amongst us can face fashion frustration. So many clothes, but nothing to wear. By selling something on eBay, there's still hope for Sasha.
Nice.
Sell the clothes you don't wear to buy the ones you will.
Birthday fit sorted.
It's now free to sell your pre-owned clothes on eBay, so you'll never have nothing to wear again. Conditions apply.
Monday night, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is coming to cinemas everywhere.
This was a human place with human ideas. It was not meant for apes.
It is now. Enter the Kingdom in IMAX. Together, you will die. No, together, strong. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Order tickets now.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Sunday afternoon, the Women's Super live on talkSPORT.
Manchester City versus Arsenal.
Coverage from 2 kick-off, 6:15 Sunday afternoon. Feel the glory on talkSPORT 2. Kick it.
smashing single shots from Hedges, that left hand down the middle, rocks Lautaro right back onto his heel, senses that Hedges maybe is waiting, and he will press on. And down goes Wolverhampton.
He's still undefeated, the German.
Well, that was the voice, I believe, of Michael Buffer saying James Hedges?
John James Hedges.
John James Hedges. Look, you're a big, handsome fella. We just had a photo just then in front of the talkSPORT sign. You are a blooming heavyweight, not a cruiserweight. Do you have to cut a lot of weight to make cruiser?
Well, believe it or not, it wasn't that long ago. I was a light heavyweight, so I've only just moved up. But I say just moved up. People say you have to go into the weight. I'm always walking around 100 kilo, if not a bit more. I'm like I say, I'm a.
Are you a rugby guy?
No, hate rugby.
What did you do before boxing then?
To be honest with you, I played a little bit of football, but
in goal?
I was a defender, centre back.
Okay.
Too low lump at the back of the head, you know what I mean? But no, like I come from a fighting family. My dad used to box, my brother boxed.
Tell us about them.
So my background was Repton Boxing Club. Started there as a kid. That's where my fundamentals come from. Like if people look at me, they always say they've got good footwork. And very like the reactions have always been good. And that's all from Repton Boxing Club. I can't.
One of the great amateur boxing clubs in our country, by the way. You know, Darren Barker, his brother, obviously late brother, say prayer there. I think so many great names have come out of there.
It's a brilliant club, and like you say, when you look around the walls of Repton Boxing Club, the amount of great fighters that have been there is unbelievable.
So you've been destined for this as a calling then?
A million percent. Like I say, I've got to say hats off to me dad. He used to drive me to Repton from the age of 8 years old. We're from Stansted Airport, so he'd drive me down to Bethnal Green.
What, do you live on the airport?
We're literally a village next to Takeley.
Oh, you're in Takeley?
Yeah,
man, you're in the wilds there. You're in the wilds there. People fight in the streets there. You have that pub on the corner on the crossroads.
There's no excitement.
Do you know what?
You know it so well, anyway.
Because I live near there, and I tell you what, I fear breaking down in Takeley late at night.
Gareth, are you serious?
No, I'm kidding. I know the area. I'm one of us. I'm one of these days, you know. I've got to get my teeth done, I need the implants done and all that stuff.
You've got the tan.
I've got the tan.
Yeah, you've got the tan.
Yeah, so growing up in that area, it's a big football area.
Yeah.
Tottenham, West Ham, Arsenal fans. Did Dad take you down to Repton at like 6 and that was it? You were addicted or?
So more than anything, like I said, my brother used to box Swaley. I followed his footsteps. He used to take me down the gym all the time, down West Ham Boxing Club, my brother was. And I hated it, Gareth. It wasn't a bit of me. Like,
Did you throw water on yourself and pretend you'd been training and
that
stuff?
sort of stuff. I was a fat kid. I didn't care about the fighting side. I just wanted to be part of it. I wanted to wear the tracksuit and look part of it. And then over time, it was just West Ham. West Ham was a very Vicky May, very great trainer.
Yeah.
But it was hard. If you was 10 years old, you were training like a 30-year-old man, and that was the thing that used to scare me to death when you was a kid. So my dad said, right, I want to give me a second chance of life in the sports. We took me to Repton. And then the first day I walked into Repton Gym, that was a bit of me. It wasn't a fighters club, it was a boxers club. It was everything I liked really, so fell in love with the sport, and from there, Gareth, never looked back.
John, you've always been very naturally talented though, mate. Like, so I remember you through the amateurs, followed your career as an amateur, saw you box live as an amateur as well. Always very, very tall for the weight. I think you was middleweight even when I saw you as an amateur, like 6'5" middleweight. It was like phenomenal. But you'd won everything, you'd done everything, and sort of like, you know, it was big things always going to be expected from you, as a professional. And you sort of going on and you're 9 unbeaten now, 3 of them inside the distance, and you're moving on and you're moving through the weights and all. You're like, can you believe 2020, Gareth? This guy was a super middleweight when he had his debut. Now up at cruiserweight, and you're going to probably grow into a full-grown heavyweight, without a doubt.
100%. Like the heavyweight division is where I see myself campaigning at 25, 26. And I'm like, I'm 22, just turned now, so.
It's a thrilling division at the moment. What size is the cruiserweight division? We're going to come to that in a bit, but what weight did Dad fight in?
So my dad really, he was another fat boy, Gareth. He was like myself at the start. He only had about 10 fights as an amateur.
He's 6 foot tall, is he?
Yeah, he's 6 foot 1. My dad's probably the same, but they're very wide.
Yes.
So that's why I'm trying to fit out. I was always, like Spencer said there, always lean, tall. And now I'm starting to get a bit of weight behind me and get a bit of maturity.
John, when you turned professional, how much of a shock was that for you? Like, you had your professional debut, you won that one really well, going into your second fight, going in there against a guy, you found out what that game was all about, because you're going time, like I say, your expectations really high. John Hedges is going to go all the way. And it's easy to lose yourself when you're wrapped up in all that. You come up against a guy, tough journeyman, and all of a sudden you find yourself in that fight. It was a massive learning fight for you, wasn't it? It was one of them ones where that probably moulded you as a fighter you are today.
Exactly what you just said there, Spence. Like, I kind of needed that. I walked, like I say, it was my debut where I found it straight away. I walked in, I made championship weight to it. Why I done it, I'll never know, but you live to learn sort of thing. I just thought, if I walk in there 6'6", suited away, who's done that? And I thought I shocked the public. And it was a great talking point, but I don't think I left enough in the tank, if I'm honest with you.
We lose all the punch resistance.
And exactly that. I got away with that in the amateurs. We're in the pro game now. I went against a great fighter, and like I say, he weren't a journeyman, my first opponent. He had a good record and a good winning record, and southpaw. And I remember getting in there. It was a late change of opponent. There was a lot of politics behind it, but we're never going to turn. We're fighters, aren't we? We're not going to turn down a fight. And I remember saying to Eddie after that fight, I said, Ed, I said, that was not me. I said, let me come back a light, Eddie, I promise you. So I thought I might have blew my chance, but I know when you gutted in yourself, I thought I can give 10 times more than what I just showed there.
You're addicted to the sport, clearly. You love it. It's your lifeblood. What have you done? You're still a very young man, but what have you done in the background? Have you got a trade? Where did you leave school early? What was your journey? What was your route? Did you get out of school straight away? What was the route that you took?
Yeah, so to be fair, Gareth, I didn't really take because obviously I come from a travelling background, I didn't take the traditional travelling route. I went through school, done everything properly, got my GCSEs, went to college, and then I actually went and done a carpentry apprenticeship.
Yeah, that's what I was fascinated in. Can you make a good cabinet or not?
Absolutely awful, hence why I took the boxing career.
I'm glad you said that. Very happy around his house, mate.
I need a good carpenter for a family anyway. I'd always need a good carpenter. Absolutely. So, and talk to us about the travelling background. Were you site or house that you grew up?
No, I've always been settled. So we've got our own yard, and I've lived in a house. I was in a trailer when I was a baby, but not what I remember of travelling. So.
But the culture of boxing within the traveller community has changed enormously. It's the national sport of the travellers, isn't it?
Literally.
The society of travellers.
If you go back to the schoolboy level at amateurs, it's only travellers. You know what I mean there, Spence? You go to a national final, I'm telling you, 20 out of the 30 boxers are travelling.
John,
and all the parents are there.
It was like that. It was like that when I was boxing, even in the schoolboys and whatnot. It was all predominantly travellers, all through all the gyms. But they used to fizzle out, like because they were. Well, that's what used to happen. I think.
Why is that?
Tyson Fury and Billy Joe Saunders changed the tradition. They paved the way, like for professional boxing. You had the odd one that done it, but not like that. Andy Lee. But yeah, like traditionally, I think they just went off, didn't they? A lot of them were tree cutters and they just spoiled it.
Traditionally, with the travelling background is you go and work from a young age. So soon, what normally happens? As soon as you get your driving licence, that's your first bit of freedom, and then people can't not speak out. They can't act until they get their freedom. And the boxing is the last thing of their priority. Now they've got their driving licence, they're out, getting married at a young age, they're having kids at a young age. So that's half the reason why the great fighters fizzle out. But I think more than anything with me, Gareth and Spencer, like when I come in, I didn't exactly start off amazing. I was winning fights, but I was never the kid to watch. I weren't this. But then I started seeing all the kids to watch slowly fizzle out, and that just gave me that bit of ego to move on. And I moved to Hoddesdon Boxing Academy, and like I say, I finished up 44 fights, 40 wins, and I had a real good run in it.
Yeah. I think I watched your last amateur fight actually before you turned pro.
Do you know which one it was?
I think was it the Hoddesdon home show?
Yeah, Hoddesdon.
That's right, I was there. Yeah, that's right. I was there. Billy Joe was down there.
Billy Joe, Tom Little come down. That was a big talk about.
Well, that's what I'm saying because you was boxing this kid, and I'm going right. I've come down there to see John Hedges because like we're all telling me about it because I know a few of the kids from Hoddesdon. I thought, yeah, I'll come down see what this kid's all about. And he dealt with him. He done the job, and I thought it's gonna be a good journey.
I remember from that fight, Tom Little videoed a bit and was giving it all flashy, looking at the ring and he put it out and he tagged Frank Roy and he tagged Eddie on. And I've got a bit of, that's how I got involved with Sam Jones, literally that one Twitter message and it all blew.
He's always said to me, I've got this diamond, you've got to follow him, and I've been following you ever since. I want to talk to you about the cruiserweight division. You want to talk to you about the cruiserweight division, Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk next, but I've been at bare knuckle tonight before I came here. Yeah, exactly, it's a dream. What I want to know is, have you ever had a fair fight? Have you ever had a bare knuckle fight?
No, Gareth, I'll be honest with you, I've been kept out of that, which is very grateful.
It's changing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not what it used to be. I'm not trying to glamorise it. Even back in the day, it's never a good thing to have a bare knuckle fight, especially in the travelling community. But it's one of them things sometimes we've got to do, but I'm lucky enough to have a good family behind me. They kept me away and kept me clear out of that and kept me clear out of trouble.
Hedges' adventures in Essex to continue
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
the break. You're listening to Fight Night and talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18 plus
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? Ovo's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open Ovo Power Nap.
A woman with impeccable style. Even the most fashionable monsters can face fashion frustration. So many clothes, but nothing to wear. By selling something on eBay, there's still hope for Sasha. Nice. Sell the clothes you don't wear to buy the ones you will. Birthday fit sorted. It's now free to sell your pre-owned clothes on eBay, so you'll never have nothing to wear again. Conditions apply.
As we all know, prices keep rising. So at B&Q, we've nailed down hundreds of ours. Prices nailed at B&Q. You can do it when you B&Q it.
Prices held until at least 17th of June 2024. Held prices may be subject to temporary discounts, subject to availability, exclusive B&Q local stores.
This is a customer announcement. The store will be closing soon, but there's plenty of time to check out this week's talkSPORT Bet broadcast boost.
This Sunday, Liverpool versus Tottenham. Salah, Nunes, Son and Maddison each have one or more shots on target. Current price 72. Broadcast boosted price 19 to 5.
There's still time to bag yourself these great offers.
For this and other feel the deal odds, visit talksportbet.com. Trolley-tastic broadcaster. Bring it on, boogie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
At NFU Mutual, we offer quality insurance for businesses of all sizes. Our experts understand the challenges you face, so we've developed quality insurance products to offer extensive business cover. It's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew each year. For top quality business insurance, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual, closer to your business and closer to what matters.
Introducing Stella Artois Unfiltered, a beer au natural. Or in other words, as tasteful as a party with no dress code. Or no dress at all. As natural as Adam and Eve, before the fig leaves. As refreshing as a summer afternoon, while skinny dipping. Stella Artois Unfiltered, a beer bursting with natural flavour. Beer au natural. Please drink responsibly.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they do the rappers and everything together in his WhatsApp group. They all know how much they're betting.
You can all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going, so you're like...
Similar to us, but I actually go into a shop and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What do you stick to?
5.
Average.
Yeah. 25 years I've had that 5.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
talkSPORT Podcast League. Outspoken, the best of White and Jordan.
Now available in one unmissable daily podcast.
He's going to be judged for a considerable period of time. It's a load of old pony. The final word on the final scores with Jim Mighty White. I really mean this with sincerity. And Simon the Saint Jordan. I can't look like the Saint. Here's the Simon Templar. Look, I expected to hear Outspoken. Out now.
Listen or download for free from your favourite podcast portal.
Trying to draw the lead out, really fire back with a sharp left hand. Your uppercut straight down the middle there. On the body there. Let's go and you're going to see in trouble. Referee says in that.
And still undefeated, gentlemen,
John James Hedges, you're welcome back to Fight Night and talkSPORT. Gareth Davis, Spencer Oliver in the studio with me, wingmaning as ever. I'm putting you back in your cage again. Cage, that's right. Cage, not herding cats every Saturday night. But I love being with you. We are Joined in the studio for the second section now by John James Hedges, the gentleman. It's nice when you hear commentary on your fights, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely. Get a little buzz again.
Yeah. Are you the best looking boxer in Britain?
Well, look, Gareth, all I'm trying to say is I've just done a shoot with Armani, and that just come out yesterday. So
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean,
fantastic.
JD scores at the bit. I just managed to. Black me away, didn't I?
Why does he seem so surprised, isn't he?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? He told me I'm good looking, so he took it away from me.
How do you get those kind of sponsors?
Well, look, my management, Harry Phillips, who was here with me today, he said to me, he said, John, look, I've got this opportunity come up, and what an opportunity that was to be in JD. That's a dream come true, but for me to see myself in there.
You're 9-0 as a cruiserweight. We've talked about your amateur career. We've talked to Spencer, obviously very well versed in it. Your traveller background. We don't know when you're fighting next. You're a cruiserweight, of course. When are you fighting? When do you think you'll be fighting next?
All we know is what we've got penciled in is a Southern Area title shot next. After that last performance, only went 2 rounds. It was meant to be a step-up opponent. I'm in a real good place now, Gareth. So when it comes, and I'm hoping it's back in our hometown, London.
Listen, you've got a big fight coming up June the 15th. Chris Smith defending his world title, Selhurst Park, against Richard Riakporhe. Quick question, Phil, before we get into that one. Chris Smith, the gentleman. John Hedges, the gentleman. What happens if you two ever fight?
Well, it's just sells. It's
a battle of the gentlemen, is it?
Two nice guys in the sport, and Chris is a gentleman. And the way people talk about Chris, they say how good his fighting ability is, and they say how much of a nice man he is, and that's exactly how I want to be presenting myself.
You might have to fight him for the world title one day, even though you've sparred and you're friends.
That'd be beautiful to fight Chris. What a fight that would be. And he's a great fighter.
Do you think he retains his WBO cruiserweight crown against Richard Riakporhe?
It's a very tough fight. But because of momentum and the way Chris is coming through, I genuinely believe it.
How do you see? Describe that fight to us then, because I see Riakporhe as a marginal favourite. They're going to Selhurst Park, 30,000 odd fans in there. It's going to be a great night. First fight at Selhurst Park for 70 odd years. Why do you think Chris can win that fight?
More than anything, activity and momentum. And I believe Riakporhe's got one up on Chris, right? So it's that underdog mentality.
Very close fight there, wasn't
Very close fight, and that underdog mentality. I think Chris goes in there with that little bit more hunger, and he knows what it feels to be like a world champion now. He's going to want to keep that belt. So that's my opinion on it.
I've got one for you. So Chris Smith has had 10 fights since that fight they had in 2019. He's won all 10, won the world title. Richard Riakporhe's got himself into that mandatory position, but had 7 fights. But he's had an easier journey. I mean, Chris Smith in his last couple of fights, especially against Mastanak, Marius Mastanak, sorry,
Mateusz Mastanak.
Yeah, so against him, he had a tough night, and you could see him, John, you know...
He came to a torrid time in the first 5 rounds.
You know when you're looking at a fighter and you can look into their eyes as the fight's unfolding. He walked back to the corner, I think it was about after the 4th round, I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, he don't look like he's got a lot left here.
You weren't thinking you were doing commentary on it, you said it out loud.
I was, I'm thinking... Like, I can see as an ex-fighter, you go, I know he's doubting himself, but Shane McGuigan done a great job of picking him up and they turned it around, he got the victory. But when you look at those sort of fights, they put years on you, John, don't they? That's why I think Riakporhe starts the marginal favourite, because he now believes in his own ability. He's got confidence in his own ability. He's matured as a fighter since that last one. And Smith's been through some tough fights, and that may be the difference.
Like I think what you just said there, Spencer, it can work either way. Either you get good experience from it, or you get, not punchy, it's the wrong word, but you get the rough
wear and tear.
Exactly that.
There's also, I think, I mean, you have to admire Billum Smith's durability and kind of tenacity. But Riakporhe's got that equalising power. That's where I think he's very dangerous.
Definitely. He's got that one-punch power, which is a very great asset to have in the cruiserweight division.
So if we pose this question to you, then you cast your eye across them all. You'll be targeting all of them. Who's the best cruiserweight in the UK right now, then?
In the UK, right. I know who's in the world, but in the UK, I have to say that, personal opinion, he's got that world title, he's been active, and he's proved himself. After the Riakporhe fight, we're going to really see it. We're going to see who the main man in Britain is. But, yeah, I think, look...
You're not the best cruiserweight in Britain.
No, I've got improvement to do, yeah. I'm a young gun. I will be one day.
Very honest, who's the best cruiserweight in the world?
Joel Patai, without a shadow. Why? Boxing brain, just a flair, classy. He reminds me of a throwback fighter with more flair.
He is classy. classy monster. That's what he is.
Yeah,
Classy
exactly
monster.
that. He's got it all.
Have you spent time around him at all?
Never.
I spent a lot of time with him in Riyadh. About 4 or 5 days in a row anyway, and I met his whole team and a fantastic time with him. Do you know what I found about him most of all? He's a very silent, icy, cool character.
Yeah, he doesn't waste time.
Very retained. Doesn't waste anything.
He's a nice guy though.
Oh, he's lovely.
Yeah,
Really nice guy.
he's a proper fighter man.
Yeah.
You see he does it for his family. He's got the right setup.
But rarely, sorry, Gav, but rarely do you get a monster that has a great boxing IQ as well. And I'll tell you another one, Better Be exactly like that. Yeah, where you go like, they've either got one or the other in it. It's like you're either a fighter or you're a boxer, but you rarely get to combine the two. And that's what Oppenheimer, that's why he stands
exactly what Oppenheimer done to Zorro, in my opinion. I get there was a...
No, it was clean out.
Yeah, I get there's a big level difference in my opinion. I thought it was a bit of a mismatch going in, not speaking disrespectfully, but even what he done, that we see some fighters nowadays that they take it for granted and it goes 4 or 5 rounds. He timed it, and he had so much confidence in that backhand. When he let it go, he knew the result. He walked away before he hit the camera.
We've only got 5 or 6 more minutes with you. I'm going to try and get you to stay with the next section when we listen to React 4 and Bill Smith as well, if Ed, our producer, allows it. Look at him shaking his head at me. We're enjoying now. He's putting his thumbs up. Will you stay with us till 11? Okay, good. So let's just get into the cruiserweight heavyweight chat. Bring Oppenheimer into that because you talked about. I mean, you are a big cruiserweight, so you might step up to heavyweight in your late 20s, early 30s. That's when heavyweights are at their best. When you, well, unless you're Mike Tyson, but then when you look at John Oppenheimer, first of all, could he make it at heavyweight as well?
Physically, I don't actually believe so. He's got the boxing ability too. When I look at Oppenheimer, I don't think he's a massive cruiserweight.
No, he isn't. He isn't a big guy.
He's 6'1", 6'2". He's a small. I compare him a little bit to Usyk in the sense that his boxing ability is great, and Usyk managed to take it up into the heavyweight.
But he's a big guy, Usyk.
But that's what I was about to say. He has got that physicality which is already bigger. I don't think Joe Oppenheimer has. He definitely will rule the cruiserweight division for a number of years. I'd like to say he makes the weight quite comfortably. I've never asked him.
Would you like to become one of those cruiserweights in that pantheon of Usyk, Evander Holyfield, David Haye? Our great friend Johnny Nelson never managed it at heavyweight, but probably should have. But he was one of those kind of very elusive fighters. He dominated the cruiserweight division.
He won the WBF heavyweight.
Can you do that? Can you take yourself from cruiserweight to heavyweight? Do you dream of world championships?
Most definitely. My eyes are all in the cruiserweight division at the moment, Gareth, but I genuinely believe, with age on my side, where I'm at now, I'll win a world title cruiserweight and move up. But like I say, all eyes on the cruiserweight division.
I'm going to ask you about the 5v5 Hearn versus Warren in a minute, but what about Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk? We've spoken to Frank Warren about it tonight. It's only 2 weeks away now. How do you feel about the fight?
Tyson Fury for me.
Well, of course Tyson Fury for you. You can't say
I can't.
You get kind of hung, drawn and quartered if you said Usyk. You might not get hung, drawn and quartered. I'm metaphorically. Why Fury though? Why the detail on it?
My main thing is, and it might sound a bit cliche, but a good big man will always beat a good small man, and it goes back to that for me. I think Usyk's a great fighter, everything in attributes, and he beats everyone else other than him.
Let's have an argument with Spencer Oliver, because this is a very important one. What does Fury do to Anthony Joshua?
I don't like to say it's with Eddie, but I believe Fury plays him for that.
What happens with Fury and Joshua, Spencer Oliver?
Styles make fights, and I think that Anthony Joshua right now, with the momentum, the confidence that's been missing from his style, the Anthony Joshua of today, right now.
The Cape Crusader says you're a Joshua fanboy. Simon Jordan says you're a Joshua fanboy. You can't do anything different to that.
If he's got an opinion, you all have.
What I would say there though, Gareth, right? The new Joshua, I've not seen him like this for many years. He's a dangerous man.
Oh no, he's got momentum, there's no question about it, but I think Styles made that. Where do I sit with it?
You're a Fury fanboy, by the way. You're a Fury fanboy, by the way.
Listen, we're all travellers.
It's a great fight, isn't it? Like, it's a fight that we need to.
It's the biggest fight in the world.
It's got to happen.
It's the biggest fight in the world.
Yep.
Yeah. Please got it happen, you know. I think
Fury's got to be Usyk first for it to happen.
Fury will beat Usyk.
I think it'll be controversial the first time, and they'll do a second.
John, you're so spot on. They're good big and will beat a good little, and the difference is Usyk would have never boxed anyone with the IQ of Tyson Fury. That's the difference.
And like you just said this, but you get as many big sparring partners in, southpaw, awkward sparring partners, but no one's got that boxing brain what Tyson Fury has.
Absolutely. Are you coming out with us or not? Because we're out there. Are you coming out?
Well, if talkSPORT are going to sort my flight, Spence, Gareth, I'm there.
Listen, talkSPORT.
We'll have a word with Uncle Teddy and Uncle Liam about that, but I don't know if they will. If they're listening, if John wants to come and be part of it.
You know me well.
Finally, before we go to break, we'll talk about Riakporhe, boxer, and that brilliant card on June the 15th at Selhurst Park with the world title on the line. Do you see yourself, talking about Saudi, or even Wembley being talked about in late September, on a 5v5 in the near future? And who would you be up against in the Frank Warren stable?
Definitely see it happening, Gareth.
Yeah.
Who my opponent would be is a mystery to me, because really with the Frank Warren cruiserweights out there, they're not processing, they're not all coming through the same way. Like, even Ellis Zorro, if he comes back again, it'd be a great fight for me, especially where I'm at and he's at, like, it'd be a great fight. But who knows, whoever comes through. But one thing I say, I'm not in a cocky way, but I definitely fear no one. So whoever there is, I'll definitely jump at the opportunity.
I'm not sure how long you're going to be a cruiserweight, because I think that you've grown, you've filled out like, a lot in the last couple of years, and I just think that sometimes fighters, especially at your age, you're still growing physically, you're still growing. I think you could be a heavyweight in the next year or two, because you've got the size, mate, and I haven't seen you for a while. You come in here, I was like, oh, John.
Yeah, I'm getting some showers.
Can you sing, by the way, or not?
I'd love to. That's my one time I'd love to go on the awful, mate.
I just wonder if you're going to take the microphone like Tyson Fury. Hold it there, Spence. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. We're back soon.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing base with William Hill. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO power nap.
Glory.
What a match!
The semi-final.
Where each match is epic.
Oh, that's a stunner!
It's unscripted.
Listen to shots and other shots.
Spontaneous drama. This is where the season is defined. Every game, totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League semi-finals, only on TNT Sports.
So McDonald's Chicken Big Mac is back, but not for long. So don't miss out on the 3 layers of soft bun. Don't miss out on the iconic delicious Big Mac sauce, those crisp tender chicken patties, that fresh shredded lettuce, that melty cheese, and don't miss those delicious gherkins. Unless you want to take them out. Don't regret it. Get it. From 11 a.m. until 28th of May. Subject to availability, participate in the shop only.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the gardens prep for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. T's and C's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender.
5 minutes and you're done. You can do your own simple haircut in 5 minutes or less with innovative Beast Clipper from Skull Shaver. No more driving, waiting and paying every time you cut your hair. None of that. Skull Shaver products have over 100,000 5-star reviews worldwide and 30 days money-back guarantee. 5 minutes and you're done. The Beast Clipper at skullshaver.co.uk can do it. Skull Shaver, the time saver.
Ready for some quick football trivia? Question 1. Which football club is known as the Tigers? Cambridge United or Hull City? Question 2. Which team plays its home games at Deepdale? Preston North End or Rochdale? Final question. What are you betting on? Free time or family time? To keep an enjoyable experience, take time to think. And let's play responsibly. Sky Bet. All the fans. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
Knockout Radio. Fight Night on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome back to Fight Nights on talkSPORT. I'm Gareth Davis, Spencer Oliver, my wingman. The Omen is still here with me, as he has been for weeks and weeks and weeks. But my favourite 3 hours of the week, even though we go at each other all the time. John Hedges. I want to say the young. He's not that young, but he's a 9-0 cruiserweight. Handsome as he is, best-looking man in British boxing. He told me earlier tonight. Model. He can't sit. Model. Who else was it?
What's that? Marnie and JD.
Armani and JD. I prefer the Armani.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to mention the second bit.
No, exactly. I'm a sock model for JD.
Is the second bit paid? Yeah. Is the second part of it paid?
Oh yeah, the most. Yeah, you got
John has been with us for the last half an hour and is staying. We're going to discuss cruiserweights. He, as I say, is a cruiserweight prospect. Spencer and I, earlier this week, attended Boxer, the promoter's press conference this week, which officially announced Chris Smith and Richard Riakporhe for the WBO cruiserweight title at Selhurst Park on June the 15th. We caught up with both fighters. Here's Chris Smith, but first, the challenger, the midnight train, Richard Riakporhe.
The fact of team, the first one, is we don't have to play with any gimmicks and do any Oscar Award acting. We don't need to do that. The fight, there's certain fights that just tell itself. And you can see there's real needle there.
More from him than
that's just him.
I see more needle. Every time you speak, I see huffing and puffing. He doesn't want to be in the same room as you. You're quite relaxed. So. And I see you as the favourite, by the way.
Yeah, to be honest, I feel the same way. But I'm a really relaxed and reserved person. I don't really get emotional that quickly. It takes a lot.
I reckon I can make you emotional right now.
Really?
Yeah, I can start singing some love songs.
This is going to turn into a different podcast. Listen, I recognise why he's so uptight and whatnot, because you got that victory back in 2019. It was a tough fight, went down to the wire. It was an absolutely brilliant barnstormer in many ways. He's always wanted that. He's always wanted that return. He now gets it, but yet he's holding the belt. But he'll recognise, hold a minute, like, it's all about legacy. When you fight another guy from your country, you're always remembered for those fights. He has to overturn that. That's why the pressure's on him, even though he's the champion. Richard Riakporhe won the last fight in 2019.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pressure on him. He's a champion. And as a champion, things are demanded of you every single day. You have to defend your title. So I remember we were doing an interview with the Glover Rock yesterday.
How was it?
It's entertaining.
Is it enjoyable to watch?
100%.
What was a big moment from it?
Too many.
Did you shake hands?
Yeah, well,
did you shake hands?
Something like that. But yeah, I think it's one of those type of fights where you want to be the hunter in a fight, but at the same time you have to defend your title. And the word I'm using, you have to defend your title and remain a champion. The real hunter is me.
It was good fun. Look, I don't really get into much with my opponents, but when you shoot yourself up so much, you just need someone to catch you. So I pull you up on it. So yeah.
I mean, the last fight was 2019. It went down to the wire, close fight. Has that always been an inch of yours to get that return, to get that? And I mean, you've even given away home advantage as well. So shows how much you, as the champion, wanted to right the wrong at the last contest.
Obviously, any fighter wants to avenge a loss. Any sportsman wants to avenge any sort of loss. But it would never have defined me. I always said that. Especially as I've gone on to win world title and the defence, to have those 4 former fights which are epic. But I'm buzzing that he's challenger, and again, get a chance to right the wrong. And amazingly, 5 years on, you've both really developed. You've shown what minerals you've got. You've won the world title. He's become more patient as a fighter. Weirdly, with the bookies, he's a marginal favourite. How do you feel about that?
I'm always, that's the way it works in a lot of domestic fights. Lawrence fight was a 3-1 underdog. A few mates won some money on me that day. So
I bet your mates are loving you right now, aren't they?
I got a free meal out of it on the package of myself, so I'll take that. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. The only opinions that matter to me are my own, my teams. Probably about 6 people that opinions matter to me. Absolutely not.
mention over there, obviously, John Hedges, cruiserweight prospect, best looking man in Britain, Armani model, blah, 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 which is going to go out there now. You are just that. Can't sing, though, and I need to repeat that. What do you think of those two from that? Who comes across as the guy, the man in the know, the man in the ring that's going to take the dominant position on June the 15th?
From what I just heard there, I thought Richard spoke very well. And he spoke very demanding, very confident, and didn't really give too much away. And I think that's a massive show of maturity. It's like he's been there. He's been there before. He's confident. He's not arrogant, not going over the top. Yeah, he's come across really well.
What was your takeaway from this, Ben? Because I felt the same thing as John.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that what we heard there was Richard's grown as a fighter, and you know, his personality, he believes in himself now, and you can hear that belief in his voice and the way that he talks. You know, and I think that shows in his performances as well, and that's why I marginally pick him. But look, what we do know about Chris Smith is that when the chips are down, when things are going against him, you can ride that storm and weather it. That's what champions do. That's why it makes it so...
He's hittable, though. And I think when Richard Riakporhe, the midnight train hits you, you know about it.
Yeah, he's a very
That's the
talented
thing with Chris, he's very durable, like we just covered that, and he's very fit. Although he didn't show it as much in his last fight, Chris's performances, he starts at a higher pace for a long duration. So it's how quick Riakporhe starts. I do believe that as well. It's the quickest starter. Riakporhe going into the fight or not. It's a very competitive. Yeah, brilliant fight. Absolutely brilliant. Especially with the history.
We love an all-British ding-dong. We had a brilliant one with Fabio Wardley and Fraser Clark a couple of weeks back. We talked tonight about Josh Taylor and Jack Catchell going at it again. Who's going to be your big British rival coming up? Who's obviously Isaac Chamberlain fights Michael Cieslak for the European title. Isaac was in with us last weekend. He's a great fighter as well. He's developing all the time. Who's that guy that you're going to meet at British level? Who's your rival in targeting?
Joe, this sounds like I'm sitting on the fence, but I'm genuinely not. I just believe we're all moving at different paces. There's not really many young cruiserweights coming through right now. I'm a very young man to be in the cruiserweight division, it's a big weight division. But I say, Southern area titles next to me. I've got to win that.
How highly do you rate Chev Clark?
Sparring a lot of rounds with him. Me and Chev have shown a lot of rounds.
He's a powerful guy, right?
Yeah, a powerful man, a great fighter. A gentleman. There's nothing I can say bad about Chev, because like I said, we've shared so many rounds, we've helped each other out in camp so many times, and Chev will go a long way, and I do believe Chev beats the likes of Isaac. That's why I think Isaac's at the European route.
Vidal?
Vidal's special to me. I know Vidal quite well. We're good mates, yeah. And Vidal's a very good fighter, very good boxer. He's got the boxing brain, I believe, in the division at the moment domestically.
Well, that's fascinating.
The power, I'm not doubting Vidal's power, but as a boxing brain, I remember Vidal as an amateur, great amateur boxer. He's got a great IQ. So, look, that's where I believe I'm going to beat most people. I think my IQ beats a lot of them.
Well, we've had 45 minutes with you tonight. Armani model, JD model, non-singer, best-looking man in British boxing, on his way up through the cruiserweight division. John James Hedges, thank you very much for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Thank you, Spencer.
Yeah, thanks, John. You're listening to Fight Night and talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18+ BeGambleAware.org.
Barbecue season is here. The KFC's new Ultimate Barbecue Burger. Original recipe chicken, crispy onions, and smoky barbecue sauce. Grab KFC's Ultimate Barbecue Burger before it comes. Available at stocks last until the 9th of June at participating restaurants and delivery partners. TCPs apply or T's at kfc.co.uk.
And there it is, that's as good as it gets on this stage. Nissan Townstar EV strikes again. It's an unstoppable van, unstoppable.
Just fantastic. You can actually see the ProPilot technology in action. Effortless parallel parking.
It moves with all the confidence that comes with a 5-year warranty.
And with a bench full of all-star van experts, there's real strength in depth here.
That's all-star quality.
Search Nissan Townstar EV and visit your local all-star van centre to see for yourself.
Terms and conditions apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, which
Shaver comes first.
ProPilot is an advanced driver assist technology. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely, and control vehicle at all times.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to bring you BetMGM's casino offer. We don't just bring you a welcome offer. We bring you a deposit match of up to £200 cash and 100 free spins. Did you hear that, people? 100 free spins. Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum £10 spend. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Nice grooming. It must be great with Skull Shaver products. Smooth and fast head shaving experience with Pitbull Shaver. 90 seconds and done. For face shaving, one line shaver with innovative features. Do you want a simple haircut? Use Beast Clipper. 5 minutes and done. Do you need to shave your back or somewhere else? We have easy and fast solutions. For ladies, beautiful and fast butterfly kiss shaver. Skull Shaver products have over 100,000 5-star reviews worldwide. Find out what's new in grooming at skullshaver.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Danny Dyer, and welcome to What's That Smell? Oh, roasted spaghetti burgers. My barbecue apron. Luckily, I can make this smell like freshly picked peas. Just pop it in a washing machine, add some Surf Tropical Lily laundry detergent, and... oh, my fave. It smells like my dream holiday. Get long-lasting fragrance from natural essential oils with Surf laundry detergent. You can make anything purple, Surf.
Want to build the bed you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers. Combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match day £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT.
With the latest headlines, just after 11 o'clock, I'm Jeremy Lieberman. Well, we'll have to start with the Premier League, really, where Manchester City have maintained the pressure on leaders Arsenal after a 5-1 thrashing of Wolves this evening. Erling Haaland scored 4 of the City goals. Pep, well, he was pleased.
Yeah, good result. Erling helping a lot to win again, and penalties and finishing.
This was after Arsenal won 3-0 against Bournemouth in what was talkSPORT's lunchtime live commentary. City are now just a point behind the Gunners with the game in hand. Forest, at the other end of the table, boosted their survival hopes with a much-needed 3-1 win at already relegated Sheffield United. This to move 3 points clear of the relegation zone. Down to the Championship now.
Ipswich are back in the Premier League.
Yeah, you heard it there from Ian Dancer in talkSPORT 2's lunchtime live commentary. Ipswich have won a second consecutive promotion, going up to the Premier League with a 2-0 win against Huddersfield on the final day of the season. Their victory confirmed Huddersfield's relegation. Birmingham have also been relegated, that despite beating playoff-bound Norwich City 1-0. Plymouth confirmed their second-tier status at the first season of asking with a 1-0 win against Hull. And Blackburn, they did likewise as they triumphed 2-0 at champions Leicester City. It's already playoff time in Leagues 1 and 2. In League 1, Oxford got a 1-0 win at home to Peterborough this evening in the first leg of their semi-final. The winner of that, after Wednesday's return fixture, will face either Barnsley or Bolton in the final at Wembley. Bolton are 3-1 ahead after last night's first leg. And finally in sport, Jack Jones is into his first World Snooker Championship final. The Welsh qualifier progressed with a 17-12 victory over 2015 winner Stuart Bingham at the Crucible. Jones will face Kyron Wilson, who beat David Gilbert 17-11.
talkSPORT News.
Labour have picked up another 4 victories in England's mayoral races, with re-elections in London for Sadiq Khan, Andy Burnham and Tracy Thraben, while Richard Parker surprised everyone by triumphing in the West Midlands. And tens of thousands of homes in East Sussex will remain without water until at least tomorrow, this after a burst pipe.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're here for every journey. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Cloudy in the north overnight with some patchy rain possible, clear spells and dry for most areas in the south.
Online, DAB digital radio at 10:89 and 10:53 a.m. Get in the ring, go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
With Gareth A. Biggs.
I don't think he's going to get up.
talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome back to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, and Spencer the Omen Oliver. Still to come, we'll hear from British welterweight champion Lauren Price ahead of her world title fight next weekend in Cardiff. And light middleweight boxer from the top-ranked stable, Xander Zayas, the unbeaten Puerto Rican fighter, is on the show. This is Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, it would be remiss of us if been in the news again this week. There's a lot of talk about Mike Tyson at the age of 58 fighting Jake Paul, 28. One of the great icons of heavyweight boxing, the youngest heavyweight champion of the world, of course, Mike Tyson. I don't know if he has to make a comeback, but he wants to make a comeback. He told reporters 20 years ago he was never going to be seen in the ring again. We've had that exhibition bout with Roy Jones Jr., a big selling pay-per-view, 1.6 million pay-per-views. It was one of the most, the richest fights of the year when they fought. It was a hug fest, frankly. It wasn't a great fight. I am very concerned about the news this week that this is a sanctioned boxing bout that will count on the record. I do not want to read on boxrec.com or on Wikipedia that Mike Tyson in 2024 lost to Jake Paul, an influencer and a YouTuber, in a veritable boxing match. It's just not right, and I think we should be concerned about his health, and I think we should be concerned how one of the greatest living icons of our sport, Spencer Oliver, is forced to fight.
Yeah, do you know what, Gareth? You just summed that up beautifully. You really have. I echo everything you just said there. Look, my concerns are exactly the same. You know, I get it. I love the exhibition thing, and like when he boxed Roy Jones. But for me, it was all about, we commentated on that actually in here. And I looked at it and I just thought, you know what? It's great seeing Mike reliving my childhood, seeing Mike do that ring walk and forget what happened in the ring, because I knew it was an exhibition. But just seeing him do that this iconic figure. And you're right, when they've sanctioned this as a official
professional fight that will count on both men's records.
That concerns me massively. Not only is he 58 years of age, this guy is a boxing legend, but an icon.
Exactly.
An icon.
One of the most transformative characters from our world in our lifetime.
Yeah, they'll be remembered for generations to come. And you go, the thought of him losing to Jake Paul, no disrespect to Jake Paul.
Or even getting hurt.
Yeah, or even getting hurt. You must remember, this guy's 58 years of age. Not only is he 58 years of age, retired 19 years ago, like you say, against Kevin McBride, and that was a sad sight to see there, and he was crying afterwards, saying that the fight had left him, and he was a shell of his former self. Move on 19 years. The life that he's lived in those 19 years has not been a good one. His health's not been great. Now all of a sudden people are seeing 5, 10, 15-second clips of him on YouTube and on social media and going, wow, Mike's going to murder him. Mike's going to be way too much. I'm worried about Jake Paul. No, forget about that. I'm worried about Mike Tyson. The guy's not lived a healthy life. His health was not great a couple of years ago. So I don't know how he's going to have this amazing turnaround. I'm sad that it's actually happening as a proper professional fight.
Well, we heard from him earlier about another British, another legend from boxing, the former British featherweight world champion, Prince Nazim, when he was in the studio yesterday, asked if he was interested in the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. This is what he had to tell us.
I don't think it's about whether I'm a fan or whether I'm not. The way I'm going to answer this to you is, that's just the way the circumstances are right now in boxing. This is, my sport's come back, we ain't gone forward. It just seems to be that boxing has took a step back. And the viewing figures for MMA are crushing boxing figures. Why? Because they're explosive, there's knockouts and there's some crazy stuff happening. Now, we've sat back a little bit and there's not unbelievable fighters coming through, and it's so sad. I thought after me stopping in 2002 there'll be loads of amazing talent, but there isn't. I can't see them. I'm looking for them.
It's fascinating, isn't it? And he went, as you say, Spence, he went his own way with his feelings about that. Before we finish tonight, we had a load of texts and questions coming in, by the way, and I want to ask you about this. There were some questions for John earlier as well. Why, someone's saying, I don't know his name, but he's saying, why are you giving Tyson versus Paul airtime? Yes, we have to give it airtime, but their argument is it's a criminal act for him to be given a pro license at 58. Talk about Serrano versus Taylor too on the undercard, as it deserves I'm sure it's attention. That is true, but it's been added to that card to give it credibility.
Absolutely. Listen, the guy's got a valid point, exactly what he's saying, and I totally understand where he's coming from and what he's saying, but how can you not talk about what we're talking about? An boxing icon here, so it is going to be huge news. Yes, Taylor Serrano is the talking point, but you know, adding that fight to that card will get more eyeballs on it, love it or hate it, and whether it's criminal or not criminal, I'm with this guy. I think it is criminal. I don't think it should be happening as a professional boxing contest. I think it is, like, you know, it's not a good mark on the sport, but the facts are the facts. We live in a world of entertainment, and people will tune in to watch that fight.
I've got another text message that came in. It's for you, Spencer. After everything that's happened this week with Ryan Garcia and failed tests, what are your thoughts on Gerald Miller? Obviously, he's fighting on the August 3rd card against Andy Ruiz, being given another big payday on the LA card on August 3rd. Do you see it as a multiple-time drug cheat being rewarded for breaking the rules? Thoughts, please?
Yeah, listen, I've made my thoughts clear.
You must be unhappy about it.
Very unhappy. You know, listen. One strike, and I'm saying you should be out. 2 strikes, you should be definitely gone. You know, 3 strikes, and this is becoming a joke. I mean, at what cost, Darryl? This is what I'm talking about. We're in a sport that is, and I can say this louder than anyone else because of my experiences in the ring. I say we're in a sport where people get seriously injured, like I did, or they lose their lives. Now, we don't condone drug tests within the sport. You get caught, in my eyes, you should get thrown out. If you don't get thrown out, you should get a massive ban. You get caught again, come on, man, shut the book. They've got to go. So, the Gerald Miller thing, you know, I think it's happened far too often.
We've got to go to break shortly, but your final take on Ryan Garcia tonight. What do you think will happen with him at the New York State Athletic Commission?
I personally think that he's not going to be able to prove his innocence. Now, you know, that's where I'm standing at the moment.
I think a 6-month suspension, a hefty fine, and I think he'll find his way through it because other people have tested positive for Austrian. There's previous in the UFC.
Yeah, but it's not just Austrian, is it? It's not just Austrian, is it? He's found another. He's found. I believe there's a couple of things that he's found for.
We will discuss that in the weeks to come, I am sure. Lauren Price up next. Obviously, she fights for the world title against Jessica McCaskill next weekend in Cardiff.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bets with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Chicken Big Mac is back, but not for long. So don't miss out on the 3 layers of soft bun. Don't miss out on the iconic, delicious Big Mac sauce, those crisp, tender chicken patties, that fresh shredded lettuce, that melty cheese, and don't miss those delicious gherkins. Don't you want to take it? Don't regret it. Do it. From 11 a.m. until the 28th of May.
At BetFred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they're bigger actors and everything together in the WhatsApp group. They all know how much they're betting.
We all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going so
Number 2 was I actually go into a show, and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What's you stick to?
5.
Average.
25 years about that.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with BetFred.
At NFU Mutual, we believe business insurance should be tailored to your needs. So we get to know your business personally to give you confidence that you have the right cover. And you can easily speak to your local agent or call our UK team. So it's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew each year. For business insurance with a personal service, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual. Closer to your business and closer to what matters.
Cricket. The unmistakable sound of leather on the ground.
Absolute beauty.
Fireworks.
Our
counterbalance, and t-shirt cannons. Vitality Blast is back. Another explosive season of T20 cricket launches with Blast-Off on the 30th of May. Tickets on sale now. Search Vitality Blast.
Here at the Virgin Games Development Hub, we run all sorts of tests to make sure our players get the most thrilling experiences, wherever they are. Like testing our game recommendations feature for people playing in the bar. Or our daily free games for people playing on the train. Or the perfect amount of free spins you get when you play £10. Let me see. Oh, it's 30.
Get 30 free spins when you play £10. Virgin Games. Serious about play. Visit virgingames.com. 18 plus UK only. New members only. Must opt in. Free spins on double bubble. One coincides max. Expiry for rules at virgingames.com. Play responsibly. Be gamble aware.
Get the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. The Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Join Tesco Mobile and get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. Tesco Mobile, everything else. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/business. Monday night is game night. The goals are calling.
Exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Crystal Palace versus Manchester United.
Preparation 7, kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. What another rollicking night in the talkSPORT studios, with myself and the Omen himself. Hasn't been able to contain himself as usual, but I'm going to put him back in the box in these last 3 sections. Earlier this week, my colleague Adam Catchell caught up with Lauren Price. Adam started off by asking Lauren how special it is to be having a title fight in Cardiff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Obviously it's a great fight, you know, to headline as well. Going in there with a legitimate champion. But yeah, to box in Cardiff, that was, you know, one of the main things when I turned over pro, where I said I want to box in Wales, bring Big Ten boxing back to Cardiff, you know, fight in massive fights, get our home support behind me and win multiple world titles, and it all starts on May the 11th. And like I said, I'm overwhelmed really with the support I've received so far in selling tickets and the amount of people, you know, who are coming out and supporting me, and the link up with BBC Wales as well, jumping on board. Honestly, it means the world, yeah.
Well, you saw the pop, obviously, in the aftermath of winning your Olympic gold medal. I know it went crazy back home then. And since you've been a pro, you've been, obviously, you're decorating the Hall of England and various other places with your talent. It's going to be something special, that. When you walk out on May the 11th, in front of those fans that have been thirsty for you to be performing in front of them as a pro, that atmosphere is going to be something else.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, obviously, that we've seen it on me with, you know, when Katie Taylor went back to Ireland, the support she received, and yeah, it's, you know, it's going to be touching, and I'm going to take it all in, I'm going to enjoy it, and then, you know, as soon as I get to the ring, then it's down to business. But yeah, I've obviously enjoyed, you know, the lead up. I'm excited, you know, to be boxing and all my fans come out and support me. There's nothing like us Welsh, and we're a small nation, but, you know, we're very proud one when it comes to, you know, the sport and supporting our own. So yeah, I know I'm gonna have well, she's entering the Dragon's Den, and I know I'm gonna have a few cheers.
Does it help training outside of Wales so you can kind of escape the mayhem? I've no doubt your phone's blowing up like mad, people getting involved with tickets and all that type of stuff. You just want to probably concentrate on your count, don't you, and get ready for the fight. Does it help you get away from it a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I've been at Sheffield now for this is like 7 years with obviously the GB team, and you know, I'm close with Robin Cracken, and you know, I train alongside. I've been sparring today, you know, the girls who are going to the Olympics who've already qualified. So, you know, I'm in a great hand. Couldn't have any better, couldn't ask for anything. But yeah, you're right, because sometimes I'll run, on the weekend or do a run on Monday morning before I come back to camp. And people are tooting me and pulling over for pictures and stuff like that, which is nice.
Yes.
But like you said, obviously you need that kind of switch off to get away from it. And I think it's just a norm to me now. I've done it for so long, Monday to Friday in Sheffield. It's just my life. And, I live and breathe the sport. So, yeah.
I love the tale as well of your gran. It's, I know that all the friends and family come, but she's not too keen on watching you fight. So I'm led to believe that she's gonna maybe, will she watch it from home? Will she stay out of the way?
Yeah, she's gonna stay out the way. She said what she'll do, she'll record it and then watch it back, get the result first. This is what she's done with the Olympics as well. But I got a few of like my other family come in, my cousins and my auntie and my football friends as well who I played for Wales with, they come in to support me. So yeah, it's great really. And she's gonna be at home minding the dogs. And then I'll go back to her on Sunday and celebrate with her. But yeah, I'm going home to her this weekend, and first thing she says to me, like when I walk through the door, where's your washing? So she looks after me in that way, and Caris is by my side as well. She's been a massive help in dealing with tickets and taking all that pressure off me. So yeah, I've had a good camp.
Listen, keep you grounded. When you walk through that front door with them world titles on Sunday, and she's asking for the washing straight away, you know that you're back down to earth, mate. Simple.
Yeah. But no, I wouldn't change. I wouldn't have it any other way. But yeah.
I believe you've been getting a little bit of working as well with Chantel, who's been in the ring with Jessica McCaskill. How was that for you?
Yeah, really good. Sparred Chantel last week because it was good to get sparring as well with Chantel because a lot of our team as well were away in Colorado training, so I needed good sparring, and she's moved to Sheffield now, so it just it made sense. She's only up the road from me, so I'm sure we'll get a few more rounds in again, or when she's fighting next. I've said to her, it's great sparring for us both. And yeah, I enjoyed it. So like you said, she's been in there with her as well. So she beat her quite comfortable. And I've had a good spar, and I'm happy, and I'm in a good place. So
when you look at Jessica, what challenges do you think that she's going to bring you on any level?
I think she's you look at every fight, she tries to be the aggressor, quite unorthodox, if I'm honest. Like she's bend down in weird angles, takes quite a lot of shots as well, I think. But she'll probably try and make it messy, try and rough me up, come in, charging in, watch the further other fights. And that's what she kind of done with, Taylor, Cameron, Sandy. So I know it's obviously she's going to try it with me, but that's down to me, stick to my boxing and where I do best. I've obviously got Robert Crackman in my corner, and we've got a game plan, and I believe that I've got a top performance, and I believe I come up on top.
What I've said this to you in the past, and what I'm looking forward to the most on Manila, because of Jessica's style, I've said to you in the past, like when you fought in the previous 6 fights as a pro, I think people feel what you do early and then think to themselves, I'm just going to show up here. I'm just going to try my best to get to the end. Whereas I think Jessica she's a world champion. She's a two-weight world champion. She's going to fight right to the end, which then will hopefully present opportunities for it to be a cracking fight and you to be able to do what I know that you desire to do.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what makes fights, that's when I'll come out and show my best as well. I think, I've said it, so far I've been quite comfortable. I've won every single round as a pro. And don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid. I know she's going to test areas of me, and she's not toughest test yet. But I believe in myself. I believe in, what I've achieved in my career. I believe that, I've been in there with, alright, maybe not as a pro, but as an amateur, I've boxed with girls. I've had Russian, 75 kilo Russians running at me. I've had, all different kinds of styles. I've boxed, to get to the pinnacle of the sport. So, from that aspect, from a boxing point of view, you know, I believe I'm a better boxer technically.
Fascinating woman, gold medalist obviously from Tokyo, the year-delayed Olympic Games. Great character, there's something so powerful. I interviewed Lauren a couple of weeks back for the Telegraph, and there's something very powerful about her. Immovable object, great skills. I still question her power at world level. Obviously, the great partnership with Karis Artinstall, who is terrifying in my view. She only has to look.
I totally agree.
Oh, they've always had a joke and a laugh that who would be first to a world title. Big fight against McCaskill, as she said. She believes she has the skill set over this woman who is very good in the office. She's fought the very best, but she seems to throw from the fences in a very unorthodox way. And of course, Bryce Spence, as you will pick for us, is southpaw, accurate, precise, great footwork.
Super talented, yeah. She controls her space so well, puts her punches in bunches. And this is a coming of age for Lauren. You know, coming of age fight for Lauren Price. It really is, because McCaskill is proven. Two-weight world champion, undefeated actually at welterweight. So it's a big step up and a big ask for a girl that's only had 6 contests, going into her 7th contest. But like I said, Lauren Price is super talented. And whatever she turns her hand to, 52 caps for Wales, playing football, kickboxing world champion.
Youngest ever British champion, fighting adults when she was 12 or 13 in kickboxing.
Absolutely. And
taxi driver taking the drunks from Newport to Cardiff when she was 17. It's a beautiful story about being brought up by her grandparents. Grandfather obviously has passed now. Nan hides away during the fight, but they brought her up. They got her a driving license. They ran a taxi firm. She's had a very fascinating life for me. She doesn't always give out a lot.
No, she's very quiet, very reserved. Different to actually her partner, Karis Artinstall, who, like you say, is very, very loud. So frightens a pair of us, to be fair. It's like one of those girls you don't want to get on the wrong side.
Decorated in the military, Karis. Well, I know that Lauren's very proud of her, what she's done with her military service.
Listen, they're
great
characters.
characters.
They're a beautiful
couple.
They really
well
are.
said, sir.
They really are. And, yeah, you know what? I think that Lauren Price, this is her coming of age fight, but I think the skill set that she's got and that mental toughness will carry her over the line. I really do. McCaskill is a tough ass. Drew with Sandy Ryan last time out. Very controversial draw, actually. A lot of people felt that Sandy got the fight there, got the decision, didn't go her way. And I think this is homecoming, really, for Lauren Price. I think she wins this fight. Wins it on points, by the way. It's not easy, Gareth. It's a tough fight.
Definite homecoming, of course. It's in Cardiff, and it'll be beautiful on the night. She could take over Wales. She could be the new female Joe Calzaghe. I get pinioned for saying these kind of things, but she is a special talent. 6-0, ignore the stats, because she's got that Olympic experience, that athleticism. 7, 8, 9 fights now, winning fighting for world titles. If she wins, Spence, Sandy Ryan, Chantel Cameron, Katie Taylor, it all awaits, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Listen, that's what she wants to fight, you know, the other British girls, because that's where the money is. They're the big money fights, the girls that are recognised over on these shores. And I think that, yeah, the future's bright, really is for Lauren Price. I think that she takes it away next Saturday night.
Do you know what? For once, for one section, it wasn't like herding cats right then with you. It went so
smooth, baby.
Indeed, you're back in your box. I'm going to be back in mine.
Your cage.
Back in your cage.
Come on.
You're caged cat, you. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Yes, the gallery's all giggling. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value with William Hill. 18 plus.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get anticipated match in the history
for the heavyweight championship of the world. Are you ready? Wrestling fans, are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, from the capital city of the United States of America, Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Eligibility criteria apply. Broadband customers.
If I wasn't a fan, I wouldn't know what crucial ligament was. If I wasn't a fan, my geography knowledge wouldn't be based on football too.
If I wasn't a fan, I wouldn't have named me dog after my team striker.
If I wasn't a fan, I'd travel to more exotic places.
You're now arriving at Wolverhampton Superman.
For fans, it's more than a game, so we're doing more for fans.
Sky Bet for the fans.
18 plus begambleaware.org.
I'm Martin Sherman. I write a column for the Times and Sunday Times, and you can read my take on the weekend's football every Monday online or through our app. You'll also find the latest news and exclusive football features. Enjoy the Game podcast, the football newsletter, and in-depth tactical analysis in the trend. A digital subscription is just £1 for 3 months. Visit thetimes.co.uk/talksport to join. Auto renews at £26 a month and that's cancelled.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furniture Land Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's apply. Oak Furniture Land is a credit broker, not a lender. Meet Sasha, a woman with impeccable style. Even the most fashionable amongst us can face fashion frustration.
So many clothes, but nothing to wear.
By selling something on eBay, I still hope for Sasha.
Nice.
Sell the clothes you don't wear to buy the ones you will.
Birthday fit sorted.
It's now free to sell your pre-owned clothes on eBay, so you'll never have nothing to wear again. Conditions apply.
This is a customer announcement. The store will be closing soon, but there's plenty of time to check out this week's talkSPORT Bet Broadcast Boost.
This Sunday, Liverpool versus Tottenham. Salah, Nunes, Son and Madison each have one or more shots on target. Current price 72. Broadcast positive price 19 to 5.
There's still time to bag yourself these great offers.
For this and other feel with the odds, visit talkSPORTBet.com. Trolley-tastic broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Presenting talkSPORT, Masters of On Air, the breakfast show that wins it every morning.
Starring Wing Commander Flaps McCoist.
Navigator Jet Scramble Stelling. Mid-gunner Gabby Agrom Lahore. Wireless operator Alan Bone Dome Brazil. It's 6 Beer Squadron. And tail end Charlie Ray Party Parlor.
Oh yeah.
The superstars Super Fortress Breakfast chops away.
Monday morning from 6 o'clock on talkSPORT.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, and him, Spencer the Omen Oliver. Now, a little earlier this week, I caught up with one of the young stars, the super welterweight, Xander Zayas, obviously promoted by Bob Arum. 18-0 he is with 12 stoppages in his career. I started off by asking him about his upcoming fight, headlining at the Hulu Theatre, Madison Square Garden, against Patrick Teixeira.
I know, right? It's something that, you know, when the man acts up, it's kind of like history. But, you know, I'm just glad to be in this position. I'm glad to be the main event for the first time in the Puerto Rican Parade, something that I've always dreamed of. And at 21 years old, to headline MSG Theater, it's beautiful. It's something amazing.
Yeah, it's an amazing place. I was there with you last June, of course.
Yes.
What would you're 19 fights in, you signed with Top Rank when you were 16, you're only 21 still, it's 5 years into your pro career. What would if you were looking back and telling your 16-year-old self now, some wisdom that you've learnt in the last 5 years, what would it be?
It takes time, be patient. I remember when I started, you know, my obviously, you know, the guys I knew, my manager, the company, like, it's gonna take about 5, 6, 7 years to you in the conversation for a world champion or maybe fighting for a world champion. And I'm like, no, I'm doing it 3. So now, you know, reflecting back, it's like we're going into my 5th year of as a professional. You know, I'm already in that conversation of a world championship fight. but it does take time. You have to be patient. You have to, get the experience under your belt and go little by little, step by step, keep improving.
Is that because when you get to that level that you're fighting, obviously it's another 10-rounder, I think, against Patrick Teixeira. When you get to that level where you're competing for world titles, the improvements that you've got to make are obviously still there, but you need to be ready to stay at world and elite level, or go from world and climb to elite level.
For sure, I feel like you have to be competitive in every fight. Obviously, when you get to that level, there's so many adjustments you have to make in between or in the ring that you're always improving, you're always getting better, you're always in that competitive stage. And also, you don't fight as often. When you go 10 rounds, when you go 12 rounds, you don't fight as often as people want you to fight or as you want to fight, because at the end of the day, you gotta let your brain relax a little bit, you gotta let the body breathe a little bit. Obviously, God forbid nothing happens, no damage, no cuts. Then we could be talking about 2-3 months, but still it's about 2-3 months that we have to take off. So I feel like, yeah, when you get to that elite level, you have to stay there making those little adjustments, but you also have to understand that the other people is going to try to do the same thing to you. It's going to try to make those adjustments towards whatever you're doing that is working for you. I feel like that competitive level, that elite level, is a really high level that you got to be really, really patient, really little by little, just keep climbing up.
We spoke about Frederic and Paredes the last time we spoke, and obviously, as I say, 19 years ago, when Miguel Cotto fought Mohamed Abdullayev, defended his 140-pound crown that day. Because you're the main event, quite a lot's going to be expected of you on, the parade day, which is the Sunday, isn't it?
Yes.
So, does it play into your mind that you want to be fully attacked at the end of the fight and not have been through a war and have to go to hospital for any reason? And does that play on your mind at all? Because you're one of the major features of the Puerto Rican day.
I feel like that always plays in my mind. You don't want to get out of a fight with an injury or with a cut. But obviously, I also got to understand that it's boxing. Anything can happen. Now that I'm facing a lefty, we can clasp hands by accident, and a cut opens up. It's something that I don't want. It's something that I don't wish for. But at the end of the day, we gotta make again the adjustments in the fight. We gotta work with what we got during the fight. But no, I feel like I go in there to do my job. Hopefully nothing crazy happens, like a cut or anything like that, so I can be looking good for Sunday. But I'm not worried right now. I'm not worried about Sunday. I'm more worried about June the 8th.
Do you dance on one of the floats?
What was that?
Will you be dancing afterwards on Sunday?
It depends. It depends. If I don't have a cut, yes. If I do, it might be a little different. I might not look as good as if I would without a cut.
In all seriousness, you mentioned Patrick Teixeira. He's a southpaw. He is tricky. Talk us through the fight. Bell rings. What happens? We know are you 12 knockouts in 19? 12 stoppages?
Well, I believe 12 or 13.
12. Yeah, I don't even know that you're a record. I love that. Talk us through Teixeira and what happened in the rings, because I know they're devastating.
The key for this fight is being patient and working the body. At his age, I'm expecting the best Patrick Teixeira, but he's gonna slow down in the middle rounds when we start working that body, when we start attacking that body and then attacking the head. I feel like he's not gonna have the same legs. He's not gonna have the same speed or the same power. So the key is obviously being patient and just working down low to then drop the heads and come up top.
Does it mean a lot more to you to have a finish though? Because I know what you're like. You're very powerful. You like to show your worth in every fight. Does the stoppage mean more to you?
Man, in 4 fights that he has lost, only one person or two person has stopped him. So it'll be good to put that exclamation point. But I don't go in there thinking about it. I just want to do my job. I just want to get the victory and put on a show for the fans. So at the end of the day, if it happens, if I have the opportunity, I'm going to rip his head off. If not, I'm going to go 10 rounds and I'll box him.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, are you still with Javier Centeno or not?
Yes, I am still with Javier Centeno. That's my guy.
And talk to me about what Javier brings to you and who else is in the camp and what your sparring's been like. Have you been sparring any world champions this year? Where are you with all of that?
Well, right now I'm having one of my Puerto Rican mates, Brian Polaco. He's my main sparring partner. He went to amateur world champions. Now he's a professional. He's a professional fighter. He's 5 or 6-0. He's also fighting in June, but not the same fight. He's fighting a little bit later. I don't want to announce it because again, I feel like that's a job he needs to do. But yeah, I feel like Javier brings a lot to the table. Somebody that I trust in my life. Somebody that's been there for me since day one, since I was little. Somebody that I've built a relationship outside of just boxing. You know, I feel like he's like a second dad to me. The other guy that is in my corner is obviously my dad. Somebody that I, again, trust in my life. Somebody that I know is not going to put me in any harm's way. And is always going to look for the best of me, for the best interest of me.
Spence, great records. It's Puerto Rican Day parade. It's 19-0, 19 years. It has been 19th fight, but 19 years since Miguel Cotto had the first Puerto Rican Day parade in New York City. Victories imperative for this young man. Great talent, great strength. You mentioned Josh Kelly there as well. Wants to fight in the UK. I love these new stars emerging because they need this grouping in America at the moment.
Totally agree. Listen, that Puerto Rican style, you mentioned Miguel Cotto there, you know, 4-weight world champion. What a supreme fighter he really was. And yeah, similarities there in style, very tough. Puerto Rican, South American, come forward sort of fighter. And like you say, you know, he's 18-0 now, 12 KOs, looking to continue. Will he go on? Will he become a world champion? Will he challenge for a world title? Well, this is the first step. And I'm sure that he will, you know, Gareth. I mean, super talented.
Listen, he's only 21. He turned pro with Bob Arum at 16. He knows, as I said to him, what does it feel like when Bob Arum, 60 years in the game, in the hurt business, says that this kid could be one of the rising stars of their stable. Muhammad Ali, Marvin Hagler, make the comparisons, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, and on, and the modern stars as well. When Bob Arum says that about you, God, it must have left you.
And look what Bob Arum's done as a 16-year-old kid. Look how he's developed him, took him along, nurtured him along, you know, driving, pushing him towards that world title, but step by step, not rushing him. We knew that he was super, super talented. He knew that he had that star quality around him, but he's taking his time with him. That's what these great promoters do. You know, the promoters that have been in the game for as long as Bob Arum has, and there ain't many actually. I think he's probably the longest reigning promoter out there right now. And I mean, he's done a great job with this young man. He's directed him, you know, and took his time with him. And that's the most important thing when you get a super talent. It's more difficult holding him back than letting him go. And what Bob's done is he's let him off the leash step by step, and now he's giving him that opportunity.
He fights Patrick Teixeira headlining in New York on the 8th of June, obviously about a month away from now. Well, from Puerto Ricans, it's almost like Guys and Dolls this. Are you a fan of Guys and Dolls? No. Okay, you're not a big musical guy. Puerto Ricans.
No, I'm not
Mexicanos. We're going to talk next about the modern great Saul Canelo Alvarez. You know what's going to Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. I'm surprised you can't copy me and roll those R's, Spencer. But we're going to talk about Canelo's. We've mentioned it tonight on the show already. He is in a massive fight with Jaime Munguia in a few hours' time, about 4 or 5 hours' time. We're going to talk about Saul Canelo Alvarez next.
Fight night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Glory.
What a night.
The semi-final. Wow. Each match is it's unscripted. Spontaneous drama. This is where the season is defined. Every game, totally unmissable. The UEFA Champions League, Europa League and Conference League semi-finals, only on TNT Sports.
I'm Martin Samuel. I write a column for The Times and Sunday Times, and you can read my take on the weekend's football every Monday online or through our app. You'll also find the latest news and exclusive football features. Enjoy the game podcast, the football newsletter, and in-depth tactical analysis in the trend. A digital subscription is just £1 for 3 months. Visit thetimes.co.uk/talksport to join. Also renews at £26 a month unless cancelled.
I love a bet builder. I just love having a choice. I like betting in play.
I like seeing where the game's going.
I'll just put on any goal scorer because I know someone's going to have it.
You can now bet in play with Betfred's Bet Builder. So once the game has started, you can choose 2 or more selections to create your own unique bet. Bet in play with Betfred's Bet Builder. Available in Betfred shops. Selected matches only. Maximum stakes apply. Markets made available at Betfred's discretion. T&Cs apply. 18+ begamblerware.org.
Whoa there. Victoria's had a Friday night to remember. But now she's outside in the pouring rain and...
You are joking. No data. How are we going to get home?
But then she remembers she's with EE.
Yes, Uber still works.
So then she...
Uber's for me, guys. We get to that.
Use essential apps like Uber and WhatsApp even when you run out of data. Search EE Mobile.
Stay connected at 0.5 megabits per second. Excludes no frills plans. Noted by.
Here's football legend Jamie Redknapp for new hands-free Skechers slip-ins footwear.
As a football player, I'm used to not using my hands. So when Skechers came out with hands-free shoes, it was a match made in heaven. Because with new Skechers slip-ins, I just step in and go, without bending down or touching my shoes.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store or skechers.co.uk.
And now we hear from listener Ian on his fascinating collection of garden gnomes.
Well, I've been collecting and categorising gnomes for about 17 years now. I've devised an 8-character coding system relating to gnome size, gnome colour, gnome boot shape, gnome facial expression, gnome fishing rod, gnome no fishing rod, gnome hat distortion.
Get off, Valley! Valley Casino has arrived. The American gaming experience is now here in the UK. Join and get free rewards every day after your first £10 deposit. Get 30 free spins when you spend £10. Play online today.
UK only. New members only must opt in. Free spins on secrets of the famous networks. Public concepts. 20 lines, 30 day expiring. Further than £100. 18+ play responsibly. Begambler.org.
Often we can wait through 3 hours of knockout radio. Fight night on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome back to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davidson, here with Spencer the Omen Holder. In the early hours of the morning, only in a few hours' time, undisputed super middleweight champion Saul Canelo Alvarez is back in action in an all-Mexican dust-up with Jaime Munguia. What else could you expect on Cinco de Mayo weekend in Las Vegas? Time now for an odds update on that fight with William Hill.
In the zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18+ begamblerware.org.
Joining us now to bring us right up to date with the latest odds is William Hill's Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us?
Yeah, what a weekend we've got. 2 undisputed world title fights with 2 generational greats in action. I'll come on to my favourite bet in the Noya and Nui fight in a minute, but first, this super middleweight scrap, which is part of the Cinco de Mayo celebration, of course. If you didn't know better, you'd be forgiven for thinking that Oscar de la Hoya was Canelo's opponent after this week's build-up. And to be fair, given some of the other exhibitions in the fight game at the minute, it might not be that far off. But back to the actual fight, Saul Alvarez is a 1-5 favourite to beat Jaime Munguia, who is 7-2. Now, Canelo may be a little bit short in the betting, but I think he's a justified favourite, and given Munguia's confidence after a definite upturn in his levels recently, I think Canelo could get a stoppage in the second half of the fight, and that's priced at 4-1. On Monday, arguably the best fighter on the planet, Noya Inoue fights Luis Nery, and I think his come forward style will play straight into the monster's hands for all those super bantamweight belts. Nery has lost once. He was stopped with a body shot against Brandon Figueroa. Look, I think he'll give a good account of himself. His 35 wins with 27 KOs is plenty enough evidence for me of that, but in the end I think Inoue will get him out of there, like he has with 23 of his 26 victims so far. I think Inoue to win in rounds 7 through 12 at 7-4 is the best bet here, and you could maybe even double up the Inoue Canelo stoppage win, that pays around 5-2.
In the zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18+ begamblerware.org.
That was a look at the latest odds thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. So, a lot to talk about here, Spence. There's the narrative of... We'll talk about the fight in a minute. And Munguia for me is a good test for Canelo, and I'm really looking forward to the actuation of the fight. But this week, Canelo's former promoter, who's now Jaime Munguia's promoter, who Eddie Hearn has had a go at for the way Munguia's been promoted, says he's been hopelessly promoted, has a go at Canelo, put some effing bleep respect on my name. It ignites Canelo in a torrent of expletives in Spanish. I won't even say them, you know I can. Unbelievable contretemps between the two men.
Absolutely. Listen, no one expected it. Come out of nowhere. I mean, Oscar De La Hoya just burst, didn't he? He just went and he gave it to Canelo. I'll tell you what he done, Gareth. It drove eyeballs to this fight. You know, if there was lack of interest, not a lot of people, only hardcore boxing fans would know Jamie Munguia. And we'll talk about this fight in a minute because Munguia could be the dark horse in this one, and we will get into that. But what I'm saying is there was maybe not the interest that should have been surrounding a Canelo fight.
Neither Munguia nor Canelo are taken to Smack Talk.
Yeah, but how was that press conference? What happened there?
Well, have a little listen to the Smack Talk between the promoter and the boxer.
As far as what De La Hoya said, well, you know, like Canelo has his grudges against De La Hoya, and you know, we're like, he doesn't believe that what De La Hoya said was warranted, and you know, where he thinks that, you know, with the Golovkin fight, that there were some things that Mr. De La Hoya said or did that
he tried to steal money, and he's a that's what I said. He tried to keep the attention from him, not from Munguia. He's a he's fighters. That's what he do.
I'll defend the fight. Well, there's a lot of that obviously isn't in English, it's in Spanish, it's bleep, 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 bleep. Do you know, I thought you were going to make the point just now. I think, yes, it's ignited interest in the fight. And Oscar, I'll say this, I think he's a phenomenal promoter because he does the zany. And Ryan Garcia as well was there making comments. He's a phenomenal star. Eddie Hearn likes to push him down. There's the attrition at the moment. Eddie Hearn, attrition towards Ben Shalom, attrition towards Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya might just have woken Canelo up as well, in my view.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? What we've got to remember is Canelo Alvarez has been around a long, long time. You know, he started as a teenage boy, as a professional. He's been there, seen it, done it, you know, and Munguia has been a professional 10 years, a decade now, and this is his first opportunity at a world title. You know, he's beat the likes of John Ryder, Liam Smith, so he's proven to many, but unknown to a lot of people, and he's unknown at this sort of level. But what we do know about Munguia is he's got an incredible work rate. He will keep going. He's got that height, he's got that reach, but there's a solid sort of look around him. Well, this is a dangerous fight for Canelo.
43-0 undefeated, of course. Canelo's never been beaten at super middleweight, by the way. Obviously stepped up to light heavyweights against Dimitri Bivol and lost that fight on a points decision. I don't know if you know this, or I told you a couple of weeks ago, but I've known this for a long time. After interviewing Jaime Munguia and looking into his life story, you know I love a backstory. His dad was an amateur heavyweight, and the way Munguia fights, he's big-boned and strong-boned. He believes in... I want to use this term. He throws a heavy punch.
Absolutely.
He's a heavy dog.
Look, we all remember the Gorilla, John Ryder. You knew how he fought. We saw how he fought. You know, he was one of those guys that was very, very tough, very strong. You couldn't get him to take a backward step. Just come forward, work rate, just non-stop, very, very persistent. Well, Munguia took all that away from him. He met fire with fire. He put John Ryder on the back foot. He had John Ryder in trouble. He had him on the floor. He totally took the game away from him. You look at the strength from Munguia. I'm not saying that John Ryder's in Canelo Alvarez's, you know, he lost the points to Alvarez, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he's at that level, but what I'm saying is Munguia done a much better job of John Ryder than Canelo Alvarez.
John demoralised by them and beat them very tough. And left a lot and took a lot out of the well for that fight with Canelo. Like I think similar to Callum Smith did.
Absolutely, but listen, if we look at styles of Canelo Alvarez and how he's changed over the years, where he used to put his shots together in bunches and like, you know, he'd be switching from body to head and throwing combinations all the time. It's different now. Canelo Alvarez is very strong physically, imposes himself, comes forward. But loads up with every shot.
Slightly more elusive, though.
Yeah, good head movement. But what I'm saying is punch out well. Every shot is a big shot, a load up. Whereas Munguia comes forward and he's non-stop consistent pressure. So what I'm saying is this guy has the ability to pull off an upset.
You can't write it. Absolutely right. You imprinted that into my brain as well. Feel exactly the same way. If Munguia has the best night of his life and Canelo doesn't have a good night, it could be Munguia's fight. But I've got a feeling in Las Vegas, and I'm not saying it's corruption, but in Las Vegas, a place he owns now in May and September, Mayweather owned those two fight nights, those big pay-per-view nights for a very long time. I just have a feeling, I think Munguia suits his style. I mean, I just have a feeling that Canelo is so unique. We take him for granted, I believe. He's still only, 34. He's at 60 odd, 65 fights now.
60, I think he's 62. 62
but he's only ever been beaten by a brilliant Mayweather when he was a young man in his early 20s, by Dimitri Bivol.
Out of his weight group against Dimitri Bivol, stepping up at light heavyweight was way out of his weight group.
He's a middleweight, not a super middleweight at the end of the day. He's 5'9". You see Munguia as a 6-footer. I just feel that Munguia won't have faced the uniqueness of Canelo before, and I think he's going to win by points or a late stoppage.
I truly believe Canelo Alvarez is in for a tough night. I think he scrapes through, but I think that Munguia does himself proud, and I think this one could go down to the wire. I think this fight is a lot closer than people give it credit for. Munguia, I think he's a dark horse.
Absolutely, I'll be sleepless tonight. I will not be. I'm such a huge fan of Canelo. I will be up watching that live, no doubt you will. What a start to this month coming up, by the way. Monday, of course, Naoya Inoue faces Luis Nieri for the undisputed super bantamweight crown.
Battle of the punches.
Battle of the punches again. I've got a feeling that Inoue wins that on points or stoppage. The monster he is for a reason.
I think that Inoue wins that fight very close points decision.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And then, of course, in the following couple of weeks, we've got Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk for the undisputed heavyweight crown. And unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, the fourth in that quartet of undisputed title fights is now off on June the 1st because Artur Beterbiev is injured and won't fight Dimitri Bivol. It's been delayed or postponed till later in the year, but we still get Frank Warren against Eddie Hearn in Saudi Arabia on June the 1st. It's been an amazing 3 hours. I love these nights. Boxing is on fire at the moment. I mean, I ran here from Indigo at the O2 tonight, watching 5 bare-knuckle fights, and I almost felt like I needed to have one on the way here. Thank God I didn't. Thank God I made it here, because what an amazing 3 hours I've had with you, Spencer Oliver, and you, the listeners.
Absolutely. Listen, boxing is on fire, and you're on fire as well, Mr. Gareth Davis. Well done.
You've been listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, listen to our podcast, The Midweek Show, to Spencer, Simon, Jordan, Jim White, myself, Adi Oladipo, and we'll be back next week.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
It's time to stop spinning. Feel those dials turn down and off. So when the grid is busy, relying on fossil fuels, you're a washing machine, drifting into a power nap. Want help shifting your energy to greener times? OVO's Alexa skill can help. Just say, Alexa, open OVO Power Nap.
Did Jamie Redknapp for new hands-free Skechers slip-ins footwear. As a football player, I'm used to not using my hands. So when Skechers came out with hands-free shoes, it was a match made in heaven. Because with new Skechers slip-ins, I just step in and go, without bending down or touching my shoes. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store or skechers.co.uk.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Free match only, match day £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
It's time to spring into makeover mode with the Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale, where you can save on every range. Save on a luxurious bed for waking up ready to seize brighter days, a stylish sofa to sprawl on once the garden's prepped for summer, or a stunning dining table and chairs for entertaining the night away. And right now, enjoy 3 years interest-free credit and no deposit to pay from just $4.99. The Oak Furnitureland Bank Holiday Sale ends Monday. Finance T's and C's apply. Oak Furnitureland is a credit broker, not a lender.
You know what it's like when your mate sends a pic of a dress she likes, but you would look so much better in it? Well, Samsung's Galaxy S23 FE can help, because Circle to Search with Google will help you find it instead. Not more colour, Jen. Incredible AI. Now on more Galaxy devices than ever. Buy a Galaxy S23 FE at O2 and claim a pair of Buds FE. Search at O2 today. Purchased by the 30th of May from O2. Claim Buds FE in white from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
Don't know where to start your next paint project? At Wix, find all the inspiration and help you'll need. Plus, Dulux standard 2.5 litre coloured emulsion was £21, now 15. Terms apply.
You got a little Ouija with Paddy Powell on this one then? Yeah, mate. Big man to score anytime. I'm backing him.
It looks like it's the big man who's coming off.
Oh, he's going to struggle to score from the bench, pal. Oh, fear not, punter, because with Paddy Power's super sub, your bet carries over to the player coming on.
Y'all ready for this?
So now, all subs are super. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus BGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is talkSPORT.
You hear anyone say, you know, the minute you get hit, I thought, oh, that's not for me. The minute I got hit, I thought, oh, come on then. I sat there on my stool, and I thought to myself, Simon, I thought, that's it. Even if I got one through, we got half a shoulder, or half a block, or half an elbow, and people ask me a lot, who's the best Pacquiao or Mayweather? I say Mayweather all day.
How do you get to a point where you don't believe what he's saying?
Because my dad's my dad.
Blood's thicker.
Well, it's my dad, you know, as much as I love Billy, you know, my dad's still my dad.
This is up front with me, Simon Jordan. I believe there are a lot of vacuous, uninformed, unchallenged opinions out there. I want to get to the bottom line and cut through the nonsense. So with this podcast with William Hill, I'm going to get people with strong views who think they can stand them up to proper scrutiny. There's a good chance I might learn something along the way, and more importantly, so might you. Joining me in today's episode, a boxer born out of Manchester who would rise to become a two-weight world champion. He experienced iconic highs against Costa Zoo and ultimate lows with Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. From UK to Vegas, a legendary English crowd followed in the story of glory and personal challenge. The Hitman, Willie Hen. Welcome to the show. Thank you. Nice to see you, mate. What was your motivation to go into what is a very, very difficult sport?
I was getting picked on and beat up by a kid at school. And then someone said to me, oh, he goes to the boxing gym, you know, down the road, you know, the new like boxing gym. So I said, oh, yeah, I thought I'll go down there and give it a go. So, and I only really went to watch spar with this kid. Right. So I went a couple of training sessions, and then they put me in the ring sparring with him, and he peppered me a little bit and pinged me a little bit, you know, for the first couple of sessions. But then, you know, after a couple of weeks, I started getting the better of him, and I got lumps out of him in the end. And I thought to myself, God, wow, it gave me such huge confidence in the sense that I thought, wow, this fellow was knocking lumps out of me a few weeks ago, and look what I'm doing now, you know, so it's sort of like, you know, incidentally, you know, is this kid off the estate and still see knocking about now, so powers if you like, so that's another nice, but that's always the way with boxing, isn't it? But yeah, then I was hooked then, and then just the training and the, you know, the work ethic and stuff like that, you know, that comes with the boxing game. I just fell in love with the game.
It's such a unique sport, and it's a sport that I have such an admiration for, because what I try to understand is the trigger, because you're going into the hurt business. You go into that environment with a sense of anger and frustration in life, because in order to be able to dish out punishment and to receive punishment, you've got to have a certain mindset, and it's a unique mindset. I mean, is that in any of your background? Is it just simple? Was the trigger this kid beating you up all the time, and that was what released the idea of saying, "I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind dispensing some of that back"?
I went to the boxing gym to you know, to give this kid a slap, right? But then when I got in there and I started sparring, And I think there's so many people that give it a go, and you know, fair play to them for even getting in the ring and having a spark, let alone, you know, like a fight. But I think, you know, they just, the minute you hear anyone, they say, you know, the minute you get hit, I thought, oh, that's not for me. But the minute I got hit, I thought, well, come on then. You know what I mean? But I think the big factor is like, you know, to get paid for a living, you know, to get hit in the face and paid for a living, you've got to have a slate shot somewhere or something.
I was actually having that conversation with Anthony Joshua's team, who said exactly that. You've got to have a slate shot.
Yeah, you've got to be something not right with you. And I think that's why it's like yourself. And that's why it's like so many people respect boxers. Because, you know, you can probably turn around and say, you know what, I could do a little bit of cricket, or I could do a bit of acting, or yeah, I could go and play football at the Etihad or Old Trafford or something like that. But if you ask people, could I do boxing? The high majority go full. No offence. Yeah. That's why at Vegas, when you go to Vegas and all the big fights are on, all the film stars there, all the football stars, all the basketball stars. And I think it's when people sort of like look at our sport and go, you know what, I could give anything a go, me, but I couldn't do that.
As a slight pivot, I'm going to put this as a marker. When you walked in, I mean, your life could have been so different in so many different ways. You probably would have gone off in directions and given your personality probably been successful in something else. But the Billy Graham effect, walking into the Phoenix gym, and the relationship that you developed, I mean, how important was that for you as an individual?
It's so important the bond that you get with the trainer, you know what I mean? You know, because, you know, when the things are not going right in the fight, and there have been times in the fight when it's not been going right and everything like that, you want to be able to, you know, look in your trainer's eyes and know that he's throwing every punch for you. Everything he says, you believe it. And me and Billy got that pretty much from, you know, from day one, the minute, you know, I walked through the door, and Billy said in the documentary, you know, I was like his brother, and we were best mates, and it was very, very true, and it's heartbreaking the way you see it figured out. But me and Billy had a relationship, you know, I knew when Billy told me something in that corner, such was the love we had in our relationship was, you know, I knew he wasn't there for the paycheck. I knew he wasn't there to put, you know, he's not bothered about putting the lecky on or the heater in the house overnight. He's there for me. And every time we looked at each other's eyes, that was the closest we had, and it was a shame that for that short period where we fell out. We've made up now, and you know we get on, you know, great. But I mean, for that period, it was a heartbreaking one for me. But I mean, you know, you're in the dirt business, you're in the fight game and that, and you know, forget that for a minute. Just look at the actual, just the boxing, you know, side of things. When I first went to Billy's gym as a 16-year-old, and we started talking about boxing, and he said, "What do you think about this, Vic? Or what do you think about that?" And I go, "Yeah, Billy, what do you reckon with this? What do you reckon with that?" And just when it comes to discussing a fight or a tactic or the game plan, you know what I mean? We just clicked, and then after a few years together, you know, within the ring, he'd say something to me, and I'd say something back, and I knew what he was thinking before he even said it. Do you know what I mean? That's you know, not just a connection from a respect and a love point of view, but from a tactic and a boxing thing. We just knew how to, you know, how to read each other. Billy, my dad used to argue, when I got to championship level where the gaps were bigger between the fights, obviously I ballooned up and put a load of weight on him between fights, you know. And my dad was like, "Billy, you should be telling him he should be doing this, he shouldn't be doing that, you know, don't let him come in the gym on Monday. If he's not in that gym Monday, tell him not to bother for the rest of the week," you know. And my dad is right, but Billy knew me that well. He knew if he said that to me, "Rick, don't bother in the rest of the gym," I'd go, "All right." And he wouldn't see me. And he knew how to get, I knew I had to have me, and I wouldn't let Campbell do it now. All the boxers that I train, if they did what I did, I'd tell you what, they get a thick ear. Yeah. But Billy knew how I tricked. He knows if I turn around and said, "Don't bother coming in the gym," I'd go, "All right." And he wouldn't see me.
He was he is to some extent the stuff of legends, isn't he?
Yeah.
When you think of Billy Graham and the influence that he had over you, one of the best things that he would have said to you in the corner, or one of the cockiest things?
Well, he said to me, you know, when I fought Costa Zoo, I mean, I had to put my foot down, I had to work really hard, make him work early in the first few rounds, you know, so he had to raise it. And then bearing in mind the fact that he'd not gone too many rounds lately because he was knocking everyone out, and bearing in mind I was the younger man and he was the older man, he said, "You've got to settle quick, and then he'll have to play catch-up." And that's when he played catch-up, we can drain him in the middle rounds a little bit and stuff like that. But ultimately, it meant me having to work me knackers off, basically, to get the tactics right and that. And it worked. I think it got to like about round 9 when I come back to the car and Billy said to me every round, he went, how's his power feel? I used to go, oh, horrendous, Billy. He's hurting me with everything he's hitting me with. So then, sat on my stool at the end of the 11th round, I spat my gum shield out and Billy, that's me, I'm done. I said, I've got to go. He went, I don't want to hear that, Ricky. He said, Ricky, I don't want to hear that now. We've been sat on that gym at Salford, talking about these moments being the undisputed best and this and that. He went, are you telling me you're going to spew it when you've got your nose over the front line here? Don't cry about it tomorrow. He said, don't cry about it tomorrow. He said, but you can do something about it now. And I went, yeah, God. And then the referee, went like that. But there was another time, in Las Vegas when I boxed a guy called Wanyarango for the IBF light welterweight title, and it was my first time in Vegas. Right. So we went to Vegas and we ended up staying in. That's
before you fought Mayweather, right?
Yeah. We ended up staying in the casino rather than in an apartment or something like that. We actually stayed in the casino, and if you've been to Vegas, that air conditioning and everything like that. So I stayed. They gave me a suite in the Caesar's Palace. Right. And after 2 or 3 days of staying, 2, 3 or 4 days of staying in the hotel, my nose set like concrete. I couldn't breathe.
Because of the AC? Is it pumping it?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm sleeping there all night, getting up, going to the gym, you know what I mean, and everything like that. And it got to the fight with Wanyarango, and I just felt nothing after about, I was boxing his head off for about 5 or 6 rounds, and all of a sudden I hit a brick wall. And he's, Yango wasn't one of the best I fought, but he was strong, stocky, big, powerful, heavy-handed, And Billy Graham just said to me, he said, listen, Rick, he said, come on, Rick, you can get through this. Listen, we've always spoke about this in the gym, some days you're going to turn up, you're going to feel sensational, some days you're just going to feel like you feel now. He said, we've got to power through it. He said, just sometimes, he said, get your shots off, and then when he counters you back, slip and slide, claiming. And step off and get behind him, you know what I mean? Where you can conserve a little bit, Funny combinations, drop under, get behind him. Feint and walk away, and we'll get through it, Rick. If we do, the times like this, Dave, come, we can get through it, mate. When I looked in Billy's eyes, I knew he was there for me, the love that we had, I knew he was there for me. And there was another fight in Detroit, which you might not remember, because I was only an Intercontinental champion, but I boxed in Detroit against a kid called Gilbert Quiros. And I come out the first round, big, tall, power punching Costa Rica he was. He measured me with a jab, he hit me with the right hand, and my hand, cut, I went open, and more importantly, closed. And he's absolutely knocking it. If they'd have scored the round, it'd have been 10-4. You know what I mean? He absolutely knocking it, I suppose. And I sat there, I'm Intercontinental champion, and my eyes shut there, the referee, and the blood's falling in it. And he turned, and the referee came over and said, because you're champion, Ricky, we're going to give you one more round. And I sat there on this stool, and I thought to myself, Simon, that's it. Even when I fought Mayweather and the fight was just sliding away from me, I still thought I was going to win. But that fight in Detroit, I thought, I'm done, he's beat me. One more round, I'm going to do one more round with this. And Billy went, look at me. He went, well, he said, I tell you what, you've let me down, you. I went, let you down, what are you on about? He went, you let me down. I've been telling everybody you're going to be the next champion, you're going to be the next star, you're going to the top, we're going to do this. And this is the first fight that your back's been against the wall and you've been running. I tell you what, go on, here's your gum shield and that. You've let me down, you. And you knew what he got. And I thought, and he got out the ring and I thought I'm going to knock you out. When I come back, I'm going to knock you out. You know what I mean? And I went out and I just thought, that he was a murderous puncher. And I just thought I was just going through it, bang. And I got him on the ropes, and I swear, I couldn't see. But when I found his head there, I knew where his rib was. And I went bang, and then I looked to the body, he went down like that. And I was like, oh, like that. And Billy jumped in the ring like, oh my God, we've got away with it. You know what I mean, type thing. And he went to hug me. And I just went like that. I just went, don't you ever say that to me again. Don't you ever say that to me again. But he got you going, didn't it? And when you mentioned, like, the Carl George Rose situation, where you think to yourself, oh, that wasn't in the script. I wasn't saying I thought that wasn't in the script. But, the trainer knows the right words to say at the right time, and that's what makes a good trainer.
Up front with Simon Jordan on talkSPORT with William Hill. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Play Stats for Life, and you could. years. Set for life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who's that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big show.
No, sir. The florist.
She's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks will save you up to 8 hours a week, so you can bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
Whoa there. Victoria's had a Friday night to remember. But now she's outside in the pouring rain and...
You are joking. I've got no data. How are we going to get home?
But then she remembers she's with EE.
Yes, it will still work.
So then she...
Use it for me, guys. We get kebab.
Use essential apps like Uber and WhatsApp even when you run out of data. Search EE Mobile.
Stay connected at 0.5 megabits per second. Excludes no frills plans. Terms apply.
And there it is, that's as good as it gets on this stage. Nissan Townstar EV strikes again. It's an unstoppable van, unstoppable.
Just fantastic. You can actually see the pro-pilot technology in action. Effortless parallel parking.
It moves with all the confidence that comes with a 5-year warranty.
And with a bench full of all-star van experts, there's real strength in depth here.
That's all-star quality.
Search Nissan Townstar EV and visit your local all-star van centre to see for yourself.
Terms and conditions apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first.
ProPilot is an advanced driver assist technology. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely, and control vehicle at all times.
Barbecue season is here. With KFC's new Ultimate Barbecue Burger. Original recipe chicken. Crispy onions. And smoky barbecue sauce. Grab KFC's Ultimate Barbecue Burger before it goes. Available while stocks last until the 9th of June at participating restaurants and other partners. Delivery fees apply. Full T's and C's at KFC.co.uk.
If I wasn't a fan, I wouldn't know what crucial ligament was. If I wasn't a fan, my geography knowledge wouldn't be based on football teams.
If I wasn't a fan, I wouldn't have named my dog after my team striker.
If I wasn't a fan, I'd travel to more exotic places.
Now arriving at Western Superman.
For fans, it's more than a game. So we're doing more for fans. Sky Bet for the fans. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
J9's the goals are calling.
Tomorrow.
Exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Crystal Palace versus Manchester United. Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 p.m.
On talkSPORT.
Up front with Simon Jordan on talkSPORT with William Hill. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You fought a lot at the beginning. You were fighting 7, 6, 7, 8 fights a year.
Yeah, but the first couple of years, there was 9 fights a year.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, absolutely. You know better than I do, but that's what I was looking at when I was looking at your records. You get to 23 fights, but why does it take so long for you to get to a world title shot? It's 38 fights before you fight for world title.
Yeah, but I mean, I had to have faith in Frank Warren, which he did. You know, he's the best at bringing you through and guiding you, to the right position. You know, Frank used to turn around and, just say, listen, if you're ready yet, when I say you're ready yet, there's nothing in the boxing textbook that says 10 fights at Central Area, 15 fights in English, 15 fights at British. Even when the right time, and when a certain opportunity raises its head, yeah, that's not right for us yet. We're just going to hang fire a little bit on that, and then all of a sudden, you carry on, you're earning and you're learning, you know what I mean, in the gym, and then all of a sudden one does raise its head, and then one might go for that one now, and that's, nobody was there at that point.
No, listen, I'm a Frank Warren. I'm a big admirer of Frank's, and I think there's a lot more that Frank does right than he does wrong. There's always things that people, whatever you talk about, whoever you talk about, people will say something that's not always complimentary, even if it was a Dalai Lama, someone might start to criticise them for. I'm going to pivot just for a second, because this wonderful support that you built up was as good for you as it potentially could have been bad for you. But you as a man of the people, did you embrace that moniker? Did you think to myself, this is good, I've got a really good support base behind me, I can really utilise this?
I think a bit of both, to be honest with you. I think from a very, very young age, I sort of like, I had 9 fights in my first year as a professional, so ultimately, that means, you're fighting every 6 weeks. So I lived in the gym, I didn't live in the gym, so I didn't see my mates, that went to school with, I didn't see my mates that used to have a pint with or something like that. And I used to think to myself, I'm going to go in the pub today, and I used to see the lads, because I used to think, because they started seeing me on Sky Television and seeing me fights and everything like that. And in my mind, I thought to myself, I don't want them thinking I've got too big for my station, I've got too big for my boots and like that. And that's a weak, when we talk about mental health, that's a little weak, that's a weak part of Ricky Hatton. I felt that way. I thought, I'm thinking to myself, they were all sat in the pub and doing their own things and watching me on the TV thinking, look at my mate there, how proud of me. Yeah. But in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, I bet they think I've got Billy Big Time. Yeah, Billy Big Time and everything like that. It got a little bit worse as I got success, and then, you know, then had a few speed bumps, didn't we, you know, along the way and that. So I love the fact that, you know, because I've always wanted to entertain, you know, whether it's been with the microphone when I do the sports news dinners, or whether I'm boxing in the ring, or whatever. I've always wanted to be entertaining, show up for my fans. So I love the fact that I had a massive fan base and that. But when we talk about, I think it might have added, when we talk about the mental health, and I had this little weak thing inside me. Having the big crowd was great, but it added pressure a little bit.
That's what I was going to say.
So like, not that I'm not saying my fans put pressure on me.
No, you put pressure on yourself.
It just was the way it was.
Yeah. I'm going to get on to the Mayweather fight, obviously, but you eventually land against Costa Zoo. But when you're going into that fight and you're building up to this fight, was it true that Frank Warren didn't think it was the right fight for you?
No, he didn't. You know, Frank knew the right way to bring me up to them 38 fights. And a lot of people, you know, I think too so. Well, Frank was like, I don't know, I'm not too sure. And I was like, I think we need a few more. I was like, Frank, not 38, do you know what I mean? So Frank was great, the best. Now to bring a youngster up and through and get him to that point. But I think Frank would also admit, you know, to be honest, we probably prolonged it a little bit longer than normal because, you know, you only had to mention I was fighting at the Manchester Arena and it was sold. You know, so you know, you've got to look at it from that point of view. It was in Frank's interest it was in both our interest to get paid. You know, selling out crowds.
Did you have any doubts going into that fight?
Oh yeah,
he came with a monster reputation, didn't he? He came with a Canelo Alvarez reputation, didn't
he? Yeah. There was no problem. That was always my best. Even though I had this little weakness in me that we touched on before, when it comes to boxing in that ring, I felt no one could beat me. I had such self-belief. I think it was the same with me against Costa Zoo in Manchester, and because he was a Mancunian in Manchester, fighting the #1 in the division, and someone of the Costa Zoo nature. Even the atmosphere, as you said, was absolutely electric. It was like, when I got in the ring, I could see the crowd pumping.
It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I'm looking in the ring, and I'm looking through the ropes, I'm going, come on, to my fans. And I'm looking at them, and they're all cheering back for me. But I could feel there was, although they were behind me, there was a
trepidation.
There was a nervous tension in the, when everyone was going, come on.
What was it like for you? I mean, I was in the arena, and I'm looking at this atmosphere going, I've been to some fights, I've been to some cases, but Jesus, Louise, the atmosphere in this place. You talked about pressure, right? You're 38 unbeaten, you're fighting a monster in the division, and you've got no fear in your mind, but this crowd is absolutely lifting it off. What's that like for you as a fighter, coming out of a dressing room, walking through that crowd? Try and put me in your shoes so I can understand what it feels like.
Bringing nearly tears to your eyes. I mean, I was walking to the gym and I didn't have tears in my eyes. That's the last thing you want is tears in your eyes. But I'm walking to the gym and I can feel the love of the crowd. I can feel this nervous tension, but I can feel the love of the crowd, the support that they want. I've been in the Manchester Arena, you know, when Cows box, you know, Georgia. You know, David A. boxed, Anderson. Even when Mike Tyson went boxed at the Manchester Arena, I was on the undercard for that, so I've been there, the crowd. And it's just looking into the crowd. And I'm walking to the ring, you know what I mean, and I'm like, you know, I'm a crier, me, I cry out films, I'm a bit of a wimp, I'm one of them, and I'm walking to the ring, but I'm holding me, you know, trying to hold my nerves together.
Did it come to you like, I can't lose it? Did that come into play? I can't lose it?
It hadn't. At the time, because I didn't know what losing was back then.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I was thinking, do you know what I mean? I was thinking, so it was all about that. It's then when I got beat by Mayweather, I thought, I won't let people down. When I got beat by, but at the Costa Zoo fight, no, it was like, I was like, you know, you said, when you get in that ring, I've also got the crowd, because the crowd, there was like a nervous tension in the air. Well, nice one, Ricky, and then middle round it was like,
yeah, hang on.
but then I got to the stage where they went, he's got his nose in front, now he's going to do this, but I understood thinking, so no one was Billy giving me the right words at the right time to say. I could hear this crowd, I could hear them at ringside, you know, not necessarily anyone I knew.
Yeah, but you just
You've got it, this is your time, you've got it, he's gone.
And we were all screaming about
yeah. And, you know, so if you look at it from that point of view, yeah, it massively helped.
Your reaction was absolute, was it relief? Was it pride? Was it just an outpouring of emotion because you're in this cauldron of absolute support for you?
All them things. When Billy, it was all like, oh, you Billy, you know, when I fell across the zoo fight, Billy was like, you know, you've done it, son, your son. And I was like, no, we've done it. And then I think to myself, you know, about the crowd thing and, you know, about me weakness, you know, like that. I felt like, you know, I jumped out there, thanks Mum and Dad.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
To the referee then, thanks Dave, you know, thanks to the crowd, Billy, thanks, you know what I mean? That's always, you know, I mean,
but that's what I related to as well.
The way I felt I could hear the fans on my ring walk, and the way I could hear it during the fight. And then when I was Scrappy Gumption out, I thought I was done the way they raised me, a little bit along with Billy's, you know, work like that. And I thought to myself, I've never been to a boxing fight, whether I've been in the ring or whether I've gone watching it in the crowd. I've never been and seen the support and love that these crowd are giving me. So I got the mic and I wanted to thank him. And it couldn't have been any better than in Manchester, 22,000 fans at 2 in the morning against the number 1 in the weight division, the number 2 like half a pound and all that. One of the best I've ever for him to quit on his stool, and then for me to grab the mic and thank the crowd and, you know, and say, give Costa a round of applause. Then if you remember, he got the mic. And when Ricky was better than me, and if you ever need any help from me, you know, I couldn't have had my dream fight to end any. I couldn't have made any better.
Front with Simon Jordan on talkSPORT with William Hill. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Karen. Hello, mate. Got any tips for the football? Your best bet is to head to Bet Victor. But a little tip from me, see how they us. What's that? Well, if they've got their headphones on and that look on their face, it means they're up for it. But if you're in their casuals with one of those designer man bag, handbag, boot bag things, jog on. What they keep in there anyway? A packed lunch? Oh, lunch. Got to find a Got to go now. Listen, make your best bet on the football at Bet Victor. Rating funds be everywhere. Girls! Sean!
It's bedtime!
Okay, kiddo. That's enough. Time's up.
Over to the app. Your Wi-Fi is going off.
Going off.
EE Broadband lets you pause the Wi-Fi on your kids' devices, helping them to switch off and drift off. Search EE Home.
Eligibility criteria apply. New EE broadband customers.
Let me introduce one coat everywhere. So you paint. One coat everywhere. Bedrooms, bathrooms, backrooms. One coat everywhere. Shelving, ceiling, stripes. One coat everywhere. No second coat. One coat. You get it, right? One coat everywhere from Ron Seal. Does exactly what it says on the tin. Obviously, it can't be used literally everywhere. Surfaces may be prepped, suited for limitations.
We're not a bit Spanish. We're not vaguely Spanish. Somewhat Spanish or Spanish. Estrella Galicia Cerveza is 100% Spanish. Just look for the label. Brew slowly for 5 generations in A Coruña, using the finest Galician ingredients. So as a 100% authentic Spanish beer, it's time we say, cheers to the pretenders. We'll take it from here. Estrella Galicia. Spanish, not Spanish.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly. 18 plus.
Up front with Simon Jordan on talkSPORT with William Hill. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm going to take you to Billy Graham, and I'm going to take you to a couple of thorny areas that you might bristle at, but we'll see how we go. Billy talks about after the Costa Zoo fight that the lunatics start taking over the asylum. Did you understand what it meant at the time, or what he was referring to, or do you understand it better now?
Yeah, it started becoming more and more talks about money.
Well, you're in that space now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because everyone's going to get paid.
Jamie would say that, everyone's, sees them as, sees
a commodity.
as a commodity and stuff like that.
Well, your dad described you that way, so I've got a diamond here, not a corpse.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, that's how it went from, they want to try and be the best, well, now we're the best. It's as if now we want as much money as we can.
Well, you're a prize fighter. You're a prize fighter.
Yeah, but we still want to be, we still hang on a minute, you know what I mean? The money, and it's like, money does mean a lot of it, but I mean, if you're successful, the money will come with the success.
Of course.
You've got to look at it that way to remain, to have the hunger.
I mean, what's going on in the situation? There's so much rancor. I've got these mixed emotions about fathers and being involved in their sons' lives and their sporting careers. What's going on, Ricky? Your dad's getting involved without necessarily the